In Yuan City, inside a ground-floor apartment of the Qin Yuan community, an LCD television broadcasts local news. On screen, a graceful hostess clad in black stockings smiles gently as she begins. According to our reporter, several regions have recently been struck by the flu. Experts advise wearing a mask while dining. Shortly thereafter, she announces the Japanese invaders ignore warnings and forcibly discharge nuclear wastewater. The empire is now preparing a nuclear strike against them. At around 8:30 this evening, meteor showers are predicted to grace various regions. Flu, a mask virus, nuclear wastewater, meteor shower. Wait a moment. Qin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. He beheld pristine white walls on all sides, a yellow wooden wardrobe, and an old-fashioned gray cylindrical washing machine. A whiff of sun-dried bedding flitted into his nostrils. Strange. Isn't this the old house from before the apocalypse? How did I end up here? He picked up his bedside phone to check the time. September 29, 2035, at 1911, a mere 49 minutes away from the world's first beast transformation. What's happening? I have been reborn. Wait, when did I die? Memories flooded his mind like a revolving lantern, vividly recalling all the catastrophes that followed the apocalypse. He could not recall the day of his death, only that he had been boasting with his old comrades a flash of white light, and then nothing happened afterward. Recalling the onset of the apocalypse, the first stage beast-insect transformation. The genes of insects and beasts within the human body were activated, transforming them into formidable monsters. This process was not instantaneous. It could take a day, a week, or even a month. As humans transformed into beasts, wild insects and animals evolved wildly in parallel, a global genetic evolution. The most pronounced changes occurred among insects, cockroaches, ants, mosquitoes, and more. In his past life, he had awakened as an elite, a bullet ant. Later, through various opportunities, he ascended to the remarkable class, reaching level 3 excellence before his demise, and though he could not rival the forces of natural disasters, he remained one of humanity's pillars. Genetic qualities are categorized as ordinary, elite, remarkable, and perfect. There are also 3 exceptional types: king-class, ancient, and illusory beasts. By the way, on the first day of the apocalypse, the first great opportunity in Bin City was about to unfold. There was no time to waste. Qin Yuan switched off the television with the remote, hailed a ride, casually draped himself in a black jacket, and swiftly descended the stairs. The driver had already been waiting at the community gate. Tail number 7758, to Yuan Aquarium, quickly, he instructed. The driver replied, "Young man, I'd love to speed, but the city speed limits leave me no choice." "I'll pay double fare," Qin Yuan declared. The driver countered, "It's not about the money. No extra cash will get us there any faster." "For times," Qin Yuan insisted. "All right, handsome. Quick, fasten your seatbelt. I'm about to race." At night, the Yuan Aquarium bustled with activity. Crowds pressed in, curiously inspecting a variety of fish, especially the fathers with their children. They eagerly recorded videos on their phones, oblivious to splashes on their faces, all while gawking at the graceful mermaid and even replying to messages from their wives. "There's no helping it, my son insists on seeing it." They couldn't even be stopped. The interaction between the mermaid and the dolphins was the hallmark performance of the Yuan Aquarium, drawing massive crowds each night. At that moment, a young man in black entered the aquarium. Instead of enjoying the performance, he kept checking his phone and occasionally glanced up at the sky. It was 7:56 p.m. Only 4 minutes left. Recalling memories from his past life, he knew that the aquarium would soon drop a piece of Yuanshan meteorite, a relic capable not only of triggering his genetic awakening, but also of enhancing genetic quality. With its aid, his first awakening could at least reach the remarkable level, perhaps even challenging the perfect class. Having been reborn, he was determined to seize the perfect type. The perfect type not only allows one to freely control the beast transformation, but also bestows strength, speed, and genetic energy that far exceed those of the elite class, along with a unique genetic skill all its own. In this life, I will at least become remarkable and ultimately strive for the perfect type. Current objective: evolve into the perfect type. The countdown began. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, 0. At 8 o'clock sharp, a humming filled the sky, as if tens of thousands of bombers were flying overhead. An aerial tremor ensued. Qin Yuan looked up and exclaimed, "They're coming." A deafening roar swept by as countless meteorites shattered the night sky, marking the beginning of a meteor shower. The swarm, as if emerging from another dimension, suddenly appeared over the earth. At the Longwa Air Defense Bureau, observers frowned as they noticed an anomaly. These meteorites were beginning to split. A shout rang out, "What the hell? What is this? Are the meteor showers carrying contraband?" Followed by an urgent announcement, "Emergency. Emergency." The announcement continued, "The number of meteorites has inexplicably surged, now 5 times the usual count, then increasing to 10 times, 20 times, 40 times. The count is now immeasurable." Without delay, the air defense commander ordered fire, followed by the rapid swishing sound of cannons launching. Boom! Countless interceptor missiles trailing long tails soared into the sky to collide with the meteorites, igniting a dazzling display of fireworks. On the blue planet, every nation faced the same predicament. Humanity's prized heat weapons fired relentlessly at the meteor swarm, yet could not alter the meteor's descent, not even an iota. Fiery meteors hurtled down with blazing trails. Swish! 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 Boom! Boom boom boom! Suddenly flames erupted into the sky and explosions broke out everywhere. Help! Ñoño! Where are you, Ñoño? Come back quickly. Daddy is scared. Inside the aquarium, chaos reigned. Moments earlier, families had been united. Fathers doting on their children, couples in love. But in an instant, everyone abandoned their bonds in a desperate bid to escape. Some even trampled over friends in their frantic flight, while many chose to flee alone, forsaking their loved ones. In the face of overwhelming disaster, survival instincts prevailed. Wait a minute. I noticed something, a couple so united that their fingers were interlocked as if bound to live and die together. Could this be love? A true love warrior. But upon closer inspection, he was holding someone else's wife. Oh, then it was nothing. Are these people really so selfish? No. This is merely the instinct of the weak. Everyone would act the same way except, of course, for our esteemed readers. A glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes as he broke into a mischievous grin. Humans are indeed too fragile. I refuse to be human anymore. He declared, in this life, I will become the master of the world, the emperor of the insect tribe. Henceforth, I will dictate all the rules of this world. Right or wrong, only my word shall prevail. Then he transformed, beast mode. Here I come. While everyone else fled, a lone figure in black moved inward. Qin Yuan restrained his smile as he advanced deeper into the aquarium. Everywhere, craters from meteor fragments marred the structure, and rooms lay in ruin, some engulfed in flames. A scorched, bitter stench mixed with a strong odor of fish assaulted his nostrils, causing nausea. Qin Yuan frowned. Strange. Yet all he found were ordinary meteorites. No sign of the promised top-tier Yuan meteorite. Could it have been false intelligence? Alas, his smile had come too soon. Champagne mid-game. That's too hasty. After meandering through corridors, he finally reached the last exhibit. A century-old lobster display case where a blood-red, darkened meteorite lay embedded in a crater. Qin Yuan clenched his fist excitedly. Excellent. Found it. With a quick glance, he noticed a giant red lobster crawling toward the meteorite. Qin Yuan's face broke into a radiant smile as he exclaimed, oh my. Isn't that the future king beast? He mused. After only one lifetime apart, it has deteriorated so much. The super red dragon king, a century-old Australian red lobster that in his past life had fully awakened after absorbing the Yuan meteorite, only to be captured, escape midway, and vanish into the sea. As if blessed with a protagonist's aura, it encountered fateful adventures, acquiring mighty skills and enhanced genetic traits. It grew frantically, evolving into a super king beast, and after allying with an alien insect tribe, its power transformed beyond belief, making it a formidable enemy of future races. At that moment, the display case lay in ruins with shards of glass and remnants of water scattered about. The lobster, now on the ground, hopped erratically, its 6 broken legs flailing as it crawled toward the meteorite, its eyes filled with longing. Qin Yuan smiled as he raised his left foot high. Smack! With a single kick, he shattered its head. The super red dragon king was finished. Not to mention the lobster's roe was rather abundant, befitting a century-old crustacean. Alas, from the moment I returned, the fate of this world was rewritten. Protagonist aura. Born to be a king. In the presence of one reborn like me, all others must step aside. Understand this: in this era, my name is Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan strode swiftly to the corner and with both hands yanked the pitch-black meteorite from the pit. The instant he touched it, he sensed the overwhelming primordial force within the Yuan meteor. Strangely high-grade Yuan meteors are typically red, yet this one was jet black and throbbed like a heart. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. It sent a chill to his heart. Could it be the seller shipped the wrong item? I wonder if he could return it within 7 days with no questions asked. A refund would do. This looks way too sinister. Fine, he'll just devour it quickly lest long nights bring endless worries. In his past life, had learned it many times: whenever you hesitate for even a moment, mysterious foes suddenly emerge to thwart you, as if it had all been prearranged. It defied reason. Qin Yuan learned a hard truth: when facing great undertakings, one must never dawdle. Decisiveness and bold action are imperative. Without another word, he picked up the palm-sized black diamond-shaped crystal and with gentle care pressed it, piercing his own chest with a pungent tui. Blood spurted, soaking his robes and seeping into the crystal. This is the ultimate method of forced awakening, placing oneself in mortal peril to transcend limits. From the moment of self-mortification, the black crystal fractured into filaments of inky flow coursing through his veins and permeating every fiber of his being. Pain reddened his eyes, bulging veins bridged his neck and forehead, then his irises were swallowed by sable sand, turning them pitch black. A sinister smile curved his lips. He murmured, mere pain. Having endured 10 years of apocalypse, I had grown accustomed to every form of agony, my pain tolerance unparalleled. Let's put it this way, if I utter a single cry, I'm a dog. Damn, it hurts so much, woof. It's not that I lack strength, it's just insanely painful. It's pure madness. It felt as though steel nails were driven inch by inch into his bones, twisted within the marrow, torturing veins and meridians until they shredded apart. A layer of fine black sand encrusted his entire body, its rustling the only sound, as surging genetic energy erupted from within him. His genes transformed pheromones into audible whispers comprehensible to his consciousness, an apocalyptic-era descendant's colloquial gene feedback. Awakening. Awakening successful elite bloodline bullet ant innate genetic abilities 1. Strength 2. Toxicity elite strength. The upper limit raised to 200 times that of an ordinary human bullet. Toxicity inflicted damage induces pain akin to a bullet wound. Up to 20-fold intensification, not enough. Continue. If I were content with only my past life level, elite grade, I would not be satisfied. I demand even greater power. Qin Yuan went all in, clenching his fists, grinding his teeth as fresh rivulets of blood seeped from his skin, only to be absorbed by the black sand, the insectoid genes continuously generating new blood. In seconds, the black sand melded into red sand. Encased within, Qin Yuan groaned in agony as his genes shattered and reassembled. If childbirth were a level 10 pain, this genetic reformation was tenfold that. A level 100 pain would kill an ordinary person instantly. This was not merely a leap in quality, but a chasm between classes that no mortal could cross in a lifetime. A chasm? Who do you think I am? I'm a rebirth, a reincarnator. Renewing his fury, his gums bled with each bite. If you've got the guts, kill me. Come at me. Crack. At last, the invisible genetic shackles shattered, and a dreadful aura unique to perfect beings surged through his body. Successful Transcendent awakening. Perfect grade bloodline, flying bullet ant innate genetic abilities 1. Strength 2. Toxicity 3. Exoskeletal flight 4. Insect sensory. Perfect strength. The upper limit is 800 times that of an ordinary human. Perfect toxicity, the ability to induce paralysis or pain at will against perfect grade entities up to lethal levels. Exoskeletal flight. A pair of wings sprout from the back for flight. Insect sensory, precognitive danger, sense. Finally, it succeeded. It's done. Perfect grade organism. What does perfect grade mean? It can tank blows, strike enemies, soar through skies, and unleash toxins. Whether in early or late stages, it stands as the strongest organism below sovereign rank, a one-man army. Its command over its own genes verges on perfection, whether masking its aura or morphing at will. Every aspect is flawlessly controlled. This is the essence of a perfect grade creature. Qin Yuan stared at his hands in exhilaration, sensing an incomparably potent force, as if a single punch could obliterate the earth. Is this the power of a perfect grade? It was too cool. Yet the next moment his eyes widened. The blood-red sand still clung to his body, refusing to disperse. What's going on? Logically, the energy of a Yuan meteor should have been expended by now and dissipated automatically. Did he really ingest a counterfeit? A policy of 3 replacements for 1 fake, like magically getting 4 instead. The next moment, the blood-red granules burrowed frantically into his flesh. Modification resumed. This time there was no pain. Instead, a shameful pleasure forced a moan from his lips. So good, so shameful. Qin Yuan closed his eyes and shuddered inexplicably. He felt all the sand granules converge at his heart, each beat an utter renewal. Blood, muscle, bone, skin, organs. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. With every heartbeat, Qin Yuan's genes grew ever stronger. What is this? Is it still evolving? Another evolution? Could it be an ancient strain? Awakening an ancient strain at the outset of the apocalypse would be utter carnage, absolute invincibility. Pure ecstasy. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, 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 thump. With each final frantic beat, his gene quality soared. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Boom. With the final heartbeat, he emerged reborn. Metamorphosis complete. Ancient strain awakening successful. Primeval savage ant innate genetic abilities 1. Extreme might 2. Primeval toxicity 3. Supersonic flight 4. Insect sensory 5. Exoskeletal armor 1. Extreme might base strength amplified to 3200 times that of a human, exceeding limits by an additional 9999 times when enraged 2. Primeval toxicity. Any creature can be afflicted with any poison effect determined by the host 3. Supersonic flight 4. Wing flight with a speed boost of 400, topping out at 12005. Exoskeletal armor, an unbreakably hardened exoskeleton with immense defense, ancient strain. Primeval savage ant. Whoa, I actually awakened an ancient strain. These are ancient strains, powerhouses capable of opposing entire nations, the pinnacle of solo warriors. Unlike the insectoid queen who commands her swarms, they possess the terrifying might to vanquish hordes single-handedly. A single punch can obliterate a tank and later even crush an aircraft carrier with ease. They personify the ultimate lone wolf. Every one of them can evolve post-mortem into cataclysmic-level entities. In my past life, awakening an ancient strain had always been my dream. I never imagined it would come so effortlessly now. It felt like a dream. Day 1 of the apocalypse awakened to an ancient strain from the very start. Who else? Ancient strains are lauded as the apex products of the fiercest eras, each a sovereign lord ruling its epoch. Even if they spend the next 10 years basking in leisure without cultivation, they will still rise to the pinnacle of power. That is the terror of an ancient strain. Just as Qin Yuan believed it was over, the black sand within him began shifting from his heart toward his brain, a cryptic force that showed no sign of abating. No way. Is it coming again? Qin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, his entire face and neck flushed, crimson blood coursing upward toward his head, causing his veins to throb violently. A dark energy flowed along with the reversed blood, entering the skull through the capillaries. It was remarkably gentle, like a mother's hand tenderly caressing the forehead, with a trickle of black sand flowing through every corner of his mind. It began to brainwash him. The essence of black crystal sand connected with his neurons, forming a brand new network in his mind, as if the world had been illuminated, becoming clear and bright. A transparent world. At that moment, Qin Yuan saw a blue ice crystal ant in his mind, enormous, like a phasized moon. Incredibly magnificent, resplendent, and imposing. Simultaneously, a sound of shattering ice crystals echoed in his mind. With a crack, mythical beast gene activated. His body underwent another transformation accompanied by a surge of blue light. Successfully awakened mythical beast gene, dark crystal poison ant. Exclusive gene abilities 1. Limitless strength 2. Ancient toxicity 3. Rapid flight 4. Insect sensing 5. Exoskeleton armor 6. Super speed regeneration 6. Super speed regeneration consumes a small amount of stamina to instantly recover from damage, excluding fatal injuries like decapitation. Mythical beast ability illusory critical strike with a 100 critical hit chance and a 200 critical effect. For every additional 1 critical hit chance, it adds an extra 2 critical damage, no upper limit. This is super evolution. Illusory abilities belong to the idealistic realm of surreal capabilities, possessing many unexpected effects. Ancient species and mythical species are equivalent beings. Illogically, such advanced evolution from an ancient species to a mythical one should not occur, as their genes would typically reject each other. Moreover, even if there were no rejection, one side's abilities would dominate and obliterate the others. This scenario, which retains all the skills of the ancient species while also possessing all the skills of the mythical species, was simply unheard of. Dual evolution. What exactly is happening? Initially perplexed, Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that I am the chosen one? At that moment, a sharp pain surged through his body, as if his heart were gripped tightly by a large hand, and every breath felt like inhaling several steel nails. All right, maybe I'm not. As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of black blood spewed forth. The genes of the ancient species were rejecting the genes of the illusory species. The legendary dual genes were not a blessing. They were in fact highly toxic, mutually rejecting and battling until the host's death. It began with the pain of a small knife slicing through the skin of his hand, followed by the blade cutting into flesh, severing blood vessels, and inserting itself between the bones, stirring up the marrow. The intense pain surged, and Qin Yuan's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth to endure, but his body trembled uncontrollably, the two powerful genes within him vying for control. His skin tore, flesh separated, and cells shattered. Finally, the genes ripped apart. At this moment, his body became their battleground, with the heart and brain serving as their stronghold. Regardless of who won, Qin Yuan would undoubtedly perish. It was either his head would explode or his heart would shatter. Both sides fell into a stalemate, and the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Only Qin Yuan was left, struggling, drenched in sweat, staring at the floor. What to do? If this continued, he would surely die. Having awakened such a powerful innate gene, having been reincarnated and reborn, was he really going to die so pitifully? No, at the very least. If he were to die, let it be together. Qin Yuan's eyes turned crimson as he gradually descended into madness, grinning wildly. You want my life? Then let none of us live. I might as well go down in flames. I'd rather be shattered than remain intact. You want to kill me? Then you all must die. Let's end this together. Self-destruct. The gene sequences within Qin Yuan rapidly spiraled into chaos, revolting, converging, and compressing. Buzz, black orbs formed at various nodes throughout his body, resembling small black holes. Come on, let's see who dares to survive. The only one who can kill me is myself. Secret technique, gene duel turn explosion. In the final moment before the gene detonation, sizzle, time froze. As if the entire world had turned gray. Qin Yuan's soul seemed to traverse through a time tunnel pulled into a dazzling cosmic space, seated upon a throne. Like the true master of the universe, he gazed down upon all living beings. With a thought, planets exploded. A gentle breath extinguished the sun. A focused gaze shattered the galaxy. A slight finger movement disintegrated the nebula. A cold snort caused the star domain to collapse. With a punch, the universe was reborn. From a lofty position, he looked down upon all life and calmly proclaimed, "Life is too insignificant. Let it be destroyed." In the next instant, everything shattered. A tremendous pull from the soul surged forth again. The soul traversed countless cosmic tunnels, returning to Qin Yuan's body. Emperor awakening. Back in his body, the compact self-destruct energy he had just gathered vanished without a trace. Successfully awakened king-level species Emperor Ant. Exclusive gene abilities 1. Limitless strength 2. Ancient toxicity 3. Rapid flight 4. Insect sensing 5. Exoskeleton armor 6. Super speed regeneration 7. Emperor's domain. Hiss. Qin Yuan gasped in shock. Big brother, is this happening again? Please no. Having just awakened 2 superior genes, his body was on the verge of breaking down, and now another one was coming. 3 flowers at the crown. It's over. Barbecue time. Farewell youth. Farewell world. Even more despairingly, the secret technique entered a cooldown period, making suicide a distant dream. GG. Here I am, a self-destruct master, and after reincarnation, I find myself dying in such a pathetic manner. The shame of a reincarnator. But after waiting for a long time, the imagined pain did not come. The Emperor gene acted as an excellent interface, merging the 2 gene energies together. No, it should be said that 3 gene energies were continuously merging with no signs of rejection. Then, Qin Yuan tilted his head back and began to laugh uncontrollably, emitting monkey-like cries. Aho-aho, oh-ho-ho, aha-ha, yo, don't do that, ha, ha-ha-ha, let me go. It felt as if ants were crawling all over his flesh, or it didn't hurt anymore, but it was unbearably itchy. Incredibly itchy. An uncontrollable itch spread across his skin, muscles, blood vessels, and cells. Finally, after 10 minutes of this relentless itch, the gene cells throughout his body completed their integration, reaching the most critical moment of fusion. Qin Yuan's entire consciousness delved into the depths of the genes, arriving in this mysterious genetic space. He was determined to take charge of this final moment. 3 super genes were merging. Any slight misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. Drawing upon his years of experience in the post-apocalyptic world, he was confident that this fusion would be a breeze. A confident smirk appeared on Qin Yuan's lips. Am I not a reincarnator? How could I possibly fail? An explosion erupted as blood mist burst from Qin Yuan's body, crashing to the ground with a thud. Fusion failed. Host dead. Qin Yuan perished. At that moment, his soul seemed to plunge into a pitch-black abyss, and Qin Yuan could no longer think, left with nothing but his flesh. Driven by instinct, fought its final struggle. The genes within him, undeterred by brain death, fought desperately to intertwine in the last 0.001 seconds. Gene self-salvation. Rule ability activated in advanced divine technique. Chaotic rule engaged. Chaotic rule, refusal of death. Rejection successful. Fusion successful. Host revived. Ultimate mythical gene, ancient dark crystal Emperor Ant. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, enveloping the entire city. An invisible shockwave burst forth, dispersing the clouds in the sky instantaneously. The flames in the entire aquarium were extinguished by the howling winds, and all awakened beings in the world instinctively trembled as they looked toward the direction of Qin Yuan. Mythical species, ancient dark crystal Emperor Ant. Exclusive gene abilities 1. Mythical limitless strength 2. Mythical ancient poison 3. Mythical 6-winged flight 4. Mythical super sensing 5. Mythical dark crystal armor 6. Mythical super speed regeneration 7. Mythical emperor's domain. Gene skill dark crystal shattering ray. Mythical dark crystal shattering ray. Under the attack of this special dark crystal ability, all matter can be shattered and decomposed. Super gene ability 1. Illusory critical strike. Mythical exclusive rule skill chaotification, a rule-type skill that can render all things within its range chaotic, including rules of the same level, including the rule of death. Qin Yuan opened his eyes once more, his pupils constricting fiercely, mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at his hands. This mythical species, divine technique, rule system. Is it capable of rendering rules of the same level chaotic and allowing for rebirth? Wow, if I developed this a bit, wouldn't it directly confuse people's thoughts and cause them to explode on the spot? Unheard of, unseen. 10 years of living in vain in my previous life. Just how powerful are mythical skills, if measured in units? Probably 6 wows. With the evolution complete, Qin Yuan wore a confident smile, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. From this day forth it is my hunting season. Repay enmity with enmity, collect all treasures, and seize all resources. Hehe. Blue planet, your emperor has arrived. Evolution complete. This time it must be true evolution. All the energy from the black crystals has been absorbed completely. In the last room of the aquarium stood a three-meter figure of a dark crystal Ant-Man. 2 antennae drooped casually from its head, while a dazzling deep blue dark crystal gem glittered at its brow. Its eyes were pitch black and ominous, exuding the gaze of an emperor from the abyss. The outer chitin was light blue, encasing deep blue muscles within. At its chest was a deep purple diamond-shaped gem specifically for storing energy to unleash powerful attacks. The physique was robust, but not excessively muscular. The muscle lines were remarkably smooth and well-proportioned, giving the upper body an inverted triangular shape. Its exoskeleton resembled the armor of an abyssal knight with spikes standing upright. Behind it, dragon-like wings spread wide, making the figure appear as the strongest war machine in existence. Magnificent, resplendent, and exceedingly dangerous. This was Qin Yuan's evolved form as an insectoid. Mythical species, primordial dark crystal emperor ant. Never before heard of. Whether there will be others after this remains unknown. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, I had never encountered an insect beast of such mythical quality. Could it be the butterfly effect? The so-called butterfly effect states that whenever a butterfly flaps its wings, another butterfly somewhere in the world does the same. I had once envisioned invincibility, but I never expected it to arrive so swiftly. To be clear, today is merely the first day of the apocalypse. I haven't even left the novice village, and I am already at maximum level. Qin Yuan instinctively ran his fingers through his hair. My plans are all in disarray. Originally, the plan was to seize this opportunity, maintain an extraordinary quality, and strive for perfection. Then slowly gather rare items and defeat formidable foes. Level up through a series of battles, continually evolve and grow stronger. Using every resource to break through limits and become an ancient species insect beast would have sufficed. But now, on the first day of the apocalypse, I am invincible. Suddenly I felt lost. Now that I am so powerful, what should I do? Fight a boss. It seems. I am the boss. It looks like I need to replan according to my current strength. Qin Yuan exited his insectoid mode and transformed back into a human, contemplating as he walked out of the aquarium. After barely walking 100 meters, he sensed the presence of kindred spirits coming from a nearby alley. Are they other insect beasts? Or those repulsive alien monsters? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of menace as he strode toward the alley. Before he could get close, a series of frantic gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. At a glance, several police officers were hiding behind a patrol car, shooting in terror, their expressions filled with fright as they fired wildly into the alley. Bang, bang. Click, click. Damn it. We're out of bullets. The senior officer commanded the 2 younger officers beside him. Shall we quickly call for backup? Xiaozhang, help evacuate the nearby crowd. Understood. 2. Just as the 2 were leaving, a 6-legged spiked grasshopper man suddenly leaped out from the dark alley. With a thud, it landed squarely on the patrol car. Its 2 pitch-black eyes scanned the area and locked onto the fleeing Xiaozhang. In a flash, it propelled itself like lightning to Xiaozhang's back. Swoosh. A foot-long blade severed his head cleanly. Not far away, Qin Yuan lost interest upon realizing it was merely a low-level larva. He turned to leave, muttering to himself. I thought it was an alien variant, how boring. I truly couldn't muster any interest. Save someone. That was even less appealing. However, the grasshopper monster, possessing exceptional dynamic vision, mistook Qin Yuan's retreat as an opportunity to attack. It lunged at him from its position. Swoosh. Suddenly appearing behind him, it aimed for his neck. With a sweep of its foreleg, it imagined seeing Qin Yuan's head roll. Cackling. But little did it know. Swoosh. Clang. Snap. Its neck was severed. What the hell? Huh. The blade broke. My weapon was shattered against his neck. What? An empty neck meets a sharp blade. It stood there, eyes wide open, stupefied. In disbelief, it gazed at the severed blade on the ground, then back at Qin Yuan's neck, which was his armored exoskeleton. It could easily cut through steel, yet it was broken by this delicate, smooth neck. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? Qin Yuan tilted his body slightly. Just a glance sent the grasshopper monster's legs trembling, making it kneel. You're quite brave, aren't you? Insect. Like a declaration from the Grim Reaper. As soon as the words left his mouth, with a resounding thud, a headless insect corpse collapsed to the ground. One-hit kill. In Qin Yuan's hand was a grasshopper head the size of a soccer ball, its eyes wide with shock. He casually extracted the gem core from it, which was only the size of a fingernail, and tucked it into his pocket. A mosquito's leg is still meat after all. Absorption 2 Development Elite Level Grasshopper Beast Gene Mythical Gene Growth 0.02. Indeed. The low quality of the early insect beast gene offered too little enhancement, making it faster to develop my own gene growth. If not for the enemy's foolishness, I wouldn't have bothered. With a powerful flap of his wings, Qin Yuan soared into the sky, observing the mutation status of nearby insectoids along the way. The number of early mutations was not substantial. The incubation period varied between 3 to 30 days. Moreover, during this time, the first major purge would occur. Over half of the early insect masters would be unable to suppress their instincts and would slaughter humans indiscriminately. This would lead to all insectoids being deemed outsiders and subjected to a thorough cleansing by the Dragon Kingdom, with barely one surviving. Consequently, a significant portion of the strongest insect beasts that survived harbored animosity toward humans, especially against the human military. Even Qin Yuan had to tread carefully. There had been precedents in the past where nuclear weapons were deployed. One could assume that mythical-level larvae wouldn't withstand a nuclear strike. But that was merely about enduring nuclear weapons. All other weaponry would be ineffective. Furthermore, if I consumed that super phantom species, creating a nuclear bomb would be a trivial matter. In a matter of minutes, Qin Yuan flew back near his home, transformed back into a human, and returned to his apartment. Initial insectoid transformations were hard to reverse. Only insectoids of perfect quality could barely control their inner genes to revert to human form. In Myth, the control over transformation was exceptionally refined, almost instinctual. In the alley, under the streetlight, the 3 surviving officers were still shaken, utterly clueless as to what had transpired. All they saw was a shadow flash by, and a teammate's head was gone. Then that giant insect vanished without a trace. Captain Yin, look over there. Following Xiao Li's finger, they spotted a headless body lying on the ground. Not far away, it was the giant grasshopper that had attacked them. Gazing at the clean cut on the grasshopper's neck, Captain Yan's pupils contracted sharply, sending chills down his spine. This grasshopper could dodge bullets, yet it failed to evade the strike of another monster. Moreover, its exoskeleton was as tough as iron. Even handguns could only repel it, leaving no marks. Yet it had been so effortlessly and smoothly severed. What kind of terrifying creature was the other one? This monster is beyond our capability to handle. Take the creature's corpse back and report to headquarters immediately. Yes. 2. Captain Yin looked up at the sky, sensing that something significant was unfolding in this world. What could it be? War? Or something even more terrifying? The night sky over Yuan Base was breathtaking, especially on nights when most of the city's power was down, allowing the stars to shine brightly. At this moment, the lights were still on at the top of Building 122 in Jiuzhai Garden, where Qin Yuan was fervently jotting down his plans for the apocalypse. Latest plan list. 1. Special Insect Beast Gene Hunting Plan 1. Tardigrade 2. Immortal Jellyfish 3. Black Widow Spider 4. Electric Eel 5. Firefly. 2. Superfruit Insect Theft Plan 1. Strength Fruit 2. Speed Fruit 3. Telekinetic Fruit 4. Mysterious Red Fruit. 3. Advanced Gene Armored Exoskeleton Plunder Plan. 4. Faction Tool Man Cultivation Plan. 5. Resource Monopoly Plan. 6. Insect Queen Cultivation Plan. 7. The convening of the world's first Insect Beast Conference. Gather the world's talents, achieve unparalleled fame, and reap both wealth and renown. 8. Establishment Plan for the Great Qin Insect Nation. 9. Ultimate Revenge Plan. Qin Yuan wrote over 400 words, completing exactly 2 chapters, a fine achievement. Moreover, looming crises lay ahead. 1. The Empire's troops hunting insect beasts. 2. The vanguard of the alien insect race. 3. Internal conflicts among the insect people slaughtering each other. And strategies to confront these challenges. After finishing the list of plans, he sat cross-legged and began today's training. Gene Cultivation Method. Activating the gene abilities within his body was a revised version developed over 10 years into the apocalypse. Gene growth had two modes: voluntary activation and plundered enhancement, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Voluntary activation yielded pure gene energy, making it easier to use, but the growth rate was relatively slow. In contrast, gene energy obtained through killing beasts was patchy and required further refinement, with a risk of losing control, but it grew rapidly. Of course, the actual speed depended on the circumstances. Currently, the insect beasts were still immature, and even if Qin Yuan hunted 100, or even 100, it might not yield a 1 increase in his insectification gene progress. The efficiency was still lower than cultivating activation himself. In the end, it boiled down to the high quality of Qin Yuan's genes. Ordinary insect beasts were simply unworthy of being consumed. Oh, perhaps this was the burden of the strong. Qin Yuan began to gradually activate the gene abilities within his body. Ordinary insect beast genes had 1000 activation points, each representing 0, 0, 1. Once all 100 gene nodes were activated, he could advance to the second stage, 200, for elite insect beasts, 400, for extraordinary ones, 800, for perfect ones, and ancient phantom royal beasts range from 1600 to 3000. The quantity of mythical genes was estimated to be 1 million. This was merely a preliminary estimate, as a complete tally would only be possible after reaching the million mark. The advantage of being a reincarnator was evident. How many ordinary people could introspectively manipulate and activate cells? This was something that had gradually been popularized only after several years of the apocalypse. The activation speed was remarkably swift. 1, 2, 3, 100. Every 50 minutes of training was followed by a 10-minute rest, continuing for 4 hours. He successfully activated 100 gene nodes, adding to the initial awaken 100, totaling 200 awaken nodes. The awakening degree of his mythical genes was 2, which granted a strength equivalent to 200 times that of an ordinary human, about 20 tons of power. Even if an ordinary insect beast grew to 100, it would only possess 10 tons of strength. Qin Yuan exhaled deeply, completing today's gene cultivation, and his strength had multiplied. Developing gene nodes required moderation, damaging the foundation would be a colossal loss. Sleep beckoned. A night passed in silence. Morning sunlight streamed on Qin Yuan's face, prompting him to open his eyes immediately. 2 hours of sleep had elapsed. Yawn larvae truly are the sleepiest. If I were a mythical adult, I could probably skip sleep altogether. He stretched widely. Daylight has arrived, and the grand reckoning must commence. He recalled that on the second day of his previous life, the military had occupied the city under the pretext of a terrorist attack, ruthlessly cleansing the insect people. They still believed the insect people posed only a minimal threat, fearing a rebellion, thus striking preemptively. Foolish imperial leaders. Whatever. As long as they don't provoke me, I don't care what they do. First, he needed to acquire some funds. After spending 5 minutes freshening up, Qin Yuan pulled out his phone and began applying for online loans. Qin Yuan, I'm a student, send me money. Lender, how much do you want to borrow? Qin Yuan, borrow the maximum amount. Lender, students are being scrutinized lately. The maximum is 800 with a monthly interest rate of 20. Qin Yuan, who do you think you're looking down on? That interest rate is too low. I'll borrow 2000 at a 10 rate. Lender, what? 10 monthly interest. That's impossible. Qin Yuan, I meant daily interest. Lender, damn. Quickly give me your card number. I'll transfer the money right away. Any hesitation was a disrespect to money. The lending company, having lent money for years, had never encountered someone increasing the interest rates in reverse. They were eager to disperse the funds quickly, fearing it would not be lent out. Qin Yuan smirked. Ha ha ha. After all, I won't be paying it back. It doesn't matter how much you lend me or what the interest rate is. We are in an apocalypse. Based on my abilities, why should I repay? Once the borrowing was completed, both parties were satisfied. Then Qin Yuan exploited various online lending companies, securing a total of 35680 Dragon Country currency. He had pushed the maximum monthly interest rate to 300, and the lenders were grinning broadly like blooming chrysanthemums. Upon learning that Qin Yuan owned a property, they sent the money without hesitation. So greedy. I like it. Dressing in a denim jacket over a white shirt, he set off. This time his destination was Binching Technology University. In a few days, a top-tier phantom beast would emerge at the Technology University. This ultra-elite phantom beast was also referred to as a Godslayer species. That day, the phantom beasts would slaughter the school. What Qin Yuan sought was the phantom beast genes, which would render him truly invincible, enabling him to challenge 3 or 4 tiers above him with super genes. As for saving people, he remained uninterested. Having experienced a decade in the apocalypse, he was no greenhorn. In the end, the virtuous often found themselves in dire straits, those they saved frequently turned against them with a knife. He had heard too many such sentiments. You saved me, oh why can't you take care of me for life? Am I not ugly, fat, and old? I don't even mind myself, oh what gives you the right to disdain me? Wasn't it just sharing your stored food and water with everyone? What's the big deal? You should have cut off your flesh to feed everyone. You're so selfless you wouldn't object, right? Look, my baby hasn't eaten for 5 minutes and is crying from hunger. He had heard countless such remarks. Before long, Qin Yuan boarded a plane to Beijing, taking the VIP lane and sitting in first class. The flight attendants were exceptionally courteous, providing an abundance of food, drinks, and entertainment. The roar of the engines began, and the plane gently ascended, passing through turbulence into the stratosphere. Outside the window lay an endless sea of white clouds resembling fluffy cotton candy. Propping his chin on his hand, Qin Yuan gazed out, reveling in the long-lost relaxation. After his rebirth, the sense of urgency had vanished. The feeling of life being perpetually at risk was gone, and the days of instability would never return. What a pity. He couldn't help but sigh. So this is what it feels like to be invincible. Vacuum. Loneliness. Solitude. A single word emerged. Blissfully exhilarating. Everything was within his grasp. In the cabin, 3 men in gray situated at different points exchanged furtive glances and nodded to one another. They simultaneously rose and headed towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Li Ya's attention was drawn to the commotion. As the lead investigator of the criminal division at the Yuan City Police Department, she oversaw hundreds of officers and had made numerous enemies along the way. Countless cases had crossed her desk. Could these men be hired assassins from a gang? Or perhaps terrorists? Their demeanor suggested they were not up to any good. Her hand instinctively reached for her waist, only to find it empty. Oh no, she hadn't brought her gun. The 3 men gathered together, each producing components from their bags. They exchanged parts and pieced together 3 custom-made handguns. As they were loading bullets, a flight attendant noticed something amiss. She discreetly whispered to the air marshal on board. Those 3 men are huddled together, their expressions are suspicious, and their hands are moving rapidly in their laps. I don't know what they're up to. Upon hearing this, the air marshal quickly approached the trio. However, as he drew near, he heard the sound of metal colliding and grinding. Could it be? He feared the worst, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. Gentlemen, please do not urinate on the plane. Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 men raised their guns simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Screams erupted. They're killing us. A hail of bullets rained down upon the air, marshal, his blood spilling across the floor. The cabin was filled with the stench of blood. In first class, Qin Yuan had been enjoying his music with his eyes closed, gently humming along to the tune. Baby, what are you doing? Is it fun? Is it crushed? Why hasn't it turned to ash? Suddenly the melody faltered. He opened his eyes wide in shock, his brow furrowed. Oh no, this is bad. He had forgotten the lyrics. Meanwhile, the robbers fired another shot at the corpse. Bang. Silence. In an instant, the previously restless cabin fell eerily quiet. Among the 3, the most menacing one with a scar stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over all the passengers. No one dared to meet his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, money belongs to the state, but lives are yours. Behave yourselves, and you will all be fine. If you don't comply, I wouldn't hesitate to treat you to a bowl of lotus seed soup bullets. Do we all understand? Everyone nodded in unison, the scene resembling chicks pecking at grain. Seeing their compliance, the scarred man smiled in satisfaction and turned to his subordinates, instructing Xiao He, collect everyone's phones. Anyone who dares to call the police will find themselves buried alongside the rest of the plane. Although they had powerful backing, being besieged by the authorities was still a troublesome situation. Those with the idea of secretly calling for help suddenly shivered, nearly dropping their phones. Now the robbers held all the power on the plane. Everyone obediently handed over their phones, and the 2 gray-clad men began checking for any emergency messages. They indeed caught one person who had sent out a distress signal. Grabbing a woman by her hair, they dragged her out. The man sitting beside her furrowed his brow and shouted, "What are you doing? Get lost." The man puffed out his chest, glaring angrily. Humph. If I say get lost, you get lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately recoiled, sitting up straight. The gray-clad man tossed the woman into the aisle. Boss, this woman wouldn't listen and secretly called for help. The scarred man squatted down, gripping the girl's chin. Her face was pale, tears and snot streaming down her cheeks. Whoa, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. What a young and beautiful face you have. You remind me of my daughter. I won't kill you, you can go. If only his daughter were still alive, she would be about that age now. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. After saying this, he gently patted her face and gestured for her to go back. In that moment, the girl felt as if she had come from hell to heaven. She hastily bowed her head, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." Grateful to have spared her life, she stumbled back, taking just 2 steps when, bang, a gunshot rang out. The girl fell into a pool of blood, her last sight being the scarred man's twisted smile and the puff of smoke from his gun. The scarred man's eyes were bloodshot as he laughed maniacally. "Ha, do you know? My wife is white, and I'm yellow, as she gave me a chocolate baby." That night, I emptied the magazine. With tears in her eyes, the woman wanted to say something, but only managed to cough up blood. Cough. "Damn, I'm not even black. What made you think of your daughter?" At that moment, the last air marshal sensed something was off and came to investigate. Just as he opened the door, all 3 men fired. Bang, bang, bang. His body was riddled with bullets, convulsing for a moment before falling still. The scarred man issued another command. "I will now distribute. Everyone draw blood for me. Just 10 milliliters will suffice. If you can't do it yourself, I'll help you." His 2 subordinates quickly distributed the needles. For those spoiled rich kids and young ladies who considered their blood priceless and would rush to the hospital for a small cut, they now didn't dare to breathe. Everyone obediently picked up the sharp needles and jabbed them into themselves. "Xiaohei, go control the first-class passengers and draw their blood." "Understood, boss." Xiaohei entered the first-class cabin entirely unaware of the dangers lurking within. Seeing that the robbers were fewer in number, Leah immediately considered taking action. Though she was unsure of the robbers' motives, it was clear that it was nothing good. If she could seize a gun now, she was confident she could eliminate the 3 robbers in a short time. Just as she prepared to act, a hand pressed down on her. It was a scruffy middle-aged man, slowly shaking his head, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "There are lookout men." Upon hearing this, Leah broke out in a cold sweat. There were more than 3 robbers. But just then an unexpected event occurred. A strong male passenger suddenly surged forward, tackling the inconspicuous gray-clad man and snatching his gun. He held the gray-clad man hostage, standing defiantly against the scarred man, his face filled with rage. "Don't move. If you do, I'll kill him. Put down your guns." The scarred man, however, remained unfazed, sneering. "Looks like you want everyone on this plane to die with you." With that, he raised his gun and shot the man on his right in the head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The nearby woman screamed in terror as the man's brains splattered onto her face and body. Bang! Another shot silenced the screaming woman. The cabin fell silent once more. "Oh, the world is quiet again." The scarred man continued to manipulate the crowd. "If you don't let go of my comrade, I will kill 2 people every minute until everyone on this plane is dead." "Oh, what a pity. You could have all lived, but now, because of his reckless action, you will all die." At this, the passengers turned against the young man. "Kid, let go of that robber. He's just trying to earn some money. Why are you ruining a perfectly good robbery? Apologize quickly. It's a disgrace to share a flight with someone like you. You garbage, let the hostage go. If it weren't for you, 2 people wouldn't have to die on this plane. Haven't you harmed them enough? Do you want to kill us all too?" A cacophony of insults echoed throughout the cabin. Even the fitness instructor began to waver. Are these people really worth saving? At the same time, the black dog entered the first-class cabin, and by some twist of fate, he found himself standing at the seat of Qin Yuan. Roughly, he yanked off the headphones Qin Yuan was wearing. "Hey, kid, this is a robbery." Qin Yuan looked around bewildered, then at the man's serious and fierce expression. He paused for a moment. He then pointed to himself with a finger, uncertainly asking me. The robber nodded. Qin Yuan burst into laughter, his voice growing louder with each chuckle. "Ha, ha, ha, ha. Out of over 3 billion people in the world, you chose to rob me. Ha ha ha." Watching the wildly laughing Qin Yuan, the black dog felt his profession insulted and his dignity trampled upon. He could hardly contain his rage. "Do you not respect my profession? You bastard. You are insulting my character." Then he thought, "Let's end this." Raising his gun, he fired. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew at a speed of 300 ms, nearly the speed of sound. Ordinary people wouldn't have time to react. Qin Yuan watched as the bullets approached, magnifying in his view, and casually raised his arm. His fingers shot out swift as lightning. Swish, swish, swish. In the air, several afterimages flitted past. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yuan effortlessly pinched 3 incoming bullets with just 2 fingers, then held them in his palm, crushing them into iron balls with a crisp snap. He let them drop to the ground with a clatter. What the hell? The black dog's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock, sweat beading on his forehead. "Mother, did you just catch bullets with your bare hands? My God, is this something a human can do? Did you think you were filming a movie?" In a state of disbelief, the black dog's lips trembled, his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's. A man's knees are made of gold. In dire situations, one must act against their will. Suddenly, his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. "Big brother, no, A deity. Immortal. I have an elderly son of 80 and a 3-month-old mother. I was left with no choice. Qin Yuan calmly finished a bottle of soda, listening to the black dog recount his tragic tale. A sob story of loss where his grandfather had been killed by invaders in his youth, and he had grown up relying on a half-brother, sharing their miseries together. Are you done? Woo. Almost. I've only shared 1/10. The 33rd rule of the apocalypse states, never show mercy to those who wish to harm you. Qin Yuan flashed a sunny boyish smile and raised a finger. Imperial domain. With a resounding thud, the domain unfolded and the world appeared to shift into black and white thoughts racing to create an illusion of stillness. An invisible domain enveloped the two men. The Imperial domain belonged to mental attacks causing widespread collective harm. Within this realm, one could create anything they desired while disorienting the opponent's perception of time and sensation. It could also convert parts of mental damage into physical harm. In an instant, the black dog's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. In the mental realm, he confessed to all his crimes, including, but not limited to, assaulting women, murder, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. He was continuously killed in the mental world for 3 days and nights. Even if just a fraction of the harm was transferred to reality upon awakening, he would be left a fool. Qin Yuan sighed. It appears I have been too merciful in this new life. Had it been his former self, the man would have died 800 times over. Today, in a good mood, he had only killed him 799 times. Such great mercy. Let him live as a fool for the rest of his days. One good deed a day. You don't need to thank me, just call me a good person. In the cabin, the scarred man and the fitness coach were still locked in a standoff. Neither side was willing to yield. The fitness coach was slowly retreating, holding the gray-clad man hostage, while the scarred man wore a sly grin, as if his scheme had succeeded. Seeing that smile, the fitness coach's heart sank to the pit of despair. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air. A dagger plunged into the fitness coach's back. The assailant was a hidden accomplice of the robbers. The fitness coach's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. At that moment, as the 3 robbers relaxed their guard, Leah and the scruffy man struck simultaneously. Leah lunged for the handgun, while the scruffy man subdued the knife-wielding accomplice. As Leah grabbed the gun, she quickly aimed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise shots rang out, and the 3 robbers collapsed to the ground. The tide of the battle turned. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yay, yay. This beauty is truly our hero. Isn't that Leah, the head of the criminal investigation team in our city? It really is her. No wonder. Leah wanted to save the brave fitness coach, but alas, the knife had struck true to the heart. He was beyond saving. Hey, are you all right? Doctor? Is there a doctor in the cabin? Passengers were making sarcastic comments. Don't save that murderer. If it weren't for him, 2 more would have died on this flight. All those who perished should be blamed on him. Exactly, just a foolish hero. Lying on the ground, the fitness coach Wang Wenlong felt a chill run through him. Had he not drawn out the hidden accomplice with his life, how could these thugs have been so easily defeated? His sacrifice was met with nothing but scorn, and now he would pay with his life to understand his foolishness. Had he known this, he wouldn't have bothered to save these scoundrels. Bring a few men to tie up the robbers. Leah aimed not for lethal spots, but sought to incapacitate them temporarily. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The scarred man on the ground produced a syringe and plunged it into his neck. Instantly, his body began to swell, his face, contorted muscles writhing like worms, his form rapidly turning red, expanding veins bulging. Leah shouted urgently, "Back away. Everyone back away." As a high-ranking officer, she knew of the existence of mutant insect men, aware of the military's efforts to eliminate them. Yet, even the Imperial Research Institute had yet to uncover the cause of these mutations. Now, witnessing a human transform right before their eyes was shocking. Was this a result of technological mutation? As muscle tore, a 6-legged red spider emerged. The lower half morphed into a spider creature, while the upper half retained a human shape, its eyes turning dark, mouth serrated and oozing a thick green liquid. Its towering form hit the ceiling, forcing it to bend over in a furious roar. Roar! The passengers were thrown into chaos, fleeing in a panic, with a small number rushing into the first-class cabin. Run! Leah aimed for the creature's head and fired. Bang! 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 Clang! Clang! The bullets struck the spider monster, but only sparked faintly, revealing its astonishing resilience. The creature let out a howl, its 6 legs propelling it toward Leah. She hurled her handgun at the monster's face and dashed through the cabin, desperately seeking escape. Yet she couldn't break free from the monster's pursuit. Gradually, she found herself cornered. Everyone had fled, watching from a distance as Leah held a passenger's backpack against her chest, preparing for her final stand. Was she about to die? She never imagined it would end this way. At that moment, a voice filled with youthful vigor rang out. "Make way, please make way." An 18-year-old boy in a denim jacket pushed through the crowd into the cabin. "Oh, what a terrifying big bug. I could probably make it cry with one punch, right?" As he spoke, Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed to crescent moons, his words devoid of any murderous intent. But the spider mutant felt every hair on its body stand on end. Instinctively it knew. "Run. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble." Ordinary insect beasts could sense peril, but they could not discern its origin. Mythical creatures were imperceptible. Mythic genes carried a divinity. Non-mythical beings could not detect them unless they saw or heard them physically. To the monsters, Qin Yuan was indistinguishable from any other human. They could see him, hear him, catch his scent, but they could not perceive his aura. It was baffling. A spider-like humanoid emitted a shrill roar into the air. Qin Yuan twisted his neck and bared a row of white teeth. "Go on, shout," he taunted. "Scream your lungs out. No bug is coming to save you." Killing a beast in plain sight drew swarms of flies, buzzing incessantly, annoyingly. His brief respite of peace was about to evaporate. He glanced at the little girl beside him. "Little one, could you lend me a button?" "Yes, you are a handsome brother," she replied. "What an honest little chatterbox. Promising future," Qin Yuan said, pinching the girl's cheek. He placed the button on his thumbnail, flicked his thumb, and the button shot upward like a projectile. Supercranium burst. Under the force of his transcendent strength, the button flew like a cannonball. With a thunderous impact, the insect beast's head split open like a melon. The button shattered in the same instant. Instant kill. Qin Yuan tilted his head. "Well, how did you die so quickly?" "I didn't intend to kill you. Planned to toy with you. Yet you. This is too lame," he muttered. With a single finger, he invoked another ability. Imperial Domain activated. A mental assault softened into silliness. With a resonant surge, his domain unfolded. The faces of the other passengers went slack, their expressions emptied. Memory was briefly blunted. If Qin Yuan did not attack them, contact with the field induced at most a fleeting dizziness. The erasure spared him needless complications. If it kept the irksome flies at bay and did not disturb his plans, that would do. He flashed to the fallen beast, absorbed its genetic energy, and retrieved the insect crystal from the bloodied floor. Save me," a voice croaked. There were still survivors. Qin Yuan's interest peaked. Someone dared to speak within his imperial domain. The gene quality of this fellow might not be poor. It was the collapsed fitness instructor Wang Wenlong. He lay near death, clinging to his last thread of consciousness to beg for help. Qin Yuan smiled wickedly. "Haha, don't worry. He'll save you, relieve you of your suffering." Then without ceremony, he plunged his hand into the man's chest and crushed his heart. Pain widened Wang Wenlong's eyes until they were round. The agony was like being beaten dead. Qin Yuan closed his eyes and fed on the sensation. Elite quality rhinoceros beetle. A variant. Not that impressive. Go on. How had he escaped my imperial domain? Did the threat of death trigger a latent surge? Qin Yuan squeezed again to test. Wang Wenlong's eyeballs bulged, his mouth parted, his entire body convulsed. "Christ, just kill me. Help. The instructor gasped, broken. Qin Yuan propped his chin in his palm and considered. He paid no heed to the man's pleas. "Let's see. Ancient bovine horn beetle. Interesting," he murmured, stirring within the man's chest. Wang Wenlong's pain spiked until he scarcely wished to live. Ancient-type genes lay scattered and thin, and Qin Yuan forcibly coaxed them awake. He pressed firmly on the heart. Its clamor breathed some awareness and vitality back into the man. Blood spattered the front and back of his shirt, a little more than desirable. "I saved you. Your life is mine now." Blink twice to agree, once to refuse. "My tool," he thought with amusement. "Refuse and die. At the same time, contribute some of the beast's genes to me." Sensing the killing intent in Qin Yuan's gaze, Wang Wenlong blinked twice, without hesitation. Qin Yuan congratulated himself on his own magnanimity. "As you know, surgery carries risks. Live and it's all well, die, and I bear no responsibility for burial. I am ever so warm-hearted." He withdrew his hand and embedded the insect crystal into the instructor's heart to awaken it. Wang Wenlong's eyes snapped open. They were bloodshot vessels swelling as if about to burst. Pain washed through him in relentless waves. His body shook violently, limbs jerking. The implanted heart hammered. His body swelled with furious growth. Musculature bulged, and within moments he stood 3 meters tall and 2.5 meters wide, a hulking behemoth. Brown chitinous armor sprouted and spread across his skin, sealing the wounds he had suffered as a human. The raw force unleashed by a first awakening healed him in an instant. After the metamorphosis, Wang Wenlong stared at his new form in disbelief. This power, a surging, intoxicating might, filled him. Boundless strength, monstrous muscle, the supremacy of strength incarnate. He lowered his gaze and saw Qin Yuan smiling at him. Wang Wenlong dropped to his knees. Wang Wenlong, rhinoceros beetle awakener, greetings to my lord, he declared in the imperial tone. Qin Yuan smiled and pinched the giant biceps. Not bad. You awakened stronger than I'd expected. Outstanding, rhinoceros beetle. Exclusive genes, strength, armament, exoskeleton. A ceiling of up to 400 times human strength, and with exclusive power could exceed 800 times. Even at the first stage, one could easily overturn a tank. Advancement to a second stage would multiply that manyfold if he regressed and evolved toward an ancient bovine horn beetle, so much the better. Human society will not tolerate you. Get off the plane and come with me. Yes, my lord, Wang Wenlong answered. When Qin Yuan returned to first class, he snapped his fingers and dispelled the imperial domain. The passengers' minds cleared, they staggered and collapsed to the floor. After the flight attendant's mediation, most shuffled back to the rear cabin. In the aisle, a boy about to return to his seat passed by Qin Yuan. Instantly, Qin Yuan seized his wrist. I thought as much, Qin Yuan said. You little thing, the ones out there were looking for you. The boy panicked, his mother rushed and snatched him away, hurrying off. Qin Yuan's smile turned sly. Interesting. A brain parasite. To encounter a rare brain parasite awakener on a plane or a human boy host for such a parasite. Either way, this was intriguing. Qin Yuan stared out the window. In his past life, he had not heard of hijackings like this. Either they had been suppressed or the world was tilting toward an unfamiliar trajectory, and the future, he had known, had already undergone profound change. He favored the second conclusion. Unknown challenges excited at least a flicker of interest. He felt, too, as if invisible eyes watched from on high. He hoped the mastermind would grow stronger. Otherwise, the torment would be too effortless. In the cabin, when Leah recovered her senses, she found that 3 of the hijackers were dead, brain dead. From each of the 3 corpses, she extracted special syringes. She immediately contacted a special department and prepared to lie in wait at the airport. Her own memory was fragmented, but she vaguely recalled a man stepping out of the crowd and killing a giant spider with a single button. Strangely, no one aboard the plane admitted to seeing him. Every passenger suffered a brief lapse of recollection. More unusually, the fitness instructor had inexplicably revived and then hidden himself in a storage compartment at the rear, refusing to come out for any reason. What was the hijacker's objective? Leah demanded, tearing at her hair. My thoughts are in chaos. No robbery, no assault. They only drew blood. Drew blood. She felt she had found a clue. Search the hijackers' bags. See if they had any equipment for testing blood. After a thorough examination, Hijacking discovered a disc-like device covered in docking ports. Leah quickly pressed him for details. What is this? Hujanan's expression turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, it's exactly what I suspected. The two inserted the collected blood samples, and they fit perfectly. It's a blood testing device. Upon learning this, Leah sneaked away to the flight attendant's break room and secretly dialed a number. Hello, Director Zhang, I've made a significant discovery. It's about the origin of the insectoid mutations, and there's a robber on the plane looking for a mysterious power wielder. I propose we dispatch a formal squadron to secure everyone on the plane. Understood. Good. After receiving Director Zhang's affirmative response, Leah hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at the Special Incident Investigation Bureau, Director Zhang, having just finished his call, began instructing his aide. Immediately mobilize a company to wait at Binhua Airport for the flight from Yuan. Once it lands, take control of everyone on board. Authorize lethal force if necessary, but it's better to mistakenly kill than to let anyone escape. Yes, sir. Wait a minute. The aide ready to leave was called back by the director. Bring along the recently awakened superpowered individuals. The awakeners of the insect beasts' latent genes who do not exhibit insectoid traits, but possess the powers of insect beasts, are officially referred to as superpowered awakeners. They are slightly weaker than the insectoids, but significantly stronger than special forces. Soon military personnel arrived at the airport to take control of the situation and disperse the crowd. 3 special snipers equipped with Barrett rifles were stationed atop a nearby high-rise prepared for action. Over 100 soldiers established defensive positions at the airport armed with individual rocket launchers, Gatling guns, and other heavy weaponry. Clearly, they were well prepared, knowing the might of the insect beasts. The squad leader spoke sternly into his earpiece. Our mission is to secure everyone on the plane. If anyone attempts to flee, shoot to kill. Understood. 106. The plane began its descent. Through the glass, Qin Yuan spotted the troops below from 1,000 meters in the air. They're here, these miscreants. The Dragon Kingdom in this world is far from the celestial empire of his past life. It is a true dictatorial empire where militarism prevails. The military serves merely as the war machine of the empire, not as protectors of the people. Among his enemies are the empire, the insect nest, and extraterrestrial insectoid races. The grand stage of the world is about to unfold. When a mythical being plunges into the swarm of insects, what kind of spectacle will it be? As the plane slowly descended and finally came to a stop, the cabin door opened with a click. Hundreds of soldiers swarmed in, dozens of black gun muzzles trained on the cabin door. Seated in first class, Qin Yuan slowly stood and called out to the warehouse. "Wenlong, let's go." With a loud crash, the insect beast Wenlong burst through the warehouse door, its massive form eliciting screams from the crowd. Leah was also taken aback. She hadn't expected such a gigantic creature to be hidden in the warehouse. The squad leader outside took out a megaphone and began issuing commands. "Passengers on the plane, please exit in an orderly fashion and cooperate with the inspection." After waiting for a while and receiving no response, the squad leader signaled 2 soldiers to investigate. At that moment, a black-haired boy appeared before them. The squad leader gave him a cursory glance. He appeared to be around 18 years old, standing at 185 meters with an innocuous expression. But in an instant, all the guns were aimed at him. More precisely, they were aimed at the large brown-armored insect behind him. The squad leader shouted, "Open fire." But squad leader, there's a child in front of it." Bang! The squad leader furrowed his brow and shot the hesitating soldier. "I said open fire." Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Over 100 gun muzzles erupted in a flurry of yellow flames, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Qin Yuan and the rhinoceros beetle Wenlong behind him. Qin Yuan raised his right hand, channeling genetic energy to form a shield. Buzz! He grasped the genetic skill dark crystal shield. A blue diamond-shaped energy shield appeared in front of Qin Yuan, absorbing all the bullets. As bullets struck the shield, they caused ripples akin to splashes of water clanging to the ground, while the aircraft itself was riddled with holes, blood seeping from the wounds. The gunfire raged on for a full minute. Qin Yuan grinned. "It's my turn now." Domain expansion. Emperor's domain activated. Duong. In Qin Yuan's eyes, the world instantly transformed into shades of black and white, with everyone around him, including the insectoids, radiating red and blue heat signatures. The intangible domain extended for a kilometer around him. All those who participated in the attack suffered a mental assault, pulled into a psychic realm. The leading company commander was repeatedly killed over 300 times in the mental realm, resulting in instant brain death. Those with murderous intent became brain dead, while those who intentionally misfired were spared, only fainting for a few days. In the blink of an eye, all 104 individuals present collapsed, leaving the 3 distant snipers stunned. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. All forces are down. Please advise. ZZZ. After a moment of silence, headquarters finally responded. All forces are down. It's only been 10 minutes. Sir, to be precise, the enemy eliminated all team members except for the snipers in under a minute. Eliminate them. Use all means necessary. We must not allow the enemy to enter the city and must keep the truth about the insect beasts under wraps. Team 1 acknowledged. Team 2 acknowledged. Team 3 acknowledged. 2 of the sniper rifles aimed at the newly disembarked rhinoceros beetle, while 1 targeted Qin Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 snipers fired simultaneously. The bullets raced towards them at supersonic speeds from a kilometer away. There was no time for conventional dodging. Super Sense activation. Qin Yuan's Super Sense activated instantly, predicting the trajectory of the attack. Is it targeting my heart? He rotated his body 90 degrees, effortlessly avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth. With a thud, an armor-piercing round struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The rhinoceros beetle, however, was not so fortunate. Though its insect instincts warned of danger, it couldn't pinpoint where it originated, so it could only cover its head with its hands to protect its vital spots. Boom. 2 bullets embedded themselves in its arm muscles, while an attack aimed at its head was blocked. The most powerful sniper rifles could only harm a newly hatched larva. If not for the fear of ruining his clothes, Qin Yuan wouldn't have bothered to dodge. His gaze turned towards the distance, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Hey, I see you." With a loud crack, his wings burst through his white undershirt, cutting through the air. Qin Yuan clutched the shirt in his arms, revealing his 8-pack abs, and flapped his wings. Whoosh. In a flash of supersonic flight, he reached the sniper's position in 3 seconds, coming to an abrupt halt, looking down at them from above, his gaze as contemptuous as that of a predator surveying its prey. "Do you dare provoke me? I'll tear your very crown from your head. No matter which force it may be, anyone who provokes me, Qin Yuan, will face only death. Attack me. I will settle this score with you slowly." These words were not directed at the sniper, but rather at the unseen mastermind behind him. Could a sniper act on his own accord and pull the trigger? They had all undergone rigorous training. Without orders from their commanders, they would never fire their weapons. Absolutely. Unless they couldn't help it. If all present were already under his control, it meant that a hidden hand was issuing the kill orders. Having said that, Qin Yuan seized the opponent's head and hurled it forcefully toward the sky. Life and death are fated. Fortune lies in the heavens. If he could survive, then he would throw again. With wings flapping behind him, he sped off to another location. The opponent had vanished without a trace. It seemed he wanted to fire and then change positions, but who was Qin Yuan? He was the only myth in existence. Super Sense. Super Sense could be triggered passively or activated actively. Passive triggering would give early warnings of danger, while active activation provided a 360-degree field of vision without blind spots. Unfortunately, the range was limited to a radius of 500 meters. This sniper was cautious, likely hiding somewhere still. Yet he didn't know that Super Sense could also detect breath. Well hidden, little mouse. The sniper concealed among the leaves narrowed his pupils and raised his weapon to fire. Bang! The powerful recoil shattered his own shoulder blade, and the bullet rapidly enlarged before Qin Yuan's eyes. At point-blank range, he tilted his head and easily evaded. This is impossible. Haha, how about you take another shot? The Special Forces soldier wasted no time and swiftly reloaded with his other arm. Swish! Qin Yuan executed a precise strike, severing the opponent's head. Oh dear, did you really come when I called for you? When I told you to die, why didn't you comply? A mindless puppet. He was off again, heading to the position of the third sniper. In less than a minute, all three snipers had been dealt with. Qin Yuan returned to the aircraft to find Wang Wenlong drooling as he gazed at the soldiers on the ground. It is worth mentioning, among humans, rare blood types are an even greater temptation for insect beasts. Do you want to eat? Wang Wenlong suppressed his desire and shook his head. Eating people. He had never considered it, yet instinctively felt that humans were so delectable. Qin Yuan continued with a smile. We can't have cannibalism here. The flesh and blood of humans are meant for pets. If insect people want to grow stronger, they must consume the genes of insect beasts. Eating humans will lead to the same virus in insect people, ultimately resulting in loss of fertility. In simpler terms, it means becoming asexual, or what one might call a eunuch. Insect people must consume the genes of their own kind. Insect beasts should consume human genes. For insect people, overindulging in human flesh can easily cause genetic collapse and the emergence of genetic viruses. For insect beasts, however, humans are a great tonic capable of unlocking the doors to wisdom. Pure-blooded humans find it most difficult to survive in the apocalypse. They possess no abilities and are constantly preyed upon by various creatures. To put it mildly, at least they can be considered half-kindred, but overindulgence can lead to psychological issues. Unless absolutely necessary, no base would allow a cannibalistic insect person to remain. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenlong's instincts dissipated. His appetite vanished in an instant. My lord, I do not eat humans. He resembled a child proclaiming himself a good boy. Manage your own desires. Moderation is key. Back to the topic. I will arrange for you to be placed in a deserted area. I will return in 3 days to take you for an important mission. In the meantime, focus on enhancing your own strength. Yes, my lord. Observing the bleeding arms of the rhinoceros beetle, Qin Yuan found a comatose medic among the ranks. Next to him was a medical kit which he tossed to the rhinoceros beetle. Take this and study it. Although I cannot treat injuries, I am proficient at amputations. If necessary, I can help you cut it off. Okay. All right. The rhinoceros beetle began to earnestly tend to his wounds. It appeared that while the rhinoceros beetle had decent defense, its recovery capacity was lacking. Qin Yuan grasped the horn atop the beetle's head and soared into the sky. Upon ascending, he felt the weight. This guy was heavy, at least 4 to 5 tons perhaps. It slowed his flight speed. Carrying a 5-ton creature was akin to lifting a mid-sized truck. One more thing, you might want to shed some weight in the forest. Too heavy. After flying at a speed of 340 milliseconds for 30 minutes, Qin Yuan identified an excellent training spot for the rhinoceros beetle. He simply dropped him down. If you are still this weak, in 3 days you will be of no value to me. I could eliminate you in an instant. Understood, my lord. I will definitely grow stronger. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. A teachable child. Having said that, he flew towards the city with several plans still to execute. With the rhinoceros beetle no longer weighing him down, Qin Yuan's flight speed doubled once more. As he approached the city, he quickly retracted his wings and landed in a shadowy corner. This was the outskirts of the city where scattered crowds hurried along the streets. Most buildings were not tall, only 6 or 7 stories high. The streets were filled with rising dust and choking exhaust fumes alongside prominent eateries like Honey Snow Water City Shaxian Delicacies, Green Leaf Ice Fruit Shop, and Meiteor Store. Qin Yuan took out his phone and ordered a luxury vehicle. Having money made a difference. The first thing to do in the apocalypse: eat, drink, play, enjoy. First indulge, then think about the deeper meanings of life. Most importantly, many opportunities had yet to unfold. At this early stage of the apocalypse, mutated creatures were still weak. Where were the opportunities? Even if there were some, he wouldn't be interested. Would a world champion be interested in the prizes of an elementary school competition? I haven't had a decent meal in 10 years today. I must enjoy myself. After struggling for most of his life, shouldn't he get to enjoy it? Should he continue to live like he did in his previous life, suffering endlessly? Wouldn't that be a waste of living? Qin Yuan boarded the luxury vehicle heading towards the most upscale hotel in the city. The tallest building in Bin City, ED Tower. The scenery along the way was quite pleasant, and occasionally, he could hear gunfire echoing from the alleys. The military was clearing out the mutated insect people in the city. Initially, the Prime Minister classified this incident as a viral infection similar to rabies, believing that eliminating the source of infection would suffice, employing a blunt approach to eradicate the unstable factor of insect people. A mad slaughter of insect people ensued. According to incomplete statistics, the early culling of insect people reached hundreds of millions. With a screech, the luxury vehicle came to a halt, and the driver respectfully opened the door. Stepping out, he was greeted by a spiraling structure, standing approximately 400 meters tall, its all-glass facade reflecting the sunlight. Surrounding it were high-end boutiques selling luxury watches from Patek Philippe, handbags from Hermes, and jewelry from Bulgari, among others. Looking up, he noticed several cleaners at work high above in the sky. Qin Yuan's nostrils flared. What is this? The scent of mutated beasts. In the bustling city of Bin, amidst the ceaseless flow of vehicles, one could sense the presence of insect beasts and insectoid beings, while mutated creatures had become a rarity. Towering skyscrapers dominated the skyline, yet beneath the sunlight a dark undercurrent thrived. What is that foul stench? Is it a snake? Following the scent, Qin Yuan ventured forth and stumbled upon a girl playing with a snake. She had long pink hair tied back in a ponytail that cascaded down to her waist, and beneath her white JK skirt were long slender legs clad in black stockings and high-heeled leather shoes. A small black snake coiled around her neck, its emerald green vertical pupils glimmering with mischief akin to a shrewd predator surveying its surroundings for prey. The girl holding a selfie stick was expressing her gratitude, clearly a social media influencer. Generally, early-stage mutated beasts possessed commendable qualities. Qin Yuan approached her directly and inquired, "Beautiful lady, is your snake for sale?" Zhao Qinghua turned around and found Qin Yuan to be a strikingly handsome young man. A little wolf dog. Those muscular lines were so manly. Just my type. With bashful eyes, Zhao Qinghua placed her finger on her lips, leaning forward enticingly. "Are you flirting with me, handsome? If you treat me to a meal, I might consider it." Without a word, Qin Yuan turned and walked away. Consider it. What a pathetic phrase. Just for a pet. Not worth it. Hey, handsome, don't go. As Qin Yuan stepped into the elevator, Zhao Qinghua shamelessly chased after him. The receptionist inside the elevator inquired, "Sir, which floor are you heading to?" 88th floor. "And you, miss?" Zhao Qinghua pointed towards Qin Yuan. "I'm with him." "Hey, aren't you being a bit too familiar?" Qin Yuan rubbed his temples. This woman was indeed attractive, with big eyes, an oval face, a high nose, and luscious lips. Easily a solid 90 in looks. Yet her personality resembled that of a monkey. Inside the elevator, Zhao Qinghua began to perform without a care, singing, dancing, and using every mannerism at her disposal. If she were to don suspenders and shake her shoulders, it would be a complete knockout. She demonstrated what it meant to have social prowess. No wonder she could thrive as a streamer. Ding! The 88th floor arrived. The elevator doors opened, revealing the entire restaurant. The hall was exquisite, embodying a modern luxury style, filled with numerous long oval tables separated by simple decorations. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows flooded the hall with sunlight, creating a bright and lively atmosphere. The seats near the windows were all occupied by groups engaged in casual conversation, while busy waitstaff hurried through the aisles. A beauty clad in a blue and white porcelain qipao emerged gracefully to greet them, bending slightly to inquire, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" With a confident smile, Qin Yuan replied, "No." The kippa-clad beauty gently explained, "Sir, our Nisa restaurant is the only 6-star establishment in the city, and we receive far too many guests. Reservations are required 3 days in advance." This was unexpected. In the post-apocalyptic world, he had often heard Captain Gao praise this restaurant's exquisite cuisine. But he never mentioned needing a reservation. Just as Qin Yuan was about to leave, Zhao Qingyue pulled out her phone to check her reservation. How coincidental, I've just booked the largest private room. Come join me, handsome. Upon seeing the name, Zhao Qingyue, Qin Yuan's pupils dilated sharply. It's her, the #1 female warrior under San Hu. If she dyed her hair black and made certain adjustments, their silhouettes would gradually overlap. The contrast was striking. Without her name, one could hardly imagine that the girl who now played with a pet and live-streamed was once a ruthless warrior in a world gone mad. Indeed, the apocalypse could bring about profound transformations. Zhao Qingyue. What is your relationship with Zhao Sanhu? Huh, who's Zhao Sanhu? I don't know him. Zhao Sanhu was one of the future triad leaders in Bin, commanding the strength of the insectoid rogues comparable to the official factions and warlords. However, he was only a figurehead with a far more complex network behind him. Moreover, his family had been killed by the military, and his hatred for them had pushed him nearly to the brink of becoming an anti-human element. However, now was a prime opportunity to win him over under his wing. He could become a formidable ally in expanding Qin's territory. Qin Yuan continued, Zhao San, his real name is Zhao Zhenghua. Zhao Qingyue paused, lightly covering her lips in surprise. Uncle San. You know my Uncle San. Halfway acquainted. Can you call him over? I would like to discuss a business proposition with him. What do you mean halfway acquainted? Anyway, you ought to tell me your name, otherwise I won't know how to reach him when I call. Halfway acquainted means I know him, he doesn't know me. Just tell him it's about the insect business, he'll understand. Insects. With doubt, Zhao Qingyue dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. Hi. Uncle San. I have a friend who wants to discuss business with you. Oh, last time I got tricked, the other party was too cunning. There are not that many scammers in this world. He says it's about insects. Hello, Uncle San. Why aren't you speaking? Uncle San. We're on the 88th floor of the EDD building. I'll send you the room number shortly. Be safe. Goodbye. After hanging up, Zhao Qingyue looked at Qin Yuan with suspicion. Why does my uncle say you are very dangerous? You're not a fugitive, are you? With that, she circled around Qin Yuan, lightly inhaling his scent. A subtle fragrance enveloped her, a unique mythical aroma that made her swoon. The entranced expression on her face made Qin Yuan inwardly lament. This monkey. Why did she have no sense of boundaries? He lightly tapped her forehead. Gene dispersion. Apologies, but I am not interested in monkeys. The genetic energy radiated in ripples, instantly dispelling the intoxicating state. Qin Yuan and Zhao Qingyue followed the waiter into the private room situated at the corner of the building, offering the best views in the entire city. The walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides, allowing them to overlook the city beneath the blue sky, where two great rivers converged and flowed gracefully. Qin Yuan's keen eyes caught a glimpse of a massive black shadow darting through the water heading downstream. A strange fish, or a giant python, perhaps the yellow eel. The pace of mutated evolution in this world seemed to have accelerated, as if all creatures were racing to keep up with him. Was it merely an illusion? A red force in the void seemed intent on correcting this deviation he had manifested. Want to correct me? Do you think you are the will of heaven? Keep dreaming. Qin Yuan looked skyward, his gaze filled with disdain. Interesting. Just don't let me down. Mixed cultivator. Zhao Qingyue, the energetic girl, was bustling about, snapping photos enthusiastically. First capturing the architecture of the room, then positioning herself in front of the windows to photograph the flowing rivers, enjoying her solitary playtime. Soon the dishes began arriving. As exquisite food was laid before them, the two commenced their meal. To be frank, Qin Yuan's assessment was mediocre. Perhaps his expectations had been set too high. The flavors paled in comparison to the flesh of mutated beasts from the apocalyptic world. The meat of those beasts was truly delectable, albeit far too expensive. Qingyue, when will your uncle arrive? About half an hour more. Let me see your snake. As Zhao Qingyue carefully handed over the snake draped around her neck, she cautioned, this one has venomous fangs, so be cautious of its bite. Qin Yuan lowered his head. A mere perfect-grade poison cannot compare to mine. Still too naive. Rest assured I won't kill it. Uffed. Zhao Qingyue covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. What do you plan to use to kill it? A vicious curse. I never thought I'd meet a boy who shares my fondness for snakes. Honestly, do you have feelings for me? One of life's great delusions, he likes me. Qin Yuan accepted the black snake, a black line forming on his forehead. Zhao Qingyue, your delusions are rather severe. I suggest seeking timely medical help. This monkey still has a significant gap in reasoning compared to humans. The black snake felt warm rather than cold, like a piece of heated jade in his hand. After separating from Zhao Qingyi, it displayed a restless demeanor baring its teeth and hissing warnings. It sensed danger, yet it could not pinpoint its source. A perfect breed still undergoing evolution. Once fully evolved, it would become a formidable force. Why hadn't he heard of this black snake in his past life? Perhaps it had perished due to some mishap. As Qin Yuan examined the black snake closely, a man barged in with 3 or 4 lackeys. "Let go of my niece." Without lifting his gaze, Qin Yuan merely raised a finger. Domain unfold. With a resounding thud, an invisible ripple emanated from his fingertip, instantly engulfing the entire building. Mental attack, dizziness. Among those present, only San Hu and Zhao Qingyi remained conscious, while the other 88 individuals collapsed to the ground. Gulp. San Hu's pupils widened in shock as he swallowed hard. A single strike knocked everyone out. Heaven above. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. Is it still too late to apologize? Qin Yuan smiled as he turned his gaze to San Hu. Perfect grade insect man, cockroach type, Zhao Sanhu. San Hu's expression faltered, muscles tensing as he instinctively clenched his fists. I don't know what you're talking about. Transform into an insect, or you won't last a second. Only by transforming could an insect man unleash their full potential. In human form, even 50 of their strength was hard to manifest. Zhao Sanhu glanced at his fallen brothers and his standing niece beside the window, his teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it. Let's fight, then. Oh, we're all insect men here, who's afraid of whom? He immediately dropped his pretense. Under the watchful eyes of his niece and Qin Yuan, his muscles bulged and swelled, transforming into a 3-meter brown cockroach man. His pitch-black eyes were enormous like plates, and his muscles rippled like a mutated silverback gorilla, his voice gravelly. Qingyi, step away from that guy. Though I don't know your intentions, daring to harm my family is unforgivable. Sanhu remained uncertain whether Qin Yuan was an insect man himself, and held back his first punch. Even so, holding back meant that an ordinary person would either die or be gravely injured from the impact. He swung his punch. Qin Yuan raised his arm. With a light thud, he effortlessly caught San Hu's powerful strike, as if a parent were playfully toying with a child. Is that all? Pathetic. Too weak. Don't worry about whether I can take it. Come at me with all your might, or you won't even qualify to be my subordinate. San Hu's dark eyes betrayed no emotion, yet his heart was tumultuous with disbelief. He caught that. How is that possible? His punch could easily shatter a solid telephone pole. It was tons of force, yet the other party accepted it with ease. Moreover, he did so casually, merely using his regular form. How absurd. All right, I'm going all out now, but you might not survive this punch. Be careful. Sanhu adopted a bow stance, muscles bulging as he began to charge his power. His fist formed a V shape at his abdomen, veins bulging all over his body, and he aimed a punch at Qin Yuan's head. This final charge strike took a full 20 seconds to prepare. Gene technique, charged strike. 400 damage. With a perfect grade 2 gene development, San Hu possessed 2 tons of strength. Coupled with the charged strike, he unleashed a devastating 8 tons of force, equivalent to the impact of half a tank. A punch imbued with destructive force surged toward Qin Yuan. A fist the size of a cooking pot. As he watched the massive fist approach, Qin Yuan smirked, his lips curling in disdain. He flexed his left arm muscles and flicked it lightly. He met the strike heat in. Bang. Boom. The sound wave exploded. The clash of their battle sent furniture flying throughout the room. Crash. The high-rise glass could not withstand the pressure and shattered, raining shards down. All the food was overturned, debris scattered everywhere, even chopsticks impaled into the wall, penetrating 3 inches deep. Qin Yuan, with unyielding focus, sat firmly in his chair, casually brushing off the dust from his clothing. He had taken San Hu's charged punch without budging an inch. San Hu, haven't you eaten? Hit harder, or I can take it. San Hu's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an ostrich egg. Huh, what the hell? This is a strike capable of destroying a tank. The charged strike was his ultimate trump card, and he couldn't even force the other to transform. In normal human form, he had casually caught his full power punch. This is utterly incomprehensible. How terrifyingly powerful must this young man be? Could he possibly be a legendary god descended to Earth? I concede. Hey, dream on. You think you can just beat me up and then concede? You've already taken all the advantage. Oh, where's the fairness in that? Qin Yuan's smile broadened, radiating warmth as a glimmer of red shone in his eyes. In a flash, he appeared at San Hu's abdomen, with ghostly speed, moving so quickly that he left an afterimage behind. With a malevolent grin, his tongue flicked out, and he unleashed a flurry of punches, wearing a devilish smile. Death barrage. Oh, ouch. Stop hitting me. Keep hitting, keep hitting. Bang, 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 bang. Countless punches fell like raindrops, lifting San Hu off the ground, leaving him in a state of utter confusion, his expression a chaotic mess. Truly a relentless beating. Learn Gene Technique Emperor's Combo. Emperor's Combo King level. Within the next 180 seconds, each successive strike will inflict an additional 10 damage, stacking up to a maximum of 400. When not activated, the combo damage increases by 10 without stacking. Gene skills can be upgraded through the absorption of genetic fragments and meteorites, yet advancing to the next level is a formidable challenge, not simply a matter of consuming genetic fragments. After a brief, friendly exchange, the three of them sat down calmly to negotiate. However, the face of San Hu was swollen and red, his body appearing rounder, resembling a hippopotamus. Part monkey, part hippopotamus, a true zoo exhibit. Let's introduce ourselves first. I am Qin Yuan, an awakened being of royal level or higher. I am Zhao Xinghua, a cockroach awakened, which I believe you would call perfect level. I am Zhao Qingyi, an awakened broadcaster at the beautiful level. The two turned their heads simultaneously. Shut up. Qin Yuan cleared his throat, bringing everyone's thoughts back on track. I believe you are aware that the recent purge in the city is specifically targeting us, the insect people. I wish to leverage your connections in the underworld to gather the powerful insect people together and accomplish a significant task. San Hu pondered briefly before rejecting the offer. Sorry, I cannot do that. Is it because of your family? Yes, if I oppose the authorities, my entire family would be exterminated. I cannot endanger them. Hearing this, Qin Yuan found it amusing. He laughed at the naivety, ignorance, and short-sightedness of his counterpart. Ha ha. San Hu thought Qin Yuan was laughing at his plight, and even he felt embarrassed enough to chuckle awkwardly in response. Go ahead and laugh, it doesn't matter if I live or die. I cannot put my family in danger as long as… Qin Yuan cut him off. Foolish. Do you think that by obediently complying you will be safe? It's not that simple. Don't deceive yourself. You know what those people are like. You simply refuse to face the reality. Qin Yuan scratched at his pinky and spoke freely. Let me tell you the truth. Insect people at the perfect level or above possess unique abilities, and my ability is to briefly glimpse fragments of the future. Your future consists of being a dog for the military, serving them while your wife and daughter are left behind to be toyed with and killed by military brats, and your son will suffer a fate of having his organs harvested alive, dying in excruciating pain. Moreover, none of your relatives or friends will escape. They will all meet a tragic end, dying horrifically. You feel anger and seek revenge, but what good does it do? No matter how many you kill in your vengeance, you cannot bring back what you've lost. Must you wait until you lose everything before you rise up to resist? San Hu jolted, leaping to his feet and shaking his head repeatedly. No, that won't happen. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Do you think I am lying? A wave of killing intent locked onto San Hu. Warnings from his genes echoed in his mind. Danger, 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 run. Yet San Hu dared not flee. He knew that attempting to escape or uttering a wrong word at that moment could lead to his instant demise. My lord, I was simply taken aback by this news. A powerful being like you would surely not stoop to lying to us. I cannot accept this all at once. Lord Qin Yuan, moreover, the military is powerful with various aircraft and artillery. We insect people have no chance. In the early stages, heavy firepower could indeed suppress most insect people who still retained human thought and naturally feared firearms. Qin Yuan also stood up, stretching his arms back in a relaxed manner. I have a disdain for foolishness. I do not wish to argue with the ignorant. There are always fools who live in their own world. Let the facts speak for themselves. From the moment I awaken, the era has already changed. For the ignorant who live in their own worlds, I will reveal a fraction of my power. Let me show you the true strength of the insect people. Insect transformation. As he displayed his power, he simultaneously completed the first phase of his plan. Before them, Qin Yuan's muscles began to swell, deep blue flesh enveloping his body, while purple gems appeared on his chest and forehead, and blue crystalline blades covered his exoskeleton. Standing at 3 meters tall, he appeared neither clumsy nor unwieldy. Instead, he was remarkably strong, with arm blades hanging to the ground and a slender waist, his entire insect form reminiscent of an ancient war weapon. Magnificent, resplendent, a perfect work of art. Mythical level Ansi-Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. With a loud bang, azure dark crystal wings sprouted from his back. In the next moment, wham! A towering aura surged forward. The wind howled violently. A solemn, sacred, and commanding presence, uniquely divine. Under the invisible pressure, San Hu and Zhao Qingyi found themselves uncontrollably kneeling on the ground. Zhao Qingyi, take your phone and open the live stream. I will announce something to the world in a faster way. I have an important matter to declare. Zhao Qingyi trembled all over, unable to walk, let alone blink, her clothes drenched in sweat. It felt as though there were stains seeping from her pants. Seeing her distress, Qin Yuan quickly withdrew his divine aura. He took her phone and opened the live stream. If his true identity were discovered on the plane, he might not even have another chance to go online. The video could be cut off at any moment. As his figure appeared in the live stream, Qin Yuan confidently smiled at the camera. I am the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Today I announce that in 10 days. No. In 7 days, I will conquer Bin City and incorporate it into my territory, establishing the Great Qin Insect Kingdom. I welcome all insect people from around the world to come to me in 7 days. This place will accept every insect person who sincerely wishes to join. Humans, insect, beasts, all races are equal here. Those of the Qin people shall receive my protection and need not fear any threats from other powers. Do not worry about the crumbling apocalypse. Next is a small gift, a token of my sincerity. Concentrating all available labor to rapidly amass resources for himself, the difference between leveling up alone and with the help of millions does not even need to be stated. Divine skill, dark, crystal shattering ray. Qin Yuan extended his insect hand towards a derelict 45-story building outside. Deep blue light gathered at his palm, and with a boom it shot forth. Without any hindrance it pierced through the glass windows and shot outward. Zzz. In an instant the shattering ray struck the derelict building, and within seconds the entire structure vanished, as if consumed by a viral infection, rapidly disintegrating. The nearly 150-meter-high building disappeared in the blink of an eye. To put it in perspective, an Imperial standard aircraft carrier is only about 300 meters. And this was not even Qin Yuan's full power, it was merely a standard strike from his palm. To him, there was no difference between 150 meters and 300 meters. Such a powerful strike is colloquially known as a basic attack. Oh, and just a reminder to the authorities, you should check on the situation in Hijacking City soon. Goodbye. Click. Call ended. Just wait for 7 days, and the world will be watching. I will stand atop the pinnacle, ascend to the throne, crowned as the Insect Emperor. Establish the Great Qin Insect Kingdom. After hanging up, Qin Yuan directly grabbed the two and flew away. As an orphan, he had little to fear. Yet for these two future subordinates, their families were numerous, and he needed to find a way to reassure them. Qin Yuan had deliberately dropped a smoke bomb. Hijacking City. Hijacking City was the first place in his previous life to be struck by a nuclear bomb, and the reason was the severe insect plague. It was a true insect disaster. Nearly 1 million mutated cockroaches turned the city of over 10 million into a dead zone. The Empire imposed an emergency lockdown. A nuclear bomb was dropped. This was originally to happen 5 days later, but now that he had mentioned it, it might come sooner than expected. While the nuclear strike indeed eliminated 99 of the cockroaches, the surviving one evolved into something far more terrifying. They were known as nuclear beasts. Qin Yuan flew with the two Zhao relatives to a secluded alley and set them down. You two, the military currently lacks effective detection methods for perfect-level insectoids. You only need to hide for 5 more days. After that I will take down the military base. Zhao Sanhu was already so intimidated that he dared not refute him. The person before him was a transcendent being capable of destroying a building with a single blow. When he mentioned taking down the military base, it was entirely plausible. Lord Qin, is there anything you need me to do? You? In 3 days there is indeed a task that requires your assistance. In the meantime, gather as many insectoids as possible to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Understood. I am willing to serve you. Zhao Sanhu knelt on one knee, demonstrating his submission. Seeing Qin Yuan unfold his wings and prepare to take off, Sanhu panicked, thinking he would stay to lead them. Was he really going to abandon them so quickly? He couldn't help but ask, Lord Qin, where are you going? Without looking back, Qin Yuan spread his wings wide. To the world. Sanhu was left dumbfounded. Brother, that's not what I meant. In the alley, is still terrified, Zhao Qingyi turned to Zhao Sanhu and asked, Uncle, do you really believe what he said so easily? Our entire family dying mysteriously. Doesn't that sound too absurd? Upon hearing this, Sanhu let out a long sigh of relief. With your words, I feel reassured. His niece had a tendency to believe in deceit, therefore what she doubted was likely true. Xiaoqing, go back and tell second brother to rent a villa in the suburbs. Make sure it's large and quiet. Zhao Qingyi pouted and reluctantly agreed. There was one thing Sanhu did not disclose to anyone. He sensed a deep-rooted fear at the genetic level emanating from Qin Yuan, a feeling of divine control over mortals. To defy Qin Yuan was a thought too unrealistic for him at the moment. He lacked the courage for such a venture. Right now he was merely a gangster about to retire, a middle-aged man seeking a peaceful life. Meanwhile, the live stream and short video circles had exploded. Videos of Qin Yuan destroying a building with a single strike were being shared everywhere. The first reaction in the comments section was disbelief. Fake it CGI. Don't post things that are obviously fake. It's 2035. Aren't video edits pretty normal by now? If this is real, I'll livestream myself doing a handstand while eating a pound of shit. Then other content creators shared videos from different angles capturing an outdoor livestream where a purple beam struck a 100-meter-high abandoned building. It was clear to see where the laser hit, resembling dish soap splashing into a hot frying pan. Walls steel and wood all disintegrated and spread like a contagion, until everything vanished into nothingness. The entire building disappeared, leaving behind a massive crater. Even so, the comments section remained skeptical. Your special effects look pretty realistic. While look at the audience's reactions. It's incredible. They're all acting like it's real. Huh. I'm dying. Look at that old lady's shocked expression. She's still holding a shopping basket. So on point. This creator's attention to detail is amazing. A man runs out of the building pulling up his pants. Was he there to take a dump? Hilarious. And two dogs connected at the rear. What movie scene is that from? What's the name of this film? I want to watch it. Count me in for that. Only the insectoids huddled in their rooms, too afraid to go outside, saw the video as a glimmer of hope. The savior of the insectoids had appeared. Insectoids below the perfect level could not control their transformations, forcing them to hide at home and survive on takeout. What was even worse was the societal rejection. Once discovered and reported, they would be met with a rain of bullets from machine guns. Now, with the emergence of a gathering place for insectoids, how could they not be excited? Even those hiding deep within the corners of the internet began to wildly share the video. 5 leaders of insectoid groups, each managing over 2,000 members, formed a discussion group to deliberate the situation. Insect 1, can we trust this insect? Insect 2, I'm skeptical this might be a staged act by warlords to lure us in. Insect 3, why do you think he said 7 days instead of today, or 3 or 5 days? Insect 4, who knows? Maybe it takes 7 days to set a trap. Insect 5, I want to see for myself and test the waters. Insect 1, I disagree, that's far too dangerous. Insect 5, I have unique abilities, so escaping won't be a problem for me. The other, foreseeing his determination, had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Insectoids were currently like rats crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat them. Finding a place to gather was the best scenario. At least most of them still felt human inside and wished to live under the sun. In the military, in the Imperial Military Conference Hall, a general stood in the hall, reporting on recent purging operations. The current number of purged insectoids has reached 152500, with over 300 captured for research and 13300 subjects observed. We are in the process of eliminating 122000 targets. The national prediction for insectoid transformation stands at 1. Based on our extermination pace, we should be able to eliminate the insect disaster in about a month. The Prime Minister, seated at the head of the table, rhythmically tapped his finger on the rosewood desk. Tap, tap, tap. The tapping stopped. What's the progress at the Research Institute? Any discoveries? We have currently only identified that insectoids concentrate their core in certain parts of their bodies, though the function remains unknown. Their blood and muscle tissues also undergo complete mutations. It is suspected that the insectoids we are encountering are all in their juvenile stage. Once they mature, the consequences could be dire. The Prime Minister picked up a cup of red tea and took a delicate sip. Increase the manpower for the purging operations. Deploy an additional 2 million troops to the south, aiming to exterminate all these insectoids within a month. Understood, Prime Minister. Knock knock. A messenger appeared at the door. Report, Prime Minister. The head of military intelligence says there is urgent information. Bring him in. The Imperial Military Conference Hall. The Director of Military Intelligence was discussing the escalating situation surrounding the Anjing Emperor Ant incident that had emerged online. According to the analysis, the enemy possesses immense power capable of instantly collapsing a 150-meter-tall building. Our estimates suggest that their rays could obliterate an aircraft carrier in an instant. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is their intelligence network. Hijacking City is on the brink of an unimaginable insect disaster, one that our intelligence network has completely failed to detect. If we initiate an evacuation now, we could potentially save at least 5 million people. If all goes well, it might even be possible to evacuate the entire population of 18 million. Had it not been for the enemy's warning, once the insect disaster strikes, the entire city's populace would perish within 1 to 2 days. We suspect there is a well-coordinated team behind them, equipped with a formidable intelligence network. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair, contemplating with his eyes closed. So should we thank them then? He inquired. A bead of sweat trickled down the director's forehead as he grasped the implication. Of course not. It is solely due to your Excellency's keen insight that we discovered the impending insect disaster. What does this have to do with these insect creatures? A savvy individual indeed. The Chancellor's lips curled into a faint smile. Relay this order. I, observing the celestial phenomena by daylight, have discerned that disaster approaches. Immediately evacuate all residents of Hijacking City. Once the evacuation is complete, launch a nuclear strike to annihilate those filthy insects. Observing the celestial phenomena by daylight. How impressive. The messenger wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead as he promptly acknowledged yes. By the way, regarding the Anjing Emperor, and send someone to negotiate. Anyone capable of gathering insects into the city for a mass extermination is a valuable asset. The Director of Intelligence was nearly in a state of panic. Is this intellect wasted on the Chancellor? Are they serving us up on a platter? This is clearly a rebellion in the making. No one could dare oppose the Chancellor's orders. Even voicing dissent would lead to death. All right. Also reward Director Luo with 10 beauties, 200 million Longwa coins, and a villa within the third ring. The messenger nodded in compliance. As the situation continued to gain traction, online local reporters from Bin City were the first to catch wind and rushed to cover the story. Only those with the strongest connections could gain access to the ruins of the destroyed building, as it had already been entirely secured by the military. Wu Qianqian leveraged her grandfather's connections as a general to gain entry, securing an exclusive report for herself. After various professional organizations reported on the incident, netizens began to realize that the world had changed. Netizens commented, "Oh my God, my expression right now is just like that of the ant in the video. Is this really true? My worldview is shattered. I was wrong. I was really wrong." No wonder there have been gunshots in the city every day recently. Aliens have invaded Blue Star. The authorities called them criminals. How can you label this as criminal activity? Those blue crystal exoskeletons, sharp bone spikes, blue rays, so cool. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video, and I said I was supporting the aliens saving the Earth. Go for it. Big brother from outer space. In this country, insect creatures had emerged, but due to the government's continuous suppression, many remained unaware of their existence until a full outbreak occurred 7 days later. The true apocalypse had officially begun. Those who lived within a narrow routine believed that aliens and insect creatures were far removed from their lives, unaware that nearly everyone had one or more insect creatures living among them. Qin Yuan transformed back into human form and entered a large shopping mall. He was not concerned about exposing his identity, as nearly all of his enemies had perished. The group on the plane would remain unconscious for days. Even if they woke, they likely wouldn't remember their own appearances. How wonderful it was to live without the annoyance of flies. I need to buy some expensive clothing, he decided, intent on purchasing several sets. His current attire was prone to damage in battles, unlike the specialized combat suits of the future that would adapt to bodily changes. With his refined demeanor, even in a simple black casual outfit, Qin Yuan resembled a scion of a prestigious family. The salesgirl blushed as she gushed, "Incredible. You look absolutely stunning. Are you a celebrity? Can I take a picture with you?" Upon hearing this, several girls nearby rushed over. "I want a photo too. Can I add you on VChat?" Qin Yuan flashed a charming smile. Alas, this damned, unplaceable charm. Why didn't I awaken to it in my previous life? Now I found no interest in these superficial admirers. Those who didn't score at least 90 points in looks didn't qualify to be my attendants. After purchasing his clothing, Qin Yuan began to stroll through the mall, noticing several insect creatures lurking in the shadows, as well as sensing multiple malicious intentions directed at him. What do they want? Are they going to rob me again? The last group that tried to rob me is still stammering. In the dark corners, several pairs of eyes watched Qin Yuan, intently fixated on the black snake around his neck. The unawakened perfect quality gene was a rare panacea. Feeling the malice, Qin Yuan quickly exited the mall. The moment he stepped outside, the hostility vanished. Yet relying on his sixth sense, he knew they were still following him. He decided to lure them into a dim alley and called out without looking back, "Come out, you who have been following me all this way." From the shadows emerged 3 young thugs with bleached hair. The leader, appearing around 28, had a tattoo of a ghostly woman on his arm and was twirling a butterfly knife in his hand. With a swaggering gait, he approached Qin Yuan, swaying his head. "Hey kid, lend us some money." Beside him, a stuttering accomplice added, "Clothes. We want some too." Qin Yuan tilted his head in confusion. "Which one of you are speaking to me?" "I was talking to the one behind you. Please don't interrupt," he replied. Behind. All 3 turned to look. In an instant, their pupils dilated in shock at the sight they would never forget. Following the gazes of several individuals, a grotesque blue creature emerged, its sharp claws gripping the wall as it maneuvered upside down. It resembled the alien from a movie, with an elongated head reminiscent of a winter melon, its outwardly protruding pink fangs lined with white jagged teeth. Its tail, curved like a hook, carried several human heads, blood dripping to the ground with a rhythmic patter. Even from 10 meters away, the stench of blood was palpable. The alien creature flicked its tail, discarding a severed head like a whip, which fell limply to the ground, writhing erratically. Saliva dripped down, hissing as it corroded the earth beneath. Roar! The monster let out a deep growl, and with a sweep of its tail plunged 3 individuals into eternal darkness. Swish! The trio of robbers was done for. A triumphant grin spread across the creature's face as it leaped to the ground, fixating on the small black snake coiling around Qin Yuan's left arm, its crimson tongue lapping at its lips. Finally, the alien insect race has appeared. Parasitic species. Having yet to engage in combat, it was difficult to assess their rank. By the standards of their entrance, they likely did not exceed the extraordinary level. It is time to prove your worth, little black snake. This will be your moment of fame. If you win, you'll be called the Black Flood Dragon. If you lose, just a maggot. Make sure to seize the opportunity. The little black snake jerked, clearly understanding Qin Yuan's words, its green slit-like pupils locked onto the creature before them. Hiss! It flicked its forked tongue, assessing all favorable factors nearby. Whoosh! A streak of black lightning shot forth so fast that even Qin Yuan was taken aback. It was nearly approaching the speed of sound. The little black snake chose not to engage in a direct confrontation. The alien's genetic development was remarkably high, at least over 20%. It swiftly darted beside the creature, luring it into a chase before accelerating away when the creature fell for the bait. The alien's intellect was also quite impressive. It sliced its own skin with its sharp appendages, spilling blood to corrode the surrounding cover. If it could manage to injure the little black snake, that would be even better. Slowing it down would make it easy for the alien to capture it. To its disappointment, the blood had nearly dried up, and it didn't even catch a glimpse of the black snake's tail light. Was this a snake or an eel? It was far too slippery. Roar! In frustration, it let out a furious roar, preparing to retreat and call for its brethren. In the split second the alien creature turned to flee, the little black snake finally spotted an opening, launching out from the shadows with a fierce strike, revealing its fangs. Unbeknownst to it, this was the very weakness the alien had deliberately exposed. Boom! A tail whipped the black snake against the wall, causing its eyes and nose to bleed, and it sputtered forth a mouthful of black blood. On the brink of death, the alien cackled with glee. Gaga gaga! Roar! It even let out a defiant roar at Qin Yuan before lowering its head to bite into the pit, swallowing the black snake whole. A surge of exhilaration coursed through the alien. It felt it was on the verge of a breakthrough. But when it turned to glance at Qin Yuan, its smile slowly faded. What coiled around Qin Yuan's hand was the very black snake it had just consumed. What had it just swallowed? A twin brother. The alien suddenly shuddered. Oh no, poison. Realizing something was amiss, it hurriedly clawed at its throat in an attempt to vomit, but it was too late. When it caught a glimpse of itself in a nearby mirror, there was no sign of strength. Instead, it appeared emaciated and bloodied from every orifice, resembling a creature on the brink of death from poisoning. It could never fathom how it had been poisoned when it had not even been bitten. Qin Yuan crouched down. Confused, are we? Do you want to know how you were poisoned and how you failed? A glimmer of hope appeared in the alien's eyes. If it consumed this human, it could surely recover. But when it opened its mouth, all that emerged were feeble coughs. That was utterly immobilized. Eat. Consume you. In Qin Yuan's perspective, however, it was a plea for knowledge. Fine. I will graciously reveal the truth to you. The truth is... Hey! What are you doing? The alien unleashed its latent potential, struggling to bite Qin Yuan. But as soon as it did, it regretted the action. Damn, this guy is tough. 3 of its teeth shattered. Then the alien's expression shifted. Not good. This feeling is... It bit into something even more toxic. In an instant, the alien's eyes rolled back, its tongue flailing as it succumbed to death within a mere second. Cause of death licked him. Qin Yuan watched the scene, shaking his head with a sigh. Self-inflicted misfortune, you cannot survive. If the insectoid was within his realm of acceptance, then the alien insect race was an enemy to all. They were an invasive species intent on exterminating all other races. Simultaneously, they represented the bond for future unity among Earth's beings. Qin Yuan utilized his heightened perception to delve deeper into the genetic information of the black snake. Perfect species black snake. Exclusive genes 1. Speed 2. Extreme toxin 3. Molting 4. Stealth. Genetic skills 1. Venom manipulation. The black snake had just executed a perfect escape, using both venom manipulation and molting akin to the golden cicada, shedding its shell. The snake's skin ingested by the alien contained potent toxins, leading it into hallucinations before causing it to bleed from every orifice and perish. Qin Yuan himself harbored an abundance of toxins, likely one reason the black snake preferred to coil around his arm. The powerful venom was capable of killing the black flood dragon in an instant, so Qin Yuan had to meticulously control the output of the toxin, allowing the black snake to gradually develop into a poison-based assassination expert. Assassin, right? I could also establish an organization akin to the Shadow Assassins. Chief Assassin Venom Dragon. In the future, he would no longer need to lift a finger to eliminate anyone. All he would need to do was recline in a rocking chair and utter a name. Whoever he named would die. How splendid. After dealing with the alien insectoids and allowing the little black dragon to absorb the genetic energy of the alien race, Qin Yuan transformed and soared into the sky once more. There are still a few old dogs left to deal with. Make sure to clean your necks. I will come to harvest soon. The debts of the past life. We shall settle them slowly. Not a single one will escape. Haha. Bin City. Rearman 5-star Hotel. As night fell in the presidential suite overlooking the river, Qin Yuan raised a glass of red wine and gazed into the distance. Before him lay a vibrant urban landscape, a steel forest illuminated by neon lights, and his thoughts drifted back to his first arrival in Bin City in a previous life. After enduring countless hardships, a group of 5 had just escaped to this place when they were received by so-called well-meaning individuals who led them to a dark gathering spot. They were treated to an abundance of food, drink, and entertainment. On the 4th day, a blinding white light jolted them awake, revealing a stark white ceiling, green curtains, and various electronic devices accompanied by the acrid scent of disinfectant. The 5 were strapped to different operating tables, and a masked nurse picked up a syringe, flicked it, let out a drop of liquid, and then plunged the needle into their necks. The treatment of humans was no different than that of pigs. All on the operating tables were forcibly transformed into semi-insectoids. Without any anesthetics, they could feel the cold blade against their skin, piercing through flesh and muscle, slicing them open. The sharp pains surged to their heads, veins bulging on their foreheads, their eyes wide with terror. As they cut open their bellies, the sensation of warm blood flowing out became apparent, blood that dripped onto the floor, echoing in the silence. The excruciating agony would not dissipate. They would continuously endure it, unable even to scream, their bodies immobilized. They could only wait for death to claim them. No one would come to rescue them because this was the darkest abyss, guarded by hundreds of semi-insectoids outside. What they sought were the organs and brains of semi-insectoids, meticulously harvested for the freshest quality. In that moment of life and death crisis, Qin Yuan fully awakened for the first time, his power surging, transforming into a bullet ant and annihilating everyone in the room. He hastily escaped through the sewers, though his companions were not so fortunate. Their bones became specimens, their flesh served on the tables of the wealthy. The organs were refrigerated, awaiting transplantation for those affluent individuals. Later, when Qin Yuan grew strong enough to seek revenge, he discovered that those responsible had long since perished. With no avenue for retribution, this marked the first grudge he held against Bin City. The ringleader was one of the 5 major tycoons in Bin City, Mayanbo. He had long been engaged in human trafficking, leveraging powerful connections and adept maneuvering, allowing many who were aware to turn a blind eye. Even whistleblowers could be silenced. Just like the video featuring Qin Yuan that circulated earlier, it had already been deleted by the authorities. Only a few retained copies were passed around internally. Ma family, I recall there's a tycoon banquet tomorrow. You won't be late, will you? In this lifetime, Bin City is your Myanmar North, a place you can never return from. He. The boy who once slayed dragons had now become a malevolent dragon himself. Qin Yuan intended to return the suffering he had once endured in double measure, also avenging his friends. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. To kill them outright, that would be too lenient. He would savor the game. I am invincible now, what's a little more time? As the clock approached 10 o'clock, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning his gene training for the day. Entering introspection, he delved into the microscopic world. He began to light up gene links 1-2. Up to 100. From the outside, Qin Yuan radiated a blue glow resembling an immortal engaged in cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 4 hours had passed before he collapsed into sleep. 2 hours later, he woke up. He resumed his gene training, as the initial development of genes was crucial, yielding significant enhancement. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air. Gene development at 4, a normal strength at 40 tons, insectification at 80 tons. Imagining a critical hit with a fixed 200 damage meant a potential strength of 160 tons, not accounting for skill enhancements. Several divine abilities cannot be measured by sheer strength alone. After a refreshing wash, Qin Yuan set off for his destination. Walmart, Tom's membership Garunfa. He was going to stock up. Before the apocalypse, hoarding supplies was essential. Even if he didn't consume them, he could sell them for a fortune. He ordered a luxurious ride through his phone and headed to the first supermarket. At Tom's membership, as soon as Qin Yuan stepped out of the car, he attracted the attention of nearby young women and mothers, his dapper trench coat, ruggedly handsome features, and an imperial demeanor unmatched by any celebrity. He strode directly inside. Intending to secure a bulk order, he was unexpectedly met with a surprising revelation. "Sir, you won't need to place an order for 5 million worth of goods. We can provide that much." The manager smiled broadly at Qin Yuan, proudly boasting about their vast stockpile. This was beyond Qin Yuan's expectations. His plan was to deposit 1 million to have them procure goods, then have his associates repeat the same deposit, leading them to believe that supplies in Bin City would soon sell out. He intended to ensure a significant stockpile in the warehouse ready to take over Bin City in 7 days. But their stockpile was astonishing. They claimed they could provide goods worth 30 million. "No need. Boss, you seem like a good person. Let me share some news with you. My uncle handles things over there. In 7 days, the prices in Bin City will double. You should stock up while you can." Upon hearing this, the manager's eyes lit up. He had noticed an increase in people hoarding supplies recently, and prices were creeping upward. Now, with this uncertain insider information, he quietly made a decision. "Let's take a gamble." "Thank you, young brother. I'll remember this." After finishing at Tom's membership, Qin Yuan continued on to the next store. As he went along, he found the other 2 stores in a similar situation. Their owners were also shrewd, having prepared large stockpiles long ago. With his insider information, they would likely increase their stockpiling several times over. Walking down the street, Qin Yuan bought a cup of lemonade. "I've been busy all day and only spent money on a ride." 3 million hadn't been spent, but his goals had been achieved. Regardless of how much stock these stores accumulated, it was all for his benefit. While they hoarded supplies, he hoarded weapons. They were his granaries. Hoarding a few neighbors wouldn't that speed up the arrival of supplies. Rather than being caught in the zero-cost apocalypse, wouldn't it be better to profit from them? Whoever takes. The revenge plan is about to begin. Using pheromones, Qin Yuan located Sanhu in a villa where over 10 insectoid beings had gathered. It resembled a meeting of a dark cult leader. These insectoids were a motley crew, each with bizarre forms representing various insects. Sanhu was passionately addressing the crowd. "Listen up. Our boss is the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, who made headlines yesterday. Let's all get acquainted. Don't let a flood wash away the Dragon King's temple. Don't mistake a family member for a stranger." Look closely at the photo. He pulled out a picture of Qin Yuan in his insect form, ensuring all the insectoids examined it carefully. One of the crab-like beings with tattooed arms raised his limb and shouted, "I only recognize Brother Sanhu. I don't know this internet celebrity Emperor Ant. Am I right, everyone?" "Right," echoed 13 voices in unison. Another shrimp-like creature stood up. "Exactly, Brother Hu. We are all insectoids saved by you. Why should we acknowledge an unrelated person as our leader? The world has changed. Brother Hu, you should be our leader. That Dark Crystal Emperor Ant is nothing. Brother Hu, Brother Hu, Brother Hu." As the crowd cheered, San Hu's muscles bulged, and he transformed into a towering 3.2 meter tall cockroach man. After the battles of the previous night, his genetic growth had reached 3, and in his insect form, he possessed a strength of 4.8 tons, nearing 5 tons. He was undoubtedly the strongest among those present. Yet his eyes brimmed with fury. "Roar! Don't push me to unleash my wrath. Only Lord Dark Emperor can lead the insectoid race to a bright future. I am merely an inconsequential pawn under his command. Anyone who dares to disrespect my boss will meet their demise by my hands." Having once been a crime lord, San, who valued family above all, followed by loyalty and righteousness. This was his way of life. His sharp gaze swept over the assembly. No one dared to meet his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted. "Who? Show yourself." A figure leaped down from the rafters. All the insectoids stood on high alert. None had noticed how he had entered. Even the pheromones they emitted to signal danger had proven ineffective, as if he were a specter. "Very impressive, Sanhu. It would be a shame not to become a top-notch lecturer. You certainly understand applause." Without hesitation, Sanhu knelt on one knee. "Lord Dark Emperor." Seeing the mightiest figure kneel, everyone followed suit, dropping to their knees in unison. Qin Yuan, though emanating no imposing aura, inspired an instinctual reverence among them. He approached Sanhu with his hands clasped behind his back. "Just call me your lord as you would a stag, beetle. Oh, Dark Emperor, sounds peculiar. Setting that aside, I have a task for you. Lead these insectoids to capture all direct relatives of the Ma family and bring them to underground level 2 at Black Street, 351 to await my arrival. Oh, and don't let any of those doctors or nurses escape. Senhus' expression turned troubled. My lord, my rescue operation last night has triggered a manhunt by the military. It's impossible to go out now. Don't worry about the military. I will handle that. Use this opportunity to head to the Ma family's vicinity and commence operations at 6 p.m. My lord, you mean the Ma family of the 5 great families of Bin City, right? Exactly. Capture the entire Ma Inbo clan. Understood. Glancing at the clock, it was currently 2:30 p.m. With over 3 hours to spare, he thought it would be a good time to have some fun. At the Ma family's gambling den, Qin Yuan followed his past life's memories to the infamous underground casino of Bin City. This place was notorious for its corruption. Among 10 gamblers, 9 would end up destitute, with the last one selling themselves. Rumor had it that the casino was run by a card shark backed by the police and had a plethora of enforcers. It was also one of the main sources of human organs for the Ma family. From the outside, it appeared as an unremarkable bar guarded by 2 henchmen. The 2 wore sunglasses and swayed as if intoxicated. Upon seeing Qin Yuan approach, they quickly blocked his way. What gang are you from? Got an invitation? No invitation, but how about a snake? A snake? The black serpent coiled around Qin Yuan's left arm suddenly darted out, slicing their skin with speed. The toxin invaded their bodies at a visible rate, and within 10 seconds they lay on the ground unable to move. They would be dead in 5 to 10 minutes. 2 henchmen eliminated. This was merely a fraction of the toxin from the serpent's skin. Having coiled around Qin Yuan daily, it had grown increasingly potent. His genetic activation rate had reached 2 just from absorbing toxic gases. It was not an exaggeration to call him a genius. Qin Yuan traversed a long corridor and entered the establishment. Heavenly Joy Bar. On the platform, women clad in revealing outfits swayed their bodies, spinning records with one hand. As deafening music filled the air, men and women in the dance floor began to jump, shaking their heads wildly in rhythm, twisting their bodies to the beats. Colorful neon lights illuminated the cramped space, suffusing the bar with an intense atmosphere of desire. In the booths flanking the bar, 3 young men were groping women. The greasy man on the left spoke lewdly to the one in the middle about his recent conquests. Ma Xiao, today Luo Ge brought in a new batch of goods. Fresh high school graduates, all 18, original stock, high beauty, great bodies. Upon hearing this, the man, known as Ma Xiao's eyes gleamed like a hungry wolf. Where are they? Don't worry, Ma Xiao, I'll have him bring them over immediately, just a matter of price. Is 2 million enough? Ma Xiao, you're so straightforward. Cheers. Let's drink to that. Clink. The 3 raised their glasses, exchanged glances, and let out sinister chuckles. Qin Yuan stepped into the bar where a kaleidoscope of neon lights flickered, and the air was thick with the scent of hormones. From a distance, he noticed a white-haired man in sunglasses engaged in a heated argument with a group of people holding the arm of a delicate 18-year-old girl. How can it be 35000 now, when we agreed on 5000? If you don't want it, I'll sell her to Lin next door instead. Who would sell to that guy, Ma? He always treats her like trash. Her condition is terrible now. The resale profit is at least half of what it should be. The girl trembled in fear, crouched on the ground, whimpering. Her mouth was clamped shut with a metal gag, and her limbs were shackled, leaving her with no means of escape. The white-haired man grasped her chin with one hand, his eyes filled with malice. Your father has already pawned you to me. If you want to live, you better behave. Otherwise your sister and mother won't get away either. Fear clouded the girl's eyes as she instinctively shrank back, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing her compliance, the white-haired man disregarded her and continued to haggle. Just then the girl seized a fleeting chance, breaking free from his half-loose grip and sprinting toward the door. There a figure clad in police uniform stood. It was someone from the police station. In that moment, Yun Qinshi felt as though she had seen the dawn of hope. She rushed to the officer, kneeling and shouting, "Help!" The officer paused, surprised by the sight of Yun Qinshi. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the shouting Uncle Luo and the others before he set his drink down, quietly rebuking, "Old Luo, how could you not keep an eye on the goods? Do you want to bring trouble to my precinct?" Yun Qiangxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling uncontrollably as a wave of powerlessness washed over her. It's over. Even the officer is one of them. My father sold me off. My mother and sister are missing, and all our assets have been seized. Escape? Where could she possibly run to? Get back here, shouted the white-haired man, yanking the girl by her hair and throwing her to the ground, his hand poised to strike. Slap, slap. After delivering 2 resounding slaps, the white-haired man's fury only intensified. You wretched girl, dare to run. Today I'll make sure you regret it. You women are nothing but playthings for the powerful. What right do you have to escape? With that, Uncle Luo pulled out his belt, ready to strike. At that moment, a hand reached out, and seized the white-haired man's wrist with such force that he was rendered immobile. Hey, flowers bloom again, but youth is fleeting. A girl like a flower, old man, don't lose your temper. The white-haired Uncle Luo stared at the young man who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grimacing in pain. Who the hell are you? Qin Yuan flashed a bright smile, responding smoothly. I am Lu Rini, a friend of young Master Ma. He just agreed to 50,000, so let's just be friends. However, I need to take this girl to inspect the goods first. A friend of young Master Ma. Is there a problem? The white-haired man's expression transformed instantly into a grin of wrinkles. Excellent. What a generous gentleman. Young Master Ma is fortunate to have a friend like you overseeing things. As long as the money is right, there's no issue. This was the territory of the Ma family, and surely no one would be foolish enough to impersonate young Master Ma here. He sized up Qin Yuan, who indeed resembled a young aristocrat, and his doubts vanished. The Ma family's gambling den was notorious as the place from which one could never return. To utter such a lie would be akin to courting death. Then thank you, young Master Lu. I will await your good news. Just wait, someone will come to deliver the money soon. Uncle Luo smiled obsequiously, nodding eagerly. With that, Qin Yuan took Yun Qianxi and walked deeper into the bar, navigating around the private rooms and heading toward the casino. He flicked his fingers and easily unlocked the girl's shackles. At that moment, Yun Qianxi's eyes were devoid of hope, her spirit crushed, resembling a soulless doll. In this dystopian world, girls like her were not uncommon. They epitomized the plight of ordinary women. What's wrong? The shackles are off, don't you want to escape? Hearing Qin Yuan's voice, Yun Qianxi lifted her gaze to the man before her, momentarily stunned. My God, he's so handsome. But then her emotions plunged back into despair. It's pointless. They're everywhere, even the police officer is one of you. Suddenly a thought struck her. Biting her lip, she gazed at Qin Yuan with longing eyes. Rather than surrender herself to that villain, why not let his friend take her and let them tear each other apart? Handsome by me. Qin Yuan scoffed. Huh, still trying to seduce me. Dream on. I have a grudge against the Ma family. You're merely a pawn in this game. Just stick by my side and don't think or do anything unnecessary. A tool must act like a tool. Otherwise. Qin Yuan raised a finger, lightly lifting her chin unexpectedly, discovering that she was rather attractive. Her eyes were clear like a pristine mountain spring. Her skin glowed like snow and her features were picturesque. A delicate nose and thin red lips beneath a cascade of glossy black hair tied in a high ponytail. At 1.68 meters, her long fair legs and slender waist bore the promise of a perfect figure resembling a character straight out of a comic book. But alas, she was merely a school beauty, a tier too low for his standards. Should you dare to act recklessly, I will not hesitate to end you. Just a hint of his murderous intent was enough to make Yun Qianxi freeze in place. From now on, you are my mate. Stay by my side and watch the show. The main event is about to begin. After all, which big shot didn't have a vase to flaunt their status? What the Ma family desires, I shall destroy. Qin Yuan led Yun Qianxi, clad in a short JK skirt, deeper into the bar, reaching the innermost part of the casino, where the security personnel, recognizing a wealthy young man with a beautiful companion, allowed them through without hesitation. They were far more sensible than the two at the entrance. Their prudence succeeded in saving their lives. At the counter, they exchanged for 3 million in chips. The cashier, noticing that it was Qin Yuan's first time, generously gifted each of them a 5-0 chip, play only, no cash redemption. As for gambling, Yun Qianxi abhorred it. She recalled how her family, once a conglomerate with over $1 billion in liquid assets, was a significant player in the affluent circles of Bin City. But everything crumbled when her father, led astray by friends and addicted to gambling, not only ruined the group, but also incurred massive debts, leading to his kidney being taken and sent to a pig farm. Her mother disappeared shortly after, leaving her and her sister alone at home. Today, after completing a graduation exam, she was abducted by a van and brought to this place. A true stroke of misfortune. Qin Yuan had no concern for her thoughts. With his hands in his pockets, he entered the gaming area, keenly observing the cheating techniques employed by several hustlers, realizing that many relied on sleight of hand. Oh, speed. Qin Yuan smiled confidently. All I need is a slight effort, and I would reach the limits of humanity. Not targeting anyone in particular, but all of you present are mere fodder. Inside the casino, Qin Yuan observed for a while, and from the exchanges of glances between the cheaters and the dealers, it was evident that they were winning increasingly larger sums of money, while the losses appeared minimal. What did this imply? It hinted at a clandestine alliance. The two were undoubtedly in league with one another, but that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that they were cheating, and their methods were quite primitive. There were more advanced techniques, as well, utilizing high-tech means of deception that even the casino personnel struggled to detect. Qin Yuan ambled around, eventually arriving at a large roulette table. The table was surrounded by a crowd, the red and black circular wheel divided into 72 segments featuring 2 green-blue starting and ending points. In the center of the wheel stood a tall silver cross-like apparatus which housed a metal ball. As the ball rolled down, it would land on a number awarding various prizes. One could place bets on red, black, green, or blue, as well as odds of odd, or even, or specific numbers. The multipliers for the green-blue starting points could reach as high as 120 times, while a single bet on red or black could yield a 45-fold return, and single-color bets would double the wager with the odds calculated, including the principal. Suddenly, a cacophony of excitement erupted. "Oh, I won! I won!" An unremarkable young man with a buzz cut leaped up in exhilaration, having placed a winning bet. This scene ignited the greedy desires of those nearby, prompting them to raise their hands to place bets. "I'll bet 10000 on number 32. I'll take number 1 for 50000 and 10000 on red. Betting 10000 on 72. Here I'll put down 20000. Qin Yuan did not place a bet. He remained a bystander, intent on discerning the patterns of the roulette before making a precise wager to hit the jackpot. With the dealer's proclamation of bets are closed, let the game begin. The silver ball dropped from the top, bouncing energetically within the wheel, spinning alongside its rotation. It skipped over the random numbers on the wheel. 3, 12, 32, 6, 5, 71, 9. Ultimately, the small white ball settled on black number 21. A mere roll further would have landed it on green number 1. Move, just a little more. Oh, what a pity. Truly, the Ma family casino is stringent with the big prizes. A smirk crept onto Qin Yuan's lips, a wicked smile taking form. This time he had seen clearly. The casino was cheating. That ball must be hiding something that controlled its movement, akin to a high-tech reading device, allowing it to stop wherever desired. In a fair game, winning would be impossible. With my luck, I wouldn't even need to gamble. I'd be delivering money straight to the casino. In gambling, one typically loses 9 out of 10 times. For me, it's more like 19 out of 20, and I'd still need to borrow chips to lose enough. To win, one must rely on skill. With a confident gaze and a composed smile, Qin Yuan pushed his chips forward. "I'll wager 1 million on number 21. Those around him whispered behind his back. Betting 1 million outright. What audacity. Plus he's got that gorgeous girl beside him. He must be a rich kid. He'll realize the stakes when he loses everything. I'll bet 10000 on red." Qin Yuan turned to Yun Xianxi beside him. "Why don't you give it a try? Just place a bet. I don't gamble." "Oh, if that's how you feel, I'm intrigued. Look at my rebellious spirit at just 99 pounds. Here's 1 million. Play with it. Just make a random bet. If you lose, it's on me. Of course, if you win, it's still mine. All explanations will be at my discretion." Seeing no way out, Yun Xianxi reluctantly accepted the money and placed a bet on number 1. The dealer then announced the classic phrase, "Bets are closed." At the moment the metal ball fell, Qin Yuan used his genetic energy to shatter the internal control device, producing a barely noticeable crisp sound. With a clang, the ball dropped into the wheel, bouncing upward several times before entering the familiar rolling stage. Those who did not participate could never understand this experience. No matter how many times they failed, there remained a flicker of hope within. This hope was named "Why Can't It Be Me?" And one day it will be me. Alas, this was merely the illusion crafted by the casino. Gamblers could never truly win. The metal ball rolled over number after number, finally reaching number 9, with Qin Yuan's bet on 21 and Yun Xianxi's on 1 just below. The dealer jolted in shock, quickly reaching for his earpiece to alert the control room, signaling the need to correct the metal ball. In the control room, a subordinate pressed the remote, causing smoke to emerge. The metal ball showed no reaction. "Boss, the device is broken." Smack. The buzz-cut man exploded in rage, striking back with a powerful slap. "Useless. Why does this happen now of all times? Let's go. Quickly fix this situation." The control room personnel were en route. Meanwhile, the roulette wheel in Qin Yuan's section began to slow, finally stopping at number 21. The dealer let out a sigh of relief. Oh, at least it didn't land on number 1. Before he could fully relax, Qin Yuan made his move. With a speed beyond human reflexes, in a swift motion, he nudged the metal ball ever so slightly with his fingernail. The ball rolled, and the onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Oh my gosh, number 1. A grand prize. 1 million on number 1. My goodness. I've been coming to casinos for 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen a grand prize of 120 million. Can this really happen? Is it the same Ma family casino I know? This can't be right, Boss Ma." Countless gamblers rushed to witness, as this was a prize worth over 100 million. When the dealer saw the ball on number 1, he was so shocked he fell to the ground, feeling as if his life had turned to ash. It was over. He was doomed. If this money went out, would the casino not ruin him? Even if he were lucky enough to survive, he could forget about making a living in the dealer world. Who would want him after losing 120 million on a roulette? At the table, the happiest person wasn't Qin Yuan, but rather Yun Qinshi beside him, her eyes gleaming once more. If she had 120 million, she could not only pay off her father's debts, but also redeem herself and complete her university dreams, returning to a normal life. Thus she mustered her courage and asked Qin Yuan, "Handsome, you said this money is a gift for me, right?" Qin Yuan feigned distraction, scratching his ear. "Huh, a gift to you? I said if you lose it's on me. You lost. No, you won. So this money is still mine." What audacity! Do you really dare to ask? Do you even care about your life? Yun Qinshi clenched her delicate fist, glaring at Qin Yuan, fully aware that this man was clearly toying with her, yet she had no way to retaliate. Qin Yuan continued to shout, "That dealer on the ground, stop playing dead and get up to pay. You wouldn't want to default on such a large casino, would you? Surely you can't afford to lose, right?" At that moment, a gruff voice interrupted. "Excuse me, sir, may I have a word with you?" The casino patrons could no longer sit still. A sum of 120 million was not a trifling expense for them. A towering man 2 meters tall with a robust physique appeared before Qin Yuan, a pure gold bear, head ring glinting on his index finger, which he was currently rubbing incessantly. Qin Yuan rejected him outright. "Speak plainly, or get to the point. Stop acting coy like a woman." "Hello, sir. My name is Sutai, the head of security here at the casino. Due to the significant amount you just won, we require a little time to process your cash out. Would you mind waiting in the lounge for a moment?" "Cash out? Who said I wanted to cash out?" "Change my chips. Oh, I want to continue playing. I haven't had enough fun yet." "Continue playing. Now that was excellent." The casino feared nothing more than a player winning and then leaving without further wagers. Sutai's eyes lit up immediately. He knew an opportunity for merit had arisen. "Sir, the low-stakes table here no longer befits your status. Please follow me to the high-end private room to continue your game." The high-end room was filled with casino professionals along with shills and card cheats. A place where losses were guaranteed. As long as this naive rookie dared to enter, not only would he lose his pants today, but he would also leave with at least 2 less body parts. Ignoring the warnings from Yun Qinshi beside him, Qin Yuan readily agreed. "Sure, I have the time to experience all the various games your casino has to offer. Please follow me." Sutai's lips curled into a smirk of triumph as he led the way. Along the way, Yun Qinshi clung to Qin Yuan's arm, attempting to dissuade him, whispering softly in his ear, "Don't go to that private room, it's all tricks inside. My father was just like you. He started winning a lot, then was called to the VIP room, and ended up losing everything. And he even sold me off." Her voice faltered at this point. She would rather have been kidnapped than to believe that it was her beloved, trusted parents who sold her. This sense of despair left her breathless. Qin Yuan rarely reached out to touch her hair, their closeness allowing him to catch the scent of her innocence. "Don't worry, I'm not in the same league as your worthless father. My luck is far worse than his." Yun Qinshi was momentarily stunned. "I really thank you for your comfort." Under Sutai's guidance, they arrived in a lavish room that was over 100 square meters. Even with a dozen people inside, it felt spacious. The room was styled in French decor with a pure white base accented by ancient artifacts. In the center was an oval table inscribed with solid pear wood 2023. 625 manufactured by the White Pear Factory. Qin Yuan curiously inquired, "What are we playing?" "Texas Hold'em." A fashionable lady at the card table, seeing a nobleman approach, responded kindly, "Humph. This is a high-end table. Naturally, we play the highest-end games. Texas Hold'em. We're playing Jiajinhua." Jiajinhua. Indeed high-end. In this version of Jiajinhua, the highest hand was 3 of a kind AAA, followed by a straight flush AKQ, then a flush AKJ, then a pair AK, and finally single cards AKJ, and so on. A unique rule was that the smallest hand of 235 beats AAA. The elephant eats the tiger eats the wolf eats the cat eats the mouse, and the mouse eats the elephant. Coincidentally, Qin Yuan was also familiar with this game. I'll match that. There were 7 players at the table, and with Qin Yuan there were 8. The minimum bet was 1 million, and each raise could not be less than 5,000,000. Those who looked at their cards had to call double the amount of those who had not seen. A minimum of 3 rounds of betting were required before one could choose to reveal their cards. Qin Yuan chose a position at the edge and asked for a hand of cards. Soon 3 cards were dealt to him. He made no attempt to cheat and peek at his cards. He merely let Yun Qinshi take a glance. Her expression shifted to one of mild panic after she saw the cards. This scene did not go unnoticed by the others. They snickered at yet another naive rookie, his every emotion written on his face. Given that panicked look, it was clear Qin Yuan's hand must be worthless. The first player folded after seeing his cards. The second player raised by 5-0. The third, fourth, and fifth players folded, while the sixth player called 5-0. The seventh player matched the 1 million. Qin Yuan, as the eighth player with his companion having already seen the cards, also called 1 million. Second round, third round, all the way to the fourth round. The first male player could no longer contain himself and folded. The second lady saw the bottom cards and raised to 2 million. The seventh player called the 2 million. Qin Yuan, however, went all in for 120 million in one go. This scene left everyone stunned. What the hell? And this was just the first round. He went all in already. The seventh player glanced at the dealer, who merely shook his head. The first round was all about luck. The dealer had no idea what the bottom cards were. He hadn't even started cheating yet. The seventh player in a scarf considered calling to gamble, as his cards were decent. Suddenly he remembered the look on Yun Qianqi's face when she saw the cards, the look of disdain. He shivered slightly. This wasn't right. Who among the casino patrons was not seasoned? Would anyone bring a naive girl to reveal their cards? No way. No one was that foolish. A trap. This was definitely a trap. The way she acted, even her micro-expressions had been so genuine, was simply digging a pit for him to jump into. You think you can trap me, a 10-year veteran of the game? Not so easily. The second lady folded, revealing a bottom hand of clubs, a hearts, K, diamonds, K. The seventh player folded, showing a spade 10, spade 7, O, and spade 6. A black flush. To play it safe, they both folded. Yun Qianqi flipped over the cards for everyone to see. Yun Qianqi revealed the bottom cards one by one. Diamond 5, club 3, spade 2. The underdog 235. What? 235. What the hell? The scarf man's face turned pale, his eyes bloodshot, almost popping out of their sockets. I folded a black flush. And you're telling me you have a 235? Only Qin Yuan smiled faintly. He was confident in his luck. Now it would depend on skill, as luck could no longer win the day. Qin Yuan displayed an inhuman speed, and when that was not enough, he unleashed his domain, leaving everyone dazed and bewildered. Win-win, keep winning. Continuously winning. Still winning. In just around 5 rounds, Qin Yuan had amassed another 30 million. No wonder it was a high-stakes game. The thrill of winning felt different. Player 5 and Player 7 exchanged glances, then signaled the dealer with their eyes. The implication was clear. The pig had grown fat, time to slaughter. This round was a classic setup. The casino's tactic was usually to allow customers to win a bit first, then gradually lead them to lose. They would keep losing. Only then would they feel the urge to chase their losses, remembering only the joy of winning, while ignoring how much they had already lost. In the end, what awaited these gamblers were chains and traps. No exceptions, no escapes. Unless one had formidable connections and wealth in this city, they were nothing but lambs waiting for slaughter. The dealer began to deal the cards, his gaze betraying an eager shift. This time he had intentionally rigged the cards, preparing to give Qin Yuan a strong hand. Only a good hand could coax someone into excitement, while Player 5 would receive an even better hand to finish off Qin Yuan. At the moment the cards were cut and dealt, Qin Yuan sensed something amiss, a smirk creeping onto his lips. You think you can outpace me? What are you playing at? As the new cards were dealt, it was still Yun Qianqi who looked first. After glancing at her whole cards, her expression turned one of surprise. At that moment, everyone present was convinced she was not acting. This was truly a naive sweetheart. Why on earth would someone like Qin Yuan bring her to gamble? Taking her to a hotel made sense, but to a casino? Wasn't that just giving away money? Like a cash truck scattering bills, calling everyone to hurry and fetch bags to collect the money. As the bets unfolded, the stakes escalated. Player 1, ante 1 million. Player 2, call 2 million. Players 3 and 4 folded. Player 5, call 1 million. Player 6, call 2 million. Player 7, I call 1 million. Qin Yuan raised to 5 million. Players 1 and 2 folded. Player 5, ante 3 million. Player 6, raised to 6 million. Player 7, ante 3 million. Qin Yuan raised to 10 million. After another round, Qin Yuan pushed the amount to 20 million, and Player 6, a mere bystander, finally cracked under pressure, revealing his cards. He was promptly escorted away. At the end of the fourth round, Qin Yuan raised once more. Raised to 50 million. Player 5 called 25 million. Player 7, the scarf-wearing man, chose not to push, instead opting to shield his teammate while trying to discern any changes in Qin Yuan's cards. 25 million revealed Player 8's cards. Let the showdown begin. The dealer picked up the cards of both players and saw no issues, everything proceeding as anticipated. He subtly signaled Player 5 to bet confidently. The showdown ends, Player 8 wins. The game continued. The onlookers were even more anxious than Qin Yuan, and the stout Player 5, the chips on the table, had reached 222 million. Qin Yuan was down to his last 50 million and had to reveal his cards. Let's see the cards for 50 million. Yun Qianxi reveal our whole cards. Yun Qianxi flipped over the first card, a king of spades, the second a king of clubs, the third a king of diamonds. A triplet of kings. The second strongest hand after aces. No wonder Yun Qianxi looked ghostly when she saw the cards. Such a hand might not be seen even after days of play. Yun Qianxi gazed at the chips, her eyes sparkling with greed, instinctively reaching out both hands to gather them into her embrace. Unbeknownst to her, she was stopped by the opposing player. Oh, little girl, I haven't even revealed my cards yet. You can't possibly have 3 aces, right? Ha, how could that be so lucky? Sorry, it just happens to be that lucky. The stout man raised his 3 cards high. I happen to have 3 of a kind. Awesome. He slapped them down on the table with a satisfying sound, feeling undeniably cool at that moment. Come on, adore me, worship me. Everyone present was taken aback. Holy cow. It's really 3 aces. But those aces, how could it be? The stout man gathered all the chips into his arms, eagerly inviting Yun Qianxi. Little beauty, if you're willing to spend the night with me, I'll give you 1 million. Then he turned mockingly to Qin Yuan. Ha, what's the big deal with your 3 kings? Can they beat my 3 aces? You're nothing but a lost dog now. I see you're just a hey. Old Su, what are you doing? That's my chips. Player 7, the scarf-wearing man intervened, pulling the stout man aside, his eyes filled with shame as he gritted his teeth. Better take a closer look at your cards, you don't want to embarrass yourself. The stout man froze for a moment, then glanced down at his cards. His pupils contracted sharply. Holy cow. Sure enough, it was indeed 3 aces. But all 3 were aces of spades. 3 aces of spades. All aces of spades. Where were you drinking at the bar? How could this happen? He looked up, his gaze astonished as he turned to Qin Yuan, who had switched his cards right before everyone's eyes without even touching them. Still, with the dealer and a teammate assisting, the 3 of them had managed to cheat right in front of everyone, swapping their whole cards as if it were nothing. A master. A supermaster. Terrifying. What kind of monster is this? The legendary gambling saint. The scarf-wearing man had already sensed the might of Qin Yuan's cheating techniques, realizing they were no match for him. Let's go, we need to summon our master. At that moment, the stout man looked utterly defeated. I've lost. Your skills are indeed exceptional. May I ask for your name? Qin Yuan was puzzled. Skills. Exceptional. It was merely 2 steps. I walked to you and switched the cards. Just a tad faster than you could see. What's this? Are you dissatisfied? Don't get too cocky, kid. Just wait until my master arrives and you'll see. Once again, the same old routine. After dealing with the young, here comes the elder. Can't there be a more refreshing approach? Just when Qin Yuan thought the newcomer was an old man, a young man in his 20s stepped out from behind the door. Or rather, a bug person who had seemingly regained his youth. A perfect grade bug person can live for 150 to 200 years, maintaining their appearance, perfectly looking as if they were 25 until death. They can also transform into an aged form, but making subtle adjustments to one's appearance remains quite challenging. One wrong move can distort the entire face. Qin Yuan frowned slightly. Even from a distance, he could distinctly smell the scent of insect beasts emanating from the other man. Yet Old Sun was completely oblivious to the slightest hint of energy from Qin Yuan, as if there was nothing but air before him. He clearly stood there. Yet every instinct told him that no living being existed before him, only an empty void. Upon entering the room, feeling Qin Yuan's gaze, beads of cold sweat trickled down Old Sun's forehead. What is this? Is it a demon? A ghost? Anything is possible. But it absolutely cannot be human. Definitely not human. Damn it. That wretched disciple has put me in a bind. Old Sun's guess wasn't entirely off. Qin Yuan could indeed be classified as a divine being of sorts, leaving Old Sun with no choice but to muster the courage to greet him. I am Sun Jingxing, a pleasure to meet you. Qin Yuan came the reply. Sun Jingxing forced a smile, and they shook hands before taking their seats opposite each other. Could Qin Xiaoyu let the Ma family casino off the hook this time? Well, consider the money lost today as our concession. Master. The scarf-wearing man and the short, stout man rushed forward, thinking their teacher was unaware of how much Qin Yuan had won, eager to persuade him. A flicker of anger crossed Old Sun's face. Wretched disciples, shouldn't you both step back? Qin Yuan smiled. He had come here today for revenge. A dog-eat-dog scenario was even more entertaining. Fair enough. Oh, as long as I win, everything is negotiable. Old Sun's eyes lit up at this. Oh, gambling. So not a fight after all. Old Sun chuckled. With insect beasts ruling and extraordinary beings rampant, should the other resort to violence, it seemed unlikely that he could stand against even a fraction of them. But if it was a matter of gambling, then Sun Jingxing was confident. Gambling wasn't something he feared, so Qin Xiaoyu is quite confident in his gambling skills. Aren't you the same? Old Sun laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Good. Since you are so confident, let's go all in, a winner takes all. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Qin Yuan agreed. All right, let's settle it in one round. Agreed. I will go to the restroom first. The game will begin in 10 minutes. 5 minutes. If you exceed that, don't bother coming back. Understood. Holding his stomach, old son exited the room, and once outside, he dropped the act. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he turned to his two disciples, the scarf-wearing man and the short, stout man. Prepare the cheating tools and call in our private armed forces to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, they both replied. Better safe than sorry. No matter how strong the bug person was, they were mere fodder against firearms. 5 minutes flew by in no time. During this interval, Qin Yuan kept himself busy placing bets all around the hall, losing not a single round. Win, win, win. The stakes climbed to 320 million. The game began. Sun Old and Qin Yuan each sat at opposite ends of the table, more than 7 meters apart. A beautiful dealer positioned herself in the middle to deal cards. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. Since it was an Allen, there were no flashy tricks. Sun Old revealed his 3 cards immediately. Spade, A club, A heart, A. The largest, 3 of a kind, AAA. The dealer also dropped the pretense, breaking the rules by flipping over the remaining cards to reveal 4 different 2s. This completely cut off Qin Yuan's chances of forming a 235, a deadlock. Sun Old and the dealer exchanged triumphant grins. Now how will you turn the tide? A 235 was no longer useful. 3 cards of the same suit simply did not exist. All exits had been sealed. Sun Old humbly declared, I've won. I truly apologize, Mr. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan grinned. I haven't revealed my cards yet. Isn't it too early to conclude? The short, stout man jumped up first. Stop pretending. There's nothing larger than a 3 of a kind A on the table unless you somehow manage to create a bomb with 4 cards. Ha ha ha. This round was a guaranteed win, unsolvable. Just admit defeat, young man. But alas, Qin Yuan squinted, smiling. He was certainly not the type to cheat with 4 cards. Yun Qianqi, reveal our cards for them to see. The bottom cards were flipped over. A flash of red appeared. 3 joker cards. The stout man immediately slammed the table and stood up. What the hell? Where did those joker cards come from? Are you cheating? Qin Yuan stood up, glaring fiercely. How dare you speak? From the cards to the table and to the players, wasn't every aspect rigged? Just tell me, do 3 jokers beat 3 aces? The stout man was rendered speechless. But your jokers don't comply with the rules. Rules. My rules are the only rules that matter. Old Sun stood up, equally furious. Master Qin, this is quite difficult for us to handle. Difficult? Then don't handle it. With a single hand, Qin Yuan flipped the wonton table, sending it crashing toward Old Sun. Old Sun caught it, barehanded, veins bulging on his arms, his eyes turning red. Qin brat, you've gone too far, I will have you dead. Yet Qin Yuan vanished like a specter, reappearing beside him. He raised his hand, throwing a punch. Boom. Bang. In an instant, Old Sun's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere, and a bug crystal fell out. Old Sun didn't even have the chance to transform into a bug person. A perfect grade bug person vanquished. Instantly. Mind you, this was a perfect grade bug person, a dominating force of the early stages, a terrifying being capable of facing hundreds alone, far beyond what ordinary bug people could compare to. Even 100 elite soldiers would struggle against a perfect bug person. Yet before Qin Yuan, he couldn't even muster a single move. 1 strike to kill. Gene feedback absorbed 5 activation of the perfect gene leech. His mythological genes remained silent. It seemed the quality was simply too low. Moreover, this leech had poor survival abilities too. A single punch had eliminated it. What a disappointment. Outside, 20 private soldiers who had been waiting long rushed into the room, firing madly at Qin Yuan. Kill. For Old Sun. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Outside, the sound of gunfire echoed within. A few seconds later, it fell into a deathly silence. A silence so profound it was chilling. No screams, no wails. Only an eerie stillness and the nauseating scent of blood with crimson liquid seeping from the door cracks, staining the carpet. Patter, patter, patter. Footsteps emerged from the room. Yet it wasn't Old Sun or the special forces they expected, but Qin Yuan cradling Yun Qianqi in his arms. With just a glance, the guests panicked, immediately screaming and fleeing. Qin Yuan bellowed, I haven't said you could leave. Who dares to exit prematurely? The game isn't over yet. Next up is the final round of gambling, and the stakes are your lives. At the bar entrance, the old man with white hair had been waiting for over an hour. After Qin Yuan left with the girl, there was not a single message from him. Anxiously, he paced back and forth, repeatedly glancing at the time on his phone, his mind filled with doubts. Could it be that I've been played? No way. How dare he? Quickly, he dismissed that thought. After all, this was the territory of the Ma family, who would have the audacity to toy with him, snatching away the woman of the young master of the Ma family. Had they lost their minds? 10 more minutes passed before the greasy Xiang fatty personally arrived to check on the goods. Old Luo, why are you the only one here? Where's the cargo? The white-haired old Luo was taken aback. The goods? Didn't Lurini take them to young Master Ma? What are you talking about? Lurini? Who's that? Huh? Lurini? What the hell? I've been played. The old man's expression changed drastically, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he said, Xiang fatty, I've been played. The other party took the goods, but I'm sure they must still be in the casino. Let's hurry and find them. Calm down, old Luo. Let me contact young Master Ma first. When young Master Ma arrived at the casino's private room with his entourage, they unexpectedly bumped into Qin Yuan, who had just emerged after committing murder. Unaware of the situation, one of the thugs charged forward. Who dares to cause trouble in our Heavenly Bliss casino? Qin Yuan didn't even glance at him. Black serpent attack. Bite him. The black snake coiled around his arm glimmered ominously, striking like lightning. With a swift thrust, it pierced through the thug's skull and quickly returned to Qin Yuan's arm. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone stunned and unable to react. The thug was already dead, a boxed lunch for the afterlife. Was that it? The hall fell into a profound silence, the guests hardly daring to breathe, their legs trembling. What just happened? In an instant, someone died. Qin Yuan once again flashed a sunny smile at the crowd, his tone gentle. I'm here specifically to cause trouble for the Ma family. Non-essential personnel have 1 minute to leave. This is your only chance to survive. Of course, the Ma family's members should be smart enough. Anyone who dares to run will be killed on the spot. Starting now. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted, and everyone scrambled to escape. Don't push me, you old hag. Wang Xiong, you bastard. You were just calling her baby, and now you're calling me an old hag. Get out of the way. Run, run, help. Once dignified and elegant, the wealthy patrons now wore twisted expressions as they rushed towards the exit, trampling over one another. Several were crushed underfoot. The entire venue descended into chaos. Any Ma family guard attempting to flee amid the tumult was swiftly dispatched by the black serpent, which shot through their skulls. 3 minutes later, nearly all who could escape had done so. 107 staff members remained in the hall, 45 thugs, and 12 elegantly dressed core management members of the Ma family. Staff may leave. Thugs and Ma family members stay. I will only kill those who deserve it. That left 57 individuals. All right, all non-essential personnel have left. Now we're going to play a game. If you win, I won't kill you. Choose a representative to play against me. Young Master Ma, the highest-ranking individual present, was trembling with fear as the crowd pushed him forward. Upon facing Qin Yuan, he nearly broke down in tears. This was a ruthless killer. Over a dozen from the Ma family had already fallen in pools of blood. Big brother, I can give you money. Please don't kill me. Calm down. Just play a game with me. If you win, I'll let you go, and we'll play something you're good at. Your chances of winning are quite high. By the way, what can you play? I can play dice and guess the size. Qin Yuan immediately instructed his thugs to bring over 2 sets of dice. Each set contained 7 dice. Guessing size is boring. Let's guess the numbers. Those who guess correctly win. Qin Yuan had one more thing to say. The final interpretation rests with me. Let's play. This meant he would toy with them. Only his satisfaction mattered. Without waiting for a rebuttal, Qin Yuan began to shake the dice. Clatter, clatter. With a bang, he slammed them onto the table. Young Master Ma, having no choice, decided to go all in. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I'll gamble everything. He unleashed his unique dice-shaking technique, standing up to vigorously shake. With a bang, he slammed it down and respectfully said to Qin Yuan, You go first. Qin Yuan rested his chin on the table with one hand and said, without hesitation, 143, 3223. What? Young Master Ma trembled at how easily the opponent had spoken the number. Only the scarfed man in the crowd understood how formidable Qin Yuan's gambling skills were. It was a certain loss. There was no way to win. If the other could covertly switch cards, wouldn't changing the dice numbers be child's play? Under the fearful yet expectant gazes of the crowd, young Master Ma slowly revealed the dice. His eyes widened in shock as he saw his number. 2331333. It couldn't be said that they were identical guesses. It was simply unrelated. At that moment, the scarfed man signaled a 6 to young Master Ma. Understanding immediately, young Master Ma said, I guess you have 7 sixes. Qin Yuan opened his dice. 6 6 6 6 6 6 6. 7 sixes. Wow, so impressive. No wonder he's the offspring of the Ma family's patriarch and his wife. Before young Master Ma could get angry, Qin Yuan's next words sent shivers down his spine. You guessed correctly. Black serpent kill, everyone except him. The black snake's eyes glimmered ominously, transforming into a harbinger of death. Swish, swish, swish. Several dark flashes passed, and all those behind young Master Ma fell. He wept, his face contorted in despair. No, you said you would spare us if we won. Qin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Huh, the black serpent kills, what does that have to do with me, Qin Yuan? I warn you, don't slander me. Be careful of the lawyer's letter. Young Master Ma's eyes bulged bloodshot with fear as he shouted, Who are you? Why would you slaughter my Ma family when we have no enmity? You must give me a reason. A reason? Qin Yuan paused, truly caught off guard. Could a human trafficker demand a reason before being killed? He couldn't just say we had a grudge in our previous lives, I've remembered it all this time, could he? That wouldn't fit his persona at all. Pondering thoughtfully, Qin Yuan finally spoke, A reason. Right. You stepped in with your left foot first when you entered. I disliked the way you walked in, so I decided to slaughter your entire family. How does that sound? Young Master Ma's eyes widened. This reason is so lazy it's almost pathetic. Suddenly young Master Ma realized he was doomed. As that thought crossed his mind, he slumped to the ground. Can you give me a quick death? No, no, no. Qin Yuan waved a finger in front of young Master Ma. I told you I wouldn't kill you, and I won't. I'm a man of my word. A glimmer of hope sparked in young Master Ma's eyes. He hadn't expected to survive. Really? Of course it's true. Qin Yuan flashed a wicked smile, shrugging playfully. Young man, you are the first in 2 lifetimes to believe me the villain. He. The underworld casino of heavenly bliss. Beneath the 2nd underground level. I beg you. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Help, Mom. Ma Xiao was weeping uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was acutely aware of the torment awaiting him on the 2nd underground level, for this was the prison the Ma family used to torture others, infamously known as the Little Myanmar North Prison. Here the majority were young girls, hundreds of scantily clad children. Next came the young women reduced to breeding machines, imprisoned for the amusement of the wealthy. Children were kept as human delicacies for distinguished guests. Men suffered the most enduring daily torment, while forced into labor with their organs harvested for transplantation as needed. Many wealthy patrons would feast before their eyes, savoring meat cooked to rare perfection. What is rare? It was akin to devouring flesh, while still warm, the gruesomeness rivaling that of a slaughterhouse. To call this place a hell on earth would not be an exaggeration. No one knew how long this place had existed, but should its evils be exposed, annihilating 10 clans would be a mild response. Hey Jiao, release everyone from their bindings, let them out. Karma. What one sows one shall reap. How he treated himself and his close friends in his past life would now be experienced firsthand by these wicked individuals. The tool, the serpent He Jiao, was activated. The clicking sounds echoed continuously. For Ma Xiao, each click was like a death knell. With every lock that opened, his body trembled, as those present all recognized him. For he was notorious for his favorite pastime, torturing prisoners and reveling in their suffering. Lord Qin, I beg you, just kill me. Let it all end. Whoa. Don't cry, Ma Xiao, we're only just beginning. You'll be staying here for a whole month with food and shelter provided and no rent to pay. Isn't that wonderful? Ma Xiao wept even harder, his voice hoarse from crying. Qin Yuan remained unmoved, first releasing the tattered girls. He kindly instructed them on how to use knives, teaching them to slice meat so finely that one could be cut thousands of times without dying, skills honed over a decade of apocalypse. Over 100 girls took turns trying with the timid, allowing the bolder ones to take the lead. Then came the little girls, the little boys, and the young women. Finally, it was the men's turn. Don't hold back, just don't kill them. With over 40 men rotating in, they began playing cards with Ma Xiao inside the room. Screams filled the air. Ma Xiao kept shouting, claiming he saw his great-grandmother saw God, and so on. Upon exiting the Ma family grounds, Qin Yuan, noticing that Yun Qinshi in his arms had yet to awaken, gently called her back to consciousness. Following my left hand, right hand in slow motion, he raised his hand. Slap. Slap. What's wrong? Another nightmare. I don't know why, but my face feels fiery hot, like I got slapped twice. Qin Yuan smiled. You must have had a nightmare. Now that the Ma family has been destroyed, you are free. Don't let yourself be caught again. You won't be so fortunate next time to encounter a kind-hearted person like me. Yun Qinshi looked at Qin Yuan, her face flushed with shyness. Brother Qin, I have nowhere to go now. Can I come with you? Qin Yuan's expression changed, disdain evident as he scoffed. Declined. Your status is too low. Let's talk when you can reach perfection. Just a campus belle. Pretty but beauty doesn't feed you. If she were a city flower, a provincial flower, a state flower, a national flower might be considered. What level is a campus belle? What level am I? With that, Qin Yuan turned, wings sprouting from his back, and with a whoosh he soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving Yun Qinshi alone, dazed in place. What does being perfect mean? And why can Brother Qin fly? Is he really an angel? Sent by heaven, a savior specially for her? Oh dear! Yun Qinshi quickly covered her flushed face. It was not shyness. Rather, her face hurt so much. It was a fiery pain, as if she had been slapped twice with full force. This was the first time a dream felt so vividly real. Time had reached 5:55 p.m., 5 minutes earlier than planned. In the sky, Qin Yuan began transforming into his complete insectoid form, 6 dark, crystal wings sprouting from his back. He grew to a height of 3 meters with blue crystal blades extending outward, resembling a gem of blue and red hues under the evening glow. Ancient dark crystal emperor ant. A brilliant, colorful light streaked across the dim sky, heading toward the Binqing military base. He intended to summon the personnel from Binqing's military base to avoid disrupting his plans. Tonight, he could also gain some reputation points preparing for the forthcoming schemes. The overture to a monumental event was about to commence. At that moment, the Binqing military base was in a state of alert, air defense alarms blaring. The entire base felt as if faced with a formidable enemy. Woo, woo, woo. The red alerts bathed the base in blood-red light. Everyone hurriedly donned armor and grabbed weapons. Quick! Emergency assembly. At the control center, the base defense minister Gao Bing rushed to the command room. What's happening? Why is the first-level air defense alarm sounding? Are enemy aircraft approaching? The air defense team leader stood at attention and reported. Report, Colonel, an unidentified flying object is approaching our base at supersonic speed, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. It could be enemy aircraft. We are currently capturing images with satellites. Beep, beep, beep. The satellite images appeared. Due to the speed, only a blurry, shiny object was captured, which didn't resemble a fighter jet. What could it be? But whatever it was, its approach toward the military base couldn't bode well. The visitor had ill intentions. Activate the war plan. Prepare all weapons for preheating. Recall 5,000 troops from the ongoing clearance operation nearby to defend the base. The remaining 150 will continue with the extermination plan. Hearing this, the adjutant immediately went to deliver the orders. Time ticked away, and the entire base stood ready. Countless gun barrels were aimed southwest. All awaited the colonel's command, ready to fire at once. Gao Bing stood in the command room, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. The air defense personnel alerted. It's here. A colorful streak zipped across the sky, a figure clad in blue crystal armor hovering above the base. The colonel was taken aback. It's actually it. Ultra-high threat insectoid dark crystal emperor ant. What could it want here? Is it dissatisfied with our extermination plan? Is it declaring war? The colonel clearly hadn't grasped the severity of the situation and ordered directly. Regardless of its intentions, provoking us at the Binqing base will be its gravest mistake. Open fire. Bring it down. Understood. With the order given, the base opened fire. Da-da-da, da-da-da, whoosh, whoosh. Countless heavy weapons unleashed their wrath, rocket launchers and anti-aircraft guns firing simultaneously, shooting into the sky, trailing long white tails. Qin Yuan watched coldly as various firearms attacked him, spreading his arms and employing his genetic skill. Dark crystal shield. Buzz. In an instant, a perfect spherical honeycomb shield materialized, encasing Qin Yuan entirely. Bullets striking it created not even a ripple. Then missiles hurtled toward him, and upon touching the shield, a blinding white light erupted. Boom. BOMM. BOMM. The sky lit up with dazzling flames, saturating the air with thick white smoke. Amidst the continuous explosions, on the ground, orange-yellow flames erupted from gun muzzles, ceaselessly roaring, with spent shells piling up into small hills. The dark cannon barrels glowed red-hot as soldiers relentlessly reloaded ammunition. Throughout the Binqing military base, the acrid scent of gunpowder pervaded the air. Above the sky, after 10 minutes of artillery bombardment, the entire base was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Thick smoke enveloped the sky, rendering target acquisition impossible. Inside the base's air defense monitoring room, Colonel Gao fixated on the screen before him, fearful of missing any critical kill shot, yet all he could see was smoke swirling across the display. Though he was unaware of the purpose of the approaching insectoid creature, he was certain that eliminating it beforehand was prudent. After all, coexistence between humans and insectoids was an impossibility. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Activate the life detection device. Check if that creature has perished, he commanded. With a series of clicks, the ground opened several apertures. Antenna-like devices emerged from below, aimed at the sky, casting green beams that probed through the smoky haze. Beep, beep, beep. Intense life energy response detected. Response intensity exceeds level 5. Classification ultra-dangerous biological entity. Beep, beep, beep. Response intensity is continually rising. Current response strength undetectable. Undetectable. Level 1 corresponds to the energy of 100 individuals. A level 5 signifies the energy of 500 or more. Without a 1,000-man battalion and heavy weaponry, it would be impossible to address such a threat. Levels 1 to 3 denote dangerous species. Level 4 indicates high-risk creatures, and level 5 describes ultra-dangerous entities. There is currently no definition for anything beyond level 5. The base housed nearly 6,000 soldiers. Could they not subdue a single ultra-dangerous entity? However, the inability to detect the enemy's biology warranted cautious contemplation. Colonel Gao pondered for a moment before issuing his order. Full assault. Continue the offensive with suppressive fire. Hit them. Hit them hard. Today we must obliterate them in Bin City. They could not allow the threat to grow. Everything dangerous must be eradicated in its cradle. Before the command could be relayed to the troops, unforeseen developments unfolded outside. In the sky, Qin Yuan remained suspended. It was not in his nature to passively endure. He would begin his counterattack. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dispelled the smoke, revealing his resplendent form. A voice imbued with magnetism echoed in the minds of all present. Mortals feel the pain. Domain expansion, divine punishment. Yet inwardly he chanted, Emperor's domain, activate. In an instant, an invisible ripple radiated outward akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The waves engulfed everyone present. All gazes became vacant, drawn into a mental realm where they endured torturous torment. With so many ensnared, Qin Yuan could not slay them all, or at most he could render them unconscious, as his genetic development stood at a mere 4%. Including the staff, over 7,000 individuals in the base were instantly incapacitated. Once all were subdued, Qin Yuan hovered in the heavens, surveying his domain like a sovereign surveying his kingdom. Killing them was within his power, yet the time was not yet ripe. Within Bin City, the commanding officers who had ventured out remained vigilant, anxiously monitoring the situation at the base, inundating the headquarters with calls. Crackle. This is the 1st Brigade calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Repeat. No response. Lieutenant Colonel Li surmised that the base was likely facing dire straits. Contact the nearby units. All personnel return for reinforcement. He prayed inwardly. Base commander, please be safe. Ideally, he hoped the commander had perished. If he were dead, wouldn't that pave the way for his ascent? Similar situations unfolded throughout the city. They could not afford to focus on exterminating the insectoids, for if their homes were lost, what good were the monsters? Form up. Fall back immediately. Relay the message to surrounding units. Everyone fall back. 15,000 troops surged en masse toward the Bin City military base. Simultaneously, the insectoid squad in the villa commenced their operations. They raced toward the Ma family estate, where villas and high-rise apartments stood, inhabited by the Ma family and their servants. The primary targets for San, who were the direct relatives of the Ma family and their nefarious minions. Their illicit activities were notorious in the underworld: drug trafficking, forced prostitution, gambling rings, human trafficking. They could be said to engage in everything except virtuous deeds, and their audacity had only grown. They dared to provoke someone as formidable as Qin Yuan. They were clearly courting death. Thin Monkey, take 2 brothers to the underground level 2 of Black Street and secure all the doctors and nurses. I'll lead the others to the Ma family estate to capture people. Understood, boss. The gaunt mutant Thin Monkey accompanied an ordinary drugged caterpillar and a common toad as they sprinted towards Black Street. San, who led the remaining 11 insectoids toward the Ma family estate. Though they traversed dark pathways, they could not entirely evade the gaze of passers-by. A large group of 2 to 3 turtle monsters moved through the alley, startling several timid observers into fright. Bystanders immediately alerted the authorities. Yet with the military base in turmoil, neither police nor soldiers could attend to these disturbances. All eyes were drawn to the Bin City military base, where a sensational event was poised to unfold. The mutated beasts moved with astonishing speed, reaching the Ma family estate in a mere 10 minutes. They had likely sensed the unrest recently, as security had been significantly tightened. At the entrance stood 8 guards, each wielding an AK-47. The towering 4-meter walls posed little challenge for the insectoids. San, who decided on a flanking maneuver to avoid a direct confrontation with the enemy. Let's go, we'll climb over. San, who took the lead, vaulting over the wall. The insectoids followed suit, one after another, leaping over their landings, echoing heavily, drawing the attention of patrolling guards. A beam of light swept over, prompting the insectoids to instinctively shield their eyes. The towering figures of the insectoids materialized before the humans. Who goes there? Whoa, not human. Monsters. Enemy attack. Realizing their cover was blown, San, who no longer concealed himself, and bellowed, surround them. All insectoids charge. Outside the manor, the insect men launched an assault at the entrance, wielding nearby trees, trash cans, and small cars as shields, charging towards the guards stationed at the gate. The ordinary insect men had a genetic development of only about 2 to 4, equivalent to the strength index of 4 to 5 humans combined with their massive size. The impact of their charge was akin to that of a charging rhinoceros. A single collision would surely spell death for an ordinary person. The head of the security team reacted immediately, seizing the walkie-talkie to call for backup. Open fire. Quick fire. This is the east gate. We're under enemy attack. Requesting support. Requesting support. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames erupted from the muzzles of the guns. In an instant, the first insect man was turned into a sieve, while the second insect man barreled forward, pushing a small car that absorbed hundreds of bullets. Once they closed the distance, numerous insect men leapt from behind the car, attacking with ferocity. Roar. Kill. Among them, a 7-spotted ladybug, emboldened by its armored shell, wielded a firearm it had scavenged from the ground, taking down the most foes. Out of 14 bodyguards, including 6 who rushed from the pavilion, it managed to kill 5, accounting for 1/3 of their number. As it gazed upon the corpses sprawled in pools of blood, the 7-spotted ladybug couldn't help but wipe the drool from its mouth. Such a pity, the boss said. We can't eat them. For reasons unknown. Human flesh had an indescribable allure for the insect men, a voice in their heads urging them, devour them. Devour them. But San, who had warned them, eating humans would lead to genetic collapse. They must never consume these humans. They could only feast on genetic fragments from their own kind. What a shame. Inside the manor, the gunfire had ceased, leaving over 20 human corpses on the ground. There were also a few insect corpses. The manor sprawled over thousands of acres with uneven terrain. In the center lay a large lake, now dry due to the drought. Before long, as the external and internal insect squads regrouped, San, who began to tally casualties, noting that their side had also suffered heavy losses. 13 insect men, 6 dead, 1 severely injured, 6 lightly wounded. Only 6 insect men remained combat capable. The enemy may have reinforcements. We cannot let our guard down. Group of 3 insect men launch an attack on the main fortress from the south and north flanks. In a 3v3 formation, the insect squads dispersed, advancing towards the Grand Manor Castle. Meanwhile, the head of the security team, Gujan, along with 20 men, was making his way from the south gate to provide support. There's been no response from the east gate. It's likely already fallen. Captain, do you mean they're no longer at the east gate? Where could they have gone? Gujan pondered briefly, before surmising the enemy's objective. The direct relatives of the Ma family. Let's go. Change course to the main fortress. All armed bodyguards immediately redirected towards the stronghold. The insect squad led by San, who collided head-on with the bodyguards en route. However, the insect men were hidden in the shadows while the bodyguards brazenly drove their bulletproof SUVs along the manor's concrete roads. Under the cover of night, 3 insect men concealed themselves in the crevices of a bridge's rocky ledge. Watching the armed forces enter the castle, San, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What should they do? For bulletproof SUVs, more than 20 fully armed bodyguards. His injured group of insect men might not stand a chance. Were they to abandon their plan? San Hu's mind raced, quickly devising several feasible strategies. Plan A, use the Emperor to command the lords. Plan B, draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. You 2 create a diversion to attract the bodyguard's attention while I capture the leader. His 2 subordinates nodded eagerly. Understood. We'll follow your lead, Brother Hu. The 3 insect men scurried up the rocky wall, crossing the bridge to the other side. From a distance, they spotted the armed personnel arriving at the castle entrance. Positioned beneath a large tree, the 2 insect minions struck alluring poses, one hand caressing their ankle as they flirtatiously glanced at the human bodyguards, throwing flirtatious looks. They then blew a kiss with their plump lips. The bodyguards noticed them and exclaimed, "What the hell, yuck! Yuck! How disgusting! Kill them! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat!" 5 or 6 bodyguards gritted their teeth and opened fire wildly into the thicket. On the other side of the house, the 3 insect men had reached their destination, launching a surprise attack on the bodyguards under the cover of gunfire. They successfully took down 2 bodyguards. The others quickly retaliated, forcing the trio to momentarily retreat. Gu Zhan was about to command everyone to regroup when he felt a chill at his neck. Unbeknownst to him, San-Hu had circled around and was now behind him, sharp claws pressed against his throat. San-Hu's voice was icy. "You're just doing this for money. Is it worth risking your life for a mere few $1,000s? Tell them to drop their guns." Gu Zhan remained steadfast. No problem. Everyone put your guns down." The group exchanged glances, gradually lowering their weapons from aiming at San-Hu to resting them on the ground. Seeing this, San-Hu wasted no time and stated his intentions directly. "The people of the Ma family must be taken today. My backer is someone you Gu family cannot afford to provoke. Even the authorities give him due respect." Gu Zhan's expression remained unchanged, though turmoil brewed within him. The opponent knew he was from the Gu family, and yet spoke so audaciously. What did it mean that even the authorities respected him? Could he be from the royal family? Regardless, preserving his life was of utmost importance. "My friend, I Gu Zhan concede. Take the Ma family members away." A dark-skinned woman burst out from the house upon hearing this, clearly displeased. As one of the 27 wives of the Ma family, she had not yet enjoyed her wealth and status. How could she willingly be taken away? She shouted, realizing they were importing a Morian from abroad. "Gu Zhan, how dare you? It was your Gu family that promised to keep the Ma family safe. If you dare to let them go now, I'll expose all the dirty deeds of the Gu family. No one will get off easy." Gu Zhan lowered his gaze, unable to suppress a sigh. This fool. Didn't they see the situation? Didn't they grasp the gravity of the moment? Only knew how to blabber. Skillfully, he pulled out an AK-47. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. He emptied 30 rounds from the gun, reloaded another 30, and fired another barrage. "Apologies, dear insect brother. I'm just cleaning up some trash. I hope you don't mind." San-Hu glanced at the muck on the ground. He figured it would be of no use to take back. "Suit yourself. The others inside belong to me." Gu Zhan gestured nonchalantly. "Okay." The Gu family was best known for self-preservation. Time to make an exit. Outside the military base of Bin City, the area within a kilometer was completely sealed off by the military. No one knew what was happening inside, but even from several kilometers away, one could see the figure suspended in the air. It was the dark crystal emperor ant, which had recently gone viral on the internet. Its dazzling, deep blue crystal form shimmered brilliantly, resembling a full moon standing tall above the base, akin to a guiding North Star hanging in the night sky. Strangely, the military had taken no action against it. Nearby the military encampment, a photographer and a beautiful journalist were live broadcasting. "Hello everyone. This is Bin City TV, and I am Wu Qianqian. We bring you the second episode of Revealing the World, where you can follow our lens for real-time coverage of the Dark Crystal Emperor ant." As the camera continually focused and magnified, it ultimately zoomed in to 50 times, still delivering a 4K high-definition image. The transformation of Qin Yuan into the Dark Crystal Emperor ant was revealed in stunning clarity to the people of Bin City for the first time. Its head resembled a purple ice crystal crown adorned with 2 slender antennae, and at its mouth were 2 deep blue pincers. Its entire body was covered in sharp barbs and blue crystal blades, with beautiful 6-winged dark crystal wings unfurled from its back. Its disproportionately slender waist perfectly accentuated the shape of an inverted triangle. Such a weapon of the world could hardly be imagined. Noble, magnificent, yet filled with majesty and a sense of impending doom. Wu Qianqian wanted to leverage her connections to gain access to the interior, but was informed by a soldier at the entrance that a lockdown order had been issued prohibiting anyone from entering. She then saw a military vehicle boldly driving in. Why can he get in? Wu Qianqian wondered. After all, her grandfather was a general, albeit retired, yet his connections were still formidable. It would be relatively easy to deal with a low-ranking soldier. The soldier scratched his head awkwardly, and then a superior officer appeared to explain to Wu Qianqian. "That is a general dispatch from the Central Command, come to negotiate with the Dark Crystal Emperor ant." Negotiate? Wu Qianqian, being a third-generation military offspring, had recently learned about some insider information regarding insectoids, which could be summarized in one word: kill. The higher-ups had only issued a plan to eradicate the insectoids, intending to wipe them all out. She had never heard of any insectoid receiving such a privilege as negotiation. This exclusive news would surely be sensational nationwide. Her eyes scanned around and suddenly lit up as she recognized a familiar colonel. She abandoned the photographer and dashed over. "Uncle Zhang, it's me, Wu Qianqian." Colonel Zhang momentarily failed to recognize her, rifling through his memory. A Wu calling him uncle. Wu Qianqian. Could she be the granddaughter of that prominent figure? He hoped not to be dragged into helping again. The last time he assisted her father, he had been confined for a week. Was her family involved in espionage, plotting to bring trouble upon him? No, he had to scare her off. "You are the granddaughter of the old chief. You've grown so big. Come here, and let Uncle give you a hug. Colonel Zhang approached with a lascivious grin. Hey, you old pervert. I have something serious to discuss with you. Sure, but you must agree to one outrageous request of mine first. Wu Qianqian observed Colonel Zhang's sleazy demeanor and pulled out a golden insignia from her pocket. Upon seeing the insignia, Colonel Zhang immediately grew serious, standing at attention and glancing around before lowering his voice to inquire. How do you have a general's order? Shouldn't this have been reclaimed? You needn't concern yourself with that. To see this insignia is to see a general. Now take me inside. Wu Qianqian felt a pang of guilt. She maintained her facade of calm composure, careful not to reveal the truth to Colonel Zhang. This insignia was a replica, a mere counterfeit meant for familiar faces. Even if discovered to be fake, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Now, just to be clear, no filming allowed. Don't worry. He'll go in alone. The photographer will stay outside. Without the camera, it didn't mean she couldn't document the event. This was an exclusive story. Why would she simply go in for a sightseeing tour of a military base? Colonel Zhang clearly underestimated the cunning of a seemingly docile girl. He led Wu Qianqian through multiple layers of security to the innermost part of the base. Inside the base, all those who had fainted were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The appointed lieutenant general had already arrived at the monitoring room. General Chun was observing the footage of Qin Yuan battling the base, analyzing the capabilities of the opponent. Adjutant, have the negotiation expert test the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant's attitude. Yes, sir. Before long, the negotiation expert shouted into a loudspeaker, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. I am Zhou Yizhong, a special negotiator from Dragon Country. Can we discuss matters in detail? You may propose any conditions you have. After a full minute, Qin Yuan responded, I don't like your voice. Send someone else to talk to me. Zhou Yizhong looked helplessly at the adjutant beside him. The adjutant immediately stepped forward and called out to the sky, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. I am Major General Wang Xiaojia from the headquarters. Can we have a conversation? Another minute passed, and Qin Yuan replied again, Major General from the headquarters. Your rank is insufficient. Send someone else to negotiate with me. This, a Major General from headquarters. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Such arrogance. Indeed, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant was powerful far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary insectoid, but it was still just an insect. Its internal energy was limited. If the military truly wished to eliminate it, it could launch intercontinental missiles without difficulty. Moreover, there were nuclear weapons as a backup. Even if tens of thousands of troops were sent to attack in shifts, it might not be able to withstand the assault. To say that a major general from headquarters was unqualified. What an outrageous display of arrogance. A major general from the headquarters was not to be compared with an ordinary major general. An ordinary major general could command 300 to 500 armed forces and possess some conventional ground-to-air weaponry. In contrast, a major general from headquarters enjoyed the authority of a local lieutenant general commanding 100 to 200 troops and deploying intercontinental missiles. On the ground, Wang Xiaoji's fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with fury as he gazed toward the sky. What an audacious Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, disregarding the general of the Empire's headquarters. Truly, it was boundlessly arrogant. In the surveillance room, General Chen Zhong was acutely aware that the other party was deliberately trying to intimidate the official organization. Do they seek more leverage in the negotiations? Such an insatiable individual, he thought, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. Greed is a good thing. I fear not your greed, but rather your lack of desire. I can offer you everything, wealth, power, beauty, delicacies, but what you consume now you could regurgitate tenfold in the future. Do they truly believe the Empire is a charitable organization? We're leaving to meet the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Chen Zhong commanded, leading several messengers and guards out of the surveillance room to the open space in the center of the base. He gazed up at the dark sky where a streak of azure illuminated the night. I am General Chun Dao from the central headquarters. Your Excellency, Dark Crystal Emperor, and can we have a conversation now? A general from the central headquarters. That was a significant rank. Qin Yuan sensed that this was likely the highest official the government could dispatch. Typically, a marshal would not leave the imperial capital. Moreover, the number of casualties he had inflicted was limited, making the threat level appear low to the officials. However, the potential threat was considerable. From his vantage point high above, Qin Yuan spoke. I have but one request. From this moment forth, the city of Binqing shall be recognized as my territory, and all military forces must withdraw. General Chen frowned, refusing immediately. That is impossible, Your Excellency, Ant King. This was a city with a population of 7 million, which, though small by Dragon Kingdom standards, could not simply be handed over. It was not merely a matter of populace and territory, it concerned the dignity of the royal family. Granting land would imply that the officials were intimidated. Submit and yield. How could that be? If such a concession were made, where would that leave the royal members who fancied themselves descendants of divine creators? Yet there was a middle ground. Your Excellency Ant King, if you are willing to join the Empire, the Chancellor promises you the rank of Brigadier General, and we can discuss the division of benching to your dominion. Qin Yuan understood this was an attempt at appeasement. Then there's nothing to discuss? Your Excellency Ant King, could you propose another condition? Money, rank, women. Name your price. 6 days from now I will return, and we will renegotiate. By then the negotiation would not be so simple. Before anyone on the ground could inquire further, Qin Yuan vanished in an instant. Wu Qianqian quietly put away her phone, having captured yet another earth-shattering scoop. Appeasing the insect race. Once exposed, this would send shockwaves throughout society. In the open space, General Chun sighed, pondering whether the current balance could be maintained for another 6 days, fearing unforeseen changes. It was known that the insectoids were continuously growing stronger. Moreover, recent reports indicated that several major cities were facing insect infestations severe enough to necessitate nuclear intervention. Turning to his aide, he commanded, immediately report the situation at the benching military base. Raise the threat level of the Ant King by 1 tier. Classify it as a natural disaster. This incident shall be termed fractured catastrophe. I recommend the government issue a bounty of 1.5 billion dragon coins for the Ant King's head. If appeasement fails, then eliminate the threat entirely. Qin Yuan swiftly made his way to another location, the 99th floor of the EDD building. Today was the gathering place of the notorious Ma Laogo, and in his previous life, he had thoroughly investigated the man to exact revenge. This evening was significant for several major family alliances, and he had to present them with a grand gift. EDD Building 99th Floor Banquet Hall. Ma Inbo was one of the hosts of this banquet. He had just received news of a disturbance at the casino and had dispatched numerous enforcers to investigate. Unbeknownst to him, his home had been robbed and his family had been kidnapped to the underworld. Tonight's banquet was critical for the Ma family, and Ma Inbo could not spare a moment. Welcome everyone. I am Ma Inbo. Today I have invited the 5 major families of benching to form a united alliance. Together we shall face the upheaval in benching. I believe everyone is aware of the recent military incursions into the city. The Ma family's intention was to create an alliance of the 5 financial tycoons to absorb smaller factions and outside forces, all while ensuring their own survival in these chaotic times, with the Ma family leading the charge. However, though the other 4 families showed interest, none were willing to relinquish their dominant positions, leading to light-hearted banter over profit-sharing, each testing the waters with seemingly casual remarks. This banquet was also a preparation for future alliances. Alas, the night's true protagonists were not the Ma family nor the other 4 clans. It was the sound of shattering glass that echoed through the hall. Crash! Bang! A figure of blue crystal manifested above the banquet hall. The guests screamed in terror. At that moment, Qin Yuan held aloft the severed head, tossing it in front of Ma Inbo. Old man, here's a gift for you. Care to see if you like it? The head rolled across the table, revealing the face of the Ma family's 3rd son, Ma Xiaojia. Ma Inbo's eyes widened in shock, rage boiling within him. No, my son. You've killed him. What will become of my vast fortune? Woe is me. Ma Inbo reminisced about the cherished moments with his son. They had shared a bond of paternal affection and familial harmony. Dad, give me money. Dad, more money. Give me cash. Old fool, don't waste my money. Upon reflection, perhaps he wasn't as heartbroken as he thought. But today this vendetta must be avenged. Go, kill him. Execute him. Nearby, the bodyguards swiftly drew their submachine guns and opened fire, yellow-orange flames erupting from the muzzles. The bodyguards' expressions were twisted with rage. Yet the bullets struck Qin Yuan with a resounding clang. Upon hitting his armor, they flattened and fell to the ground. Dozens of firearms could not even impede his advance. There were not 700 individuals present. Domain unleashed Emperor's wrath. Boom. An invisible domain enveloped the remaining 100 guests in the hall. Anyone who fired a weapon would suffer at least 3 days and nights of psychological torment before dying in agony. Those who shot while displaying a grotesque expression would endure 5 days and nights of mental anguish before perishing. Those who fired while contorted in rage and cursing would face 8 days and nights of psychological torture before succumbing. As for the innocent bystanders, well, anyone attending this banquet could hardly be considered innocent. They all succumbed to the mental onslaught, knocking them unconscious. Even the pampered pooches brought by the socialites received a couple of slaps. Equality for all. Everyone has a share. With 6 wings unfurled, Qin Yuan soared away, dragging the terrified head of the Ma family toward the underworld. At this moment in the depths of the Black Street Level 2 of the basement, the area had been seized by the bug people led by the thin monkey. Here they had uncovered not only 40 unscrupulous doctors and nurses, but also over 100 goods imprisoned within. The first type of goods were those subjected to brutal organ harvesting. Some fortunate ones managed to survive after losing a kidney, while those with worse luck lost their hearts only to have their flesh sold off. To ensure the freshness and tenderness of the ingredients, the doctors would do everything possible to keep the patients alive throughout the process. No anesthetics were used, they simply sliced and diced. Unlike a casino, the investors here included 3 of the 5 major financial families. The Ma family held the largest share, followed by the Gao and Lin families. The business dealings involved many local tycoons and high-ranking officials. San, who brought the members of the Ma family to this place, first washing them down like pigs before tossing them into a solitary cell, awaiting Qin Yuan's arrival for their judgment. Before long, Qin Yuan appeared, dragging the Ma family head, who resembled a dead dog, to the area where the goods were held. "It is time for you to pay for your sins," he said, addressing those confined in the cage. "You decide how to punish them." He then opened the cage, releasing those long-suffering goods. The members of the Ma family and the unscrupulous doctors were torn to shreds by the frenzied crowd, yet their thirst for revenge was not quenched. Many wished to grind their bones to dust. Once the crowd had exacted their revenge, they all collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Many had witnessed their relatives and friends being wheeled onto operating tables, one cut after another, till death. The pain and hatred remained, and rather than finding relief, they were left with an even greater sense of loss. A sense of aimlessness enveloped them. Many were merely college students or underprivileged individuals who had been deceived. No one cared about their fates. No, there was still one before them. They turned their gazes towards Qin Yuan, and in that moment, he seemed like a savior. All fell to their knees, fervently prostrating themselves on the ground. "Great Lord, please allow us to follow you." In truth, Qin Yuan was merely seeking personal vengeance. Saving these people was far from his intention, at best a case of utilizing the useless, temporary tools. "Follow me." He then unleashed a terrifying aura, the weight of an emperor's presence. Although he did not manifest his domain, the sheer force of his imperial aura weighed heavily on their spirits. Looking at the crowd before him, who could barely lift their heads, Qin Yuan shook his head. "You are too weak." Instant disappointment washed over them. Some even harbored resentment and lowered their heads, casting venomous glances at the ground. A debt of gratitude can quickly turn into a grudge. Fury burned within them. "Is that all? You think you're so great for saving us? Who asked you to save us? If I had a gun, I would have shot you first. Who do you think you are to say we don't deserve to stand? You're just a monster, and I could easily report you to the authorities." The immense malice was instantly perceived by Qin Yuan. He was a mythic-level bug person with heightened senses. Playing such games in front of him was foolishness. With a sweep of his gaze, he commanded, "The man in black on the left, third in the front row, and the girl in pink on the right, fourth in the back row, stand up." They were precisely the ones who had been plotting against him. With their hearts racing, they stood up, unable to meet Qin Yuan's gaze. "I will ask and you will answer. Ladies first. Who saved you?" The woman, now in a state of sheer panic, never imagined that the phrase "ladies first" could instill such fear. "It was you, the great God. And how do you intend to repay your savior? Do you wish to call the police to arrest me?" The woman gasped in horror. How could this monster know her thoughts? No, not at all. "Great Lord, I absolutely had no such thought." With a swift motion, Qin Yuan delivered a fatal blow, beheading her. "Do not attempt to lie before me." His gaze shifted to the other man in black. "Now it's your turn. I ask you, how do you plan to repay me? With a gun to kill me?" The man, now wise to the situation, collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. "I was wrong. Great Lord, I beg you, spare me. I have an 80-year-old father and a 3-month-old mother." Qin Yuan interrupted his desperate pleas. He had no desire to hear such pathetic excuses. "I am merciful enough to give you one chance. If you can answer one question truthfully within 10 seconds, I will not kill you." "How about that?" Of course, the final say rested with him. The black-clothed survivor felt a surge of hope. "Thank you, Great Lord. I will answer honestly." In his heart, he thought, "A gentleman does not forget a grudge even after 10 years. Just wait for me. Once I get out of here, I'll grab an AK and take you down." Qin Yuan saw through his thoughts, but chose not to expose him. He slowly posed his question. "A very simple question you must answer honestly. What is 10 raised to the power of 2? 5. Math problem. What on earth is 10 raised to the power of 2? 5. Life may deceive you, but math will not. Because if you don't know, you simply don't know. What does this have to do with honesty? Should I just guess randomly?" He glanced at the still bleeding corpse behind him. It might be best not to lie. If I say I don't know, will he find a reason to suddenly turn on me? Surely someone of this stature wouldn't do that. Then perhaps it's better to just say I don't know. At that moment, the girl next to him quietly said, approximately 3:16. The black-clothed man beamed. I know. Approximately 3:16. Qin Yuan smirked. Wrong. The correct answer is 3:16. 22776601683793332. What the hell? This is absurd. Everyone present was stunned. Accurate to many decimal places. Is this within the realm of human capability to answer? If you want to kill him, just say so. There's no need for such roundabout methods. In the end, the man in black was determined to fight to the death. He drew a hidden knife and pressed it against the neck of the girl who had just revealed the answer to him. Although he had not answered correctly, he shouted, "Let me go. Otherwise I'll kill her." Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Kill her? With what? Of course with this knife in my hand. And where is your knife? The man in black glanced down, startled to find that the knife had transformed into a black snake. With a swift motion, he threw the snake to the ground. The knife had somehow ended up in Qin Yuan's hand. Devour him, Black Jiao. Such scum was perfect as pet food, saving on feeding expenses. The black snake lunged, diving into the man's eye socket. A few seconds later, as the man in black collapsed, his head struck the ground with a hollow thud. The others trembled, kneeling in fear, not daring to make a single move. Now they realized that this figure before them was no savior. He resembled more of a judge from hell, annihilating all the evils in his sight. At that moment, San, who descended after handling some matters above. Master, how should we deal with these humans? Shall we eliminate them all? San, who was uncertain of Qin Yuan's true feelings toward humanity. Honestly, he did not care much for these inconsequential individuals. As long as his family was safe, the lives of others were expendable. No, San, who recruit these individuals and train them well. They may be of use in the future. Certainly, those who wish to leave may do so without restraint. After taking control of Bin City, he would need a reliable group of capable individuals and fearless soldiers. The more manpower, the better. Someone had to clean the toilets after all. There would undoubtedly be those with ulterior motives, but he could filter and eliminate them once stability was achieved. He also instructed San Hu to recruit more personnel while the army was away that night. With that, Qin Yuan departed once more. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was past midnight. His plan to capture a phantom beast was approaching, and thoughts of the special phantom beast stirred a flame within him. Once he obtained the genes of that phantom beast, he would be able to disregard even nuclear weapons, achieving true invincibility in this world. The immediate priority was to continue enhancing his strength. He could not afford to be embarrassed by failing to defeat that phantom beast. That creature was a formidable existence worthy of being called a god-slaying phantom beast. Qin Yuan commenced his training for the day, sitting cross-legged on the bed, microscopically examining his genetic nodes, many of which were illuminating on their own. What he needed to do was hasten the illumination of these nodes, 1, 2, up to 100. In the microscopic world, as his insect beast genes activated, he also witnessed many special genes hidden within him, likely armed genes and special skill genes. Unfortunately, there was no time to activate them now. In the early days of the apocalypse, sheer strength was paramount. Auxiliary abilities would have to wait. He continued until noon. The glaring sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warming his face. Qin Yuan awoke from his slumber, stretching luxuriously. He had grown again. Gene development reached 6. His base human strength was 60 tons, insectoid strength 120 tons, and critical damage 240 tons. And this was achieved without engaging in mass slaughter. If he were to unleash his full might now, he was confident he could surpass 10 in a single day. But it was unnecessary. Not only was the difficulty of purifying immature genes high, but there were also numerous mutation risks that could hinder the growth of mythic-level genes. Advancing to the second stage would require even more time. If he were dealing with mature genes, not only would the insect beast genes grow faster, but skill genes and arm genes could also develop. A gene development level of 50 or above indicated a fully mature gene sequence. Before reaching that point, Qin Yuan was not prepared to rely on plundering others' gene sequences for his growth path. His goal was to achieve that legendary source evolution. In his past life, he had heard a rumor that to reach source evolution, the number of purified gene nodes in the first stage must be at least 51. If the total amount of plundered genes exceeded 50, there would be no possibility of source evolution. Regrettably, no one in his previous life had successfully achieved source evolution, transforming it into a conjecture or a theoretical hypothesis. Qin Yuan smiled confidently. Conjectures will eventually become reality. If source evolution truly existed, it would be he, the man with a mythical beginning, who would bring it to fruition. Dressing in his newly purchased clothes, Qin Yuan sighed once more. The design of combat attire needs to be prioritized. Having to change outfits every time he transformed was quite troublesome. If a small reporter captured him in the nude as the Dark Crystal Emperor, and it would be utterly embarrassing. Dressed in light blue casual attire, Qin Yuan set out. This time, he was heading to the Gu family, one of the 5 major financial families responsible for the security of various clans and officials, as well as the major hotels in Bin City. The Gu family had been a century-old family in Bin City with a profound foundation that could not be compared to the Ma family's rapid rise through human organs. Ultimately, even the Ma family was under the Gu family's control, as their family guards had to be members of the Gu family. However, the Gu family never interfered with what other families did. They always managed to keep themselves aloof and safe from harm, earning the reputation of the old fox of Bin City. As Qin Yuan approached the Gu building, he was stopped by 2 security personnel who were very polite. Otherwise, "Sir, this is the headquarters of the Gu family. May I ask who you are looking for?" "I'm looking for Gu Xiu, the patriarch of the Gu family." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 security guards changed immediately. A daring 18-year-old boy boldly addressed the clan leader by name. Could he be the leader's illegitimate son? A burly security guard, seemingly around 30, stopped the impetuous youth from voicing his query. "Sir, please provide your name. We need to report this." Those who served as security at headquarters were no fools. The young man didn't appear to be a reckless fool, either, indicating that his background must be significant. If he truly was the illegitimate son, it would be like flooding the Dragon King's temple. If he were just a petty nobody, then the Gu family's security team would teach him a lesson. Qin Yuan responded truthfully. "I am Qin Yuan. Your clan leader may not recognize me." "Since you've been somewhat polite, let's skip the formalities. Just pass out." "Skip the formalities." The old security guard. The young guard. The Emperor's domain activated. A sudden mental assault hit, leaving both men with blank stares as they collapsed. Qin Yuan continued to unleash the Emperor's domain, knocking everyone unconscious in his path. As he approached the 2nd floor, he discovered the elevator had ceased operations and all cameras were trained on him. Qin Yuan smiled and waved. "Hi, don't be afraid. I'm not a good person." Upon hearing this, the people in the monitoring room were even more terrified. Meanwhile, on the 33rd floor of the building, a knock echoed at Gu Xiu's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Then a figure burst into the office. "Clan leader, it's bad news." Gu Xiu sat calmly by the floor-to-ceiling window, perusing a newspaper while leisurely sipping coffee prepared by a beautiful secretary. "What's the matter? Why the panic?" "Enemy attack. The adversaries have breached the building." "What? How could this be?" This was the Gu family's skyscraper. There were over 100 security personnel on the 1st floor alone. They were all armed to the teeth, and it was hard to fathom which family in Bin City could muster such strength. Gu Xiu immediately inquired, "Which family is behind this?" It's not a family. Not a family. Then it must be the authorities. Have they uncovered the Gu family's secrets? It's not the authorities either. Neither. How many of them are there? What heavy weaponry do they possess? Just one person. No weapons, just a pair of hands. Hands in their pockets. Hands in pockets. How did he even manage to get in? Did he use his tongue? Gu Xiu's anger flared. Was the monitoring room manager mocking him? Single-handedly. One person. Without any weaponry. Only with bare fists. No, he hadn't even used his fists. With his hands in his pockets, he defeated over 100 of the Gu family's meticulously trained armed guards. Was that even possible? Absolutely not. "Gu Qi, do you know the consequences of deceiving me?" "Clan leader, I Gu Qi speak with utmost sincerity. The opponent is an ability user, undoubtedly an ability user." Ability users were latent bug transformers possessing various powers of the insect race without transforming into bugs. The Gu family had several ability users engaged in research. Ability user. Gu Xiu frowned. He had never heard of such an outrageous ability. Could it be a newly evolved plus version? Deploy a special task force to intercept their advance and call in a helicopter. Yes, clan leader. Gu Qi immediately withdrew to arrange personnel to take down Qin Yuan and organize an evacuation. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, at the Prime Minister's residence, a secret report hastily prepared in Bin City arrived detailing Qin Yuan's various abilities, comprehensive assessment data, and threat level. There was even a suggestion to utilize nuclear weapons. Uniquely stood by and read it aloud for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister reclined comfortably on a large tiger-skin sofa flanked by 2 enchanting maidens feeding him grapes. After the letter was read, the Prime Minister spoke. "This little ant indeed possesses some skill. We must take this seriously. However, considering there haven't been any significant casualties yet, let's raise the bounty to 3 billion. Ideally, let the bug people turn on each other." Adjust the threat level to natural disaster level. Reject the nuclear request, but send a special pest control team as a contingency to deal with this little ant. Also have General Chen head to Nanguang Province's capital to assess the pest disaster situation and initiate nuclear strike plans for the 4 most severely affected areas. Yes, Prime Minister. Just as Eunuch Li was about to leave, the Prime Minister called him back. Wait a moment, since we're deploying nuclear arms, let's send a couple to our neighbor Neon Country, as well, claiming it was a system error and went slightly off target. Eunuch Li hesitated but mustered the courage to voice his concern. Prime Minister, if we attack a foreign nation, should we consult His Majesty the Emperor? I've already discussed sending nuclear weapons to Neon Country with the Emperor, it's just that those fools in court will start gossiping again. By the way, tell Xiao Chun to start calling directly. Sending messages is such an old-fashioned approach. In every dynasty, the self-righteous literati were always present. They wielded the whip of moral superiority, striking every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. At the Bug People's Leader Conference, a new video surfaced recorded by Leader No. 5 showcasing Qin Yuan single-handedly battling 700 soldiers at a military base. This battle was divine. First, a blue crystal light appeared over the military base. Then, countless explosions erupted, gunfire rang out, artillery roared, counter-sniper fire missiles. Even thousands of bug people would die in resentment at this moment. Yet after 10 minutes of such terrifying assaults, as the smoke cleared, Qin Yuan emerged unscathed. At this moment, besides the 5 original leaders, 2 new bug leaders joined the discussion group. The 6 bug leaders were left speechless. Leader No. 1. Is this a bug person? Leader No. 2. You call this a bug person? Leader No. 3. Feels like we're not even the same species. Leader No. 4. OMG. Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. You are my god. Leader No. 6. Knew if we had this kind of capability, would we still need to hide everywhere? My rear, and would be warming the imperial throne. Leader No. 7. New newbie reporting. Who is this? Our bug leader. The discussion within the Insect Man forum was heated. The 5th group leader reminded everyone it's not over yet, let's watch until the end before we speak. The main event is still to come. The scene continued to unfold. Qin Yuan flared his 6 wings, dispersing the surrounding mist, and then emitted a terrifying aura that caused the video to instantly glitch into static. The second video began, filmed secretly by the 5th group leader as he infiltrated the military base. Everyone lay unconscious on the ground, and all weapons were rendered inoperable. One strike to eliminate 700 people. What kind of monster is this? So terrifying. The 5th group leader explained this second segment was recorded when I risked entering the military base. I suspect they were subjected to a mental attack. In the blink of an eye, everyone fell down. I checked their breathing and heartbeats. They were not dead, but had completely lost their combat capabilities. Group leader 1 exclaimed, why didn't you finish them off? The Empire is ruthless. Everyone deserves to be punished. Group leader 2 remarked, does this Emperor Ant need a son? I would like to pledge my allegiance as his adopted son. Group leader 6 requested, send me the coordinates. I want to come as well. The 5th group leader shared his thoughts. This is the strongest insect man I have ever encountered. His power is on par with a small army, yet he does not harbor deep hatred for humanity. We could bring our families to seek refuge, but this is merely my current thought. Tonight, I will find a way to meet him. I will confirm a few things and send you the latest updates. If I go silent after tonight, don't come to Bin City looking for me. Stay far away from here. Remember this. Qin Yuan was currently in human form, but far stronger than he had been just yesterday. He easily ascended to the 11th floor using his mental attacks. However, he discovered a problem. Moving while maintaining his domain was truly exhausting. The domain itself was centered on a specific location, and constantly moving meant repeatedly expanding it. The energy consumption was immense. The expenditure did not correlate with the efficiency of killing. Emperor domain close. Qin Yuan cracked his neck. Time to stretch and get back into the swing of things. He had nearly forgotten the combat techniques of the apocalypse. The game began. Just then, 12 fully armed Special Forces soldiers appeared in the corridor. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, they took a defensive stance without launching an immediate attack. With a mocking grin, Qin Yuan addressed them, come on. Let's have some fun with close combat. Humans, insect, men, alien races. It made no difference to him now. They were all mere toys. The Special Forces attempted to fire tranquilizer darts to capture Qin Yuan alive. With swift movements, he dodged, effortlessly, feeling unsatisfied. He even closed his eyes. Come again, and I'll take your 2 eyes. Truly, he was indifferent to them. The Special Forces could not endure such humiliation. They immediately switched to lethal rounds and unleashed a barrage of fire. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, he activated his heightened senses. It was as if he had opened his third eye. He predicted all the attacks in advance and strolled upward, weaving left and right with such speed that he left countless afterimages. In mere seconds, he stood face to face with the captain of the 12-man squad. How's that? Not bad, right? Not just not bad. He seemed inhuman. The captain, evidently trained to maintain composure, managed to ask, "How did you do that? Isn't it just about having legs? Don't you have legs?" The others were speechless, buzzing. Before Qin Yuan could finish speaking, the sound of helicopters outside filled the air. It was on the rooftop. He couldn't let that ancient family head escape. The Gu family was notoriously secretive, and no one knew the location of their stronghold. Once they fled, capturing them again would be nearly impossible. Qin Yuan ceased his playfulness and transformed directly. Ancient dark crystal emperor ant. As his 6 wings unfurled, a fierce wind swept through, slamming the soldiers against the walls, causing fractures and rendering them unable to open their eyes. Boom! A loud crash echoed. When they could see again, Qin Yuan had vanished, leaving only a large circular hole in the wall as proof they had not imagined it. The captain stared at the gaping hole, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. This was what the higher-ups referred to as an ordinary person invading. Ridiculous. The Special Forces squad was annihilated. At that moment, Guxiu was already on the helicopter. As the rotors roared, the aircraft took off. But before they had flown even a kilometer, a blue streak of light swiftly caught up, flying parallel to the helicopter. A deep magnetic voice echoed in the ears of the Gu family members. "Old patriarch, Gu, are you in such a hurry to leave?" Guxiu turned to see Qin Yuan hovering outside the window, his pupils constricting sharply. Disaster-level dark crystal ant king. The strongest insect man in Bin City. He hadn't anticipated this. It seemed escape was impossible today. Turn back, encountering a disaster-level insect man means we can't possibly get away. Currently, there were no more than 10 insect men classified as disaster level within the borders of Longhua, each requiring tens of thousands of soldiers and intercontinental missiles to defeat. What could the Dark Crystal Ant King want with him? Could it be that a relative needed protecting? At this thought, Guxiu's heart raced. If he could control the family of a disaster-level insect man, it would be equivalent to controlling the disaster-level insect man himself. In the future Bin City, no, the entire Ezhou could be taken. With a population of 3.5 billion, Longhua was divided into 13 provinces, each province containing 4 cities, with each city housing 30 to 50 districts. Ezhou alone had a population of 300 million. That was more than some small countries. Soon becoming wealthier than nations would not be a dream. Thus began his ascent to the pinnacle of life. Ding ding ding. His phone buzzed, a message from his secretary containing all of Qin Yuan's information. Qin Yuan male, age 18, height 1.85 meters. Interests: singing, dancing, rap, football. Attending Yuan City University of Biological Technology Engineering, faculty, new materials, class 1. Relatives: none, parents deceased. Preferred type: fair-skinned, beautiful, 36D, long legs. Guxiu's expression darkened. An orphan? What does he want from our Gu family? Is he trying to acquire us? Qin Yuan followed Guxiu into his office. The secretary brought tea for both of them. Qin Yuan pushed the tea aside. "I don't like bitter drinks, just bring me a bottle of ice-cold KB." Before long, the ice-cold KB was served. The secretary left, and the two men officially began their clandestine discussion. Guxiu clan leader, let's get straight to the point. I want your family's support to help me solidify my power in the human camp. What? You want me to be a traitor? Do you disagree? It's just being a traitor. To put it nicely, it was support, but in reality, it meant absorbing the Gu family as subordinate allies for his own use. Guxiu sensed the underlying implication that he wanted the Gu family to submit to him, the Ant King of Anjing. Although he was reluctant, the current situation left him no choice but to avoid a confrontation. Your Majesty, Ant King, while I personally have no objections, the elders in the clan must discuss this matter. It involves the future of our family, and I cannot decide unilaterally. That's fine, but let me be clear, don't try to outsmart me. Otherwise, I will wipe out the Gu family in an instant. If necessary, I can take a little more time to establish another family. As a century-old financial dynasty in Bin City, the Gu family had a deeper understanding of the calamity that the Insect King brought. Leaving aside Qin Yuan's devastating laser ray, even his formidable physique capable of withstanding 10 minutes of artillery bombardment was something the Gu family could not contend with. The call was connected. After a brief discussion among the clan leaders of the Gu family, the elders were staunchly against going against the official forces, yet they were even more afraid of Qin Yuan, this reckless orphan insect king. They found themselves at an impasse. The insect faction and the official faction quarreled incessantly before finally settling on a compromise. Your Majesty, Ant King, our Gu family will send a group of unknown death warriors to you and provide an additional 300 million dragon coins as compensation. How does that sound? In essence, this meant they would not participate in your conflict with the officials. They would remain neutral, maintaining their usual practice of self-preservation. Even as the tide of the times shifted, they chose to protect their own territory. In peaceful times, this choice might not be utterly wrong, but in an apocalyptic world, having many resources without a protector would teach one the harsh reality of the law of the jungle. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan agreed. That works. Just don't regret it later. Having aligned with him now meant they were veterans in the struggle for power. What would happen if they later sought refuge after he conquered Bin City? Sorry, but they would just be seen as opportunistic fence-sitters. He would not grant them significant authority, and all resources from the Gu family would need to be evenly distributed among his warriors. In the end, everything would belong to him. Gu Xiu, however, held a different view. Given that the insect population was still low, once the officials suppressed them, everyone would face execution. The risks were clearly not worth the rewards. Only a fool would stake their entire fortune on an insect king. Regret. Dream on. The two parties ultimately reached an agreement. The Gu family would provide 100 death warriors and 300 million dragon coins to Qin Yuan, receiving 2 months of protection from the insect king in return. The Gu family seemed indifferent to the 2 months of protection out to them. These 100 death warriors were a gift to Qin Yuan. As long as the two sides did not clash, everything would be fine. Once the money was transferred, Qin Yuan left on his own. The Gu family would send the 100 death warriors to the locations Qin Yuan provided, and then San, who would integrate them into a special task force. Next, he headed to the second location, the Wu family. The Wu family was a warlord clan, undeniably the foremost family in Bin City. Even high-ranking officials from the province treated the Wu family with utmost respect. This family was filled with ambition. In the future, the Wu family would become the ruling power in the entire Luan province, a warlord who held absolute sway. The Wu family operated on a different level than the other 4 families, with their core members primarily based in Luan province, while only an elderly patriarch and his youngest son remained in Bin City. The aim of approaching the Wu family was not to conquer them, but to collaborate. He intended to leverage their military strength to swiftly acquire what he desired and gather intelligence. Behind the Bin City municipal government stood an old-style courtyard building. From the outside, it resembled a Soviet-style courtyard from the previous world. At the main entrance, there were only 2 security guards, appearing harmless. However, their sharp gazes and strong physiques marked them as veterans of elite military backgrounds. Qin Yuan's arrival startled them. They had not noticed when he had come or how long he had been standing at the door. "Hey kid, what do you want?" The demeanor of the veteran was far less cordial than that of the guards. It was clear they were confident in their strength. "I'm looking for someone." "Looking for someone? Who?" "Wu Qianqian." "Oh, you're a friend of the young lady. Just a moment, I'll give her a call. By the way, what was your name again?" "Just tell her Anjing shall come right away." "Anjing? Isn't that the name of a game item level? Could he be a gaming friend of the young lady?" Despite his confusion, the veteran called the young lady as instructed. "Miss, there's a man named Anjing here looking for you." "Okay. I'll make sure to keep him polite. I'll definitely be polite." In less than 10 minutes, a limited edition pink Maserati sped to a halt at the entrance. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of nearly 1 meter long legs encased in black stockings as a professional-looking woman stepped out of the car. With her short, neat hair framing an oval face and a healthy tan, she exuded an air of confidence. "Hello, I'm Wu Qianqian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you here with news about the Anjing Ant King? How much do you want? Just name your price." After a brief handshake, as Wu Qianqian looked into Qin Yuan's eager eyes, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It turned out she thought he had news to sell her. Did she not realize that he was the Ant King himself? It seemed the Gu family had not spread the word about him. Qin Yuan had seen reports about Wu Qianqian too. He had learned about her through various online platforms. All the photos and videos she posted online showcased her best angles, which would soon be deleted by the officials, yet she continued to share updates about the Anjing Ant King daily. She had even established a fan club and various fan groups dedicated to the Anjing Ant King. One could say that Wu Qianqian was Qin Yuan's #1 little fan. The two entered the courtyard reminiscent of a Suzhou garden. The yard was alive with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 centuries-old welcoming pines, and a pond in the center was home to many beautiful little goldfish whose names were unknown. As they strolled along the stone bridge, the breath of nature was palpable. Qin Yuan stated his purpose for the visit. "Miss Wu, I came here primarily to meet with the Wu family patriarch to discuss important matters." Wu Qianqian was taken aback. Ah, aren't you here to sell me information? What do you need to see my grandfather for? Qin Yuan transformed his hand into a half-insect form, revealing the dark crystal claw signifying his identity. With his strength, there was no need for concealment. Feigning humility was reserved for adversaries, not partners. What kind of cooperation could be discussed without displaying some prowess? As soon as the dark crystal claw emerged, Wu Qianqian's eyes widened, and she quickly covered her mouth. Oh my, you are actually the dark crystal emperor ant. What an unexpected revelation. Qin Yuan decided to fully reveal his dark crystal wings, transforming into his half-insect form. You are indeed the dark crystal emperor ant. Is this for real? It was hard to believe that the dark crystal emperor ant she had long sought was actually a human. Could a half-insect truly revert back to human? But the urgent matter at hand was, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, could I have your autograph? I'm your fan. After understanding Qin Yuan's intentions, Wu Qianqian led him directly to the main hall. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Yuan asked, Do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? He knew well that his official reputation left much to be desired, and even if he wasn't a heinous criminal, he was far from being innocent. It felt odd that she would bring him to the Wu family patriarch's residence without hesitation. Wu Qianqian, however, was unperturbed. What does it matter? With your capabilities, you could easily handle 7,000 people. This little courtyard with just a few dozen people is no different from a death wish if we went against you. Better to be straightforward. This Wu Qianqian seemed to know him quite well. Haha, you certainly understand. Rest assured. I come with no ill intentions and will not harm anyone from the Wu family. With that, Qin Yuan entered the house. He didn't emerge until around 5 in the afternoon, during which time someone had brought in a pen and several pages of a contract. No one knew the specifics of their discussion, but when they came out, it was evident that both were satisfied with the cooperative agreement. Young friend Qin, it's getting late. Why not stay for a meal? Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. What are we having for dinner? Today we have fresh goose paws from Goose Country king crab and large lobsters, along with my treasured Guo Yin Fen wine. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, they returned to the hotel at around 8 in the evening. Wu Qianqian personally escorted Qin Yuan back. As they bid farewell downstairs, Qin Yuan noticed something was off. The hair strand that had been placed atop his room door was now lying on the ground. Someone had entered my room. A thief. No, wait. This scent was reminiscent of an insect person, yet it also bore a human quality. Perfect level insect person. Where could so many perfect level insect people be coming from? It should be noted that this was merely the early stages of the apocalypse. Even elite-level insect people were scarce, let alone those above that level, culminating in the perfect level. In his past life, perfect-level insect people were leaders of significant factions. He had already encountered 5: the brain bug on the plane, Sanhu Old Sun from the casino, and the black serpent. Adding this one investigating his room made it 6. While some of these perfect-level beings were not fully activated, it still meant 6 perfect-level insect persons. It was highly unusual for so many perfect-level insect people to appear in a single city during the early stages of the apocalypse. Either some great treasure was drawing them in, or something unexpected had occurred in this world. In any case, it boded ill for him. Super sense activate. In an instant, his 360-degree vision opened up, effortlessly penetrating the walls to reveal everything happening within the room, even clearly observing a couple downstairs engaged in cosplay. Inside the room, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes was lounging on the sofa, her legs crossed, engrossed in her phone. She stood at 1.72 meters, approximately 19 years old, with measurements of 75E in international sizing and 34E in British sizing, and her legs were 107 centimeters long. Her skin was fair with a hint of pink, her eyes clear yet mischievous, with a prominent nose and an oval face accentuated by willow-like eyebrows. She must be a mixed race girl. Qin Yuan scanned her from top to bottom, but could not discern whether she was an insect person. Perfect-level insect people could expertly mask their presence, blending in seamlessly with ordinary humans. However, such skills were advanced, requiring considerable time to master, accessible only to a select few prodigies. As long as she wasn't a special ability beast, he could easily overpower her. By the way, do not underestimate any special ability beasts. Their powers are diverse, and some could even bring misfortune with a mere glance. Qin Yuan swiped his card to enter. Click. As the door swung open, the mixed-race beauty lifted her gaze with a smile. Hi, Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time someone had recognized his identity without him revealing it. Who are you? He had never encountered this person in his past life, but she was a complete stranger. Why would she seek him out? A woman, and a very beautiful one at that. Could it be she was interested in him? In the room, a blonde mixed-race beauty was introducing herself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jean Lina, and I come from Heji City. Did no one tell you that showing up uninvited is quite rude? I apologize. Your Excellency, the Dark Crystal Emperor, I mean no offense. I am here to bring you a gift. What gift? 2,000 bugmen. Oh, do you require assistance with something? It turned out she was delivering laborers. 2,000 bugmen were quite a considerable resource in the early stages. Qin Yuan did not believe that she would offer them without ulterior motives. However, Jean Lina shook her head. I have no demands. The current plight of the ordinary bugmen is dire. We hope for a strong leader to emerge and protect our families. Before we proceed, I have a few questions that I hope you can answer definitively. Qin Yuan pulled over a stool and sat down opposite Jean Lina. Of course, but after I answer, I will need you to assist me with something. What is it? Be my servant for a week and ensure my safety. Jean Lina's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she raised an eyebrow. Are you joking? Given Qin Yuan's current strength, did he really need protection? He was a calamity capable of easily destroying a city. I require your assistance for personal reasons. Do not worry. It will merely be a nominal guard. Should a formidable enemy arise, I will naturally take action myself. All right, I agree. I can be your servant for 7 days. But I must clarify beforehand, I am not a combat type and my fighting abilities are not strong. Understood. Please proceed with your questions. Jean Lina took a sip of her iced coffee and posed her first question. I wish to know how you plan to arrange the humans once you unify Bin City. Among the bugmen, there were many anti-human factions advocating for bugman supremacy, proposing that all humans be exterminated or herded like livestock. But for those like Jean Lina who had transformed into a bugman, while still having human family members, the idea of slaughtering humans and bugmen dominating the world was unacceptable. At this moment, she needed to ascertain Qin Yuan's stance to formulate her next steps. How would he arrange humans? Qin Yuan had contemplated this matter. He was the only bugman aware of the future's trajectory and understood that there would be a second and third wave of bugman transformation. Humans would also undergo genetic evolution. The future was an era of coexistence among myriad races, and there was no need to fixate solely on humans. One must think grandly. Bugmen would be revered. All other races would be captured to serve as slaves and subordinates. Those who obeyed would be rewarded with kindness. Those who did not would face severe repercussions. If they shed tears, they could be transformed into a great angel. However, Qin Yuan had always treated his subordinates well. I will categorize humans. The immediate family of bugman leaders will enjoy the highest privileges, while the families of fallen bugman warriors will receive secondary benefits. Humans who make significant contributions to the base will enjoy citizenship status and secure housing. Law-abiding and diligent humans will be able to live safely. The penalties for human criminals will be severe. Trafficking drugs, kidnapping, or sexual assault will all result in the death penalty. The minimum age for criminal liability will be lowered to 2 years. Those aged 2 and above who commit crimes will face no leniency. Death will be the consequence when applicable. Individuals with mental illnesses will have rights equal to those of the able-bodied. Crimes will result in execution. Anyone daring to bully people within my territory will be executed, including those darkly clad nobles and the pale slaves. None shall be spared. The threshold for justifiable defense will be raised. If an enemy has intent to attack, the counterattacker will be innocent, but one must not deliberately provoke murder. And there is more. He considered laws, politics, economics, and culture in every aspect. Of course, ultimately the interpretation of all rules rested with Qin Yuan. That is roughly my stance on humans and the future laws in Bin City. Do you have any questions? Jean Lina focused on 2 points. 1. The immediate family of bugman leaders would enjoy the highest privileges. 2. Families of fallen bugman warriors would receive secondary benefits. These were direct links to the interests of both bugmen and humans, providing her with the most tangible rights. It seemed that the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant had long been prepared. Your Majesty, I have one final question. What is your ambition? Ambition? Qin Yuan's thoughts drifted back to his past life. That was a painful memory. At that time he was weak. Not only was he timid in spirit, but his body was frail, barely surviving in a world of despair. He consumed bug meat and drank beast blood. The alien bugmen invaded. Humans, bugmen, and all the creatures on Earth faced indiscriminate slaughter, their cries resonating through the skies. Blood could dye entire rivers red. After countless near-death experiences, his companions fell one by one. Kneeling in surrender seemed to be the only option, but Qin Yuan chose to resist. Ultimately, he met his demise. That painful experience was one he never wished to relive. He wished for his loved ones to suffer no more. In this life, he would live differently. He would end violence with violence. Those who obstructed him would be met with death whether they were gods or Buddhas. Qin Yuan pondered for a full 3 minutes before speaking. I want the world to serve my purpose. I desire to grasp the power of the entire globe and wield it as my weapon. To pierce the heart of the bug god, I will sound the horn of counterattack. To invade the territory of the alien bugman, I desire the entire universe. All shall fly the banner of my great Qin. Under heaven all land is the king's, all shores belong to the king's subjects. Disobedient, then let us fight. Jin Lina was taken aback by Qin Yuan's grand ambitions. If anyone in the world could unify the universe, it would undoubtedly be Lord Qin Yuan. Your Majesty Ant King, my questions have concluded. Thank you for your candid responses. One could discern that Qin Yuan's approach was marked by sincerity. His words lacked the air of empty promises. Yet for some reason she felt somewhat unsatisfied. All right, Miss Jean, remember to come to my room tomorrow at 10 a.m. The hunting plan is about to commence. With that, Qin Yuan forcibly ushered Jin Lina and her stool out of the room, claiming her presence had disturbed his training. Training. Such a stunning beauty was right before him, yet he was still focused on training. Jin Lina, having lived both domestically and internationally for 19 years, was used to being the center of attention. She had never experienced such treatment before. At that moment, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Standing outside, she stomped her foot. Humph! How could he treat me so rudely? What an unappreciative fellow. Perhaps it was tied to your genetic origins. This contrast stirred a ripple of emotion within Jin Lina. Next time, this lady will certainly conquer you with force. Qin Yuan closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the bed, fully immersed in his cultivation. As a man of exceptional focus, he could double his training speed when he concentrated entirely on it. If there's a chance to cultivate, sleep is out of the question. Diligence is the secret to my success. Pop! The sound of a bubble bursting from his nose jolted Qin Yuan awake from his slumber. What the hell? When did I fall asleep? Did I get too absorbed in my training? There's no chance of slacking off. It must be due to my intense focus. He adjusted his state of mind. To capture that special phantom beast species, he had to be meticulous. After all, that creature was incredibly powerful. Its genes were as formidable as if they were cheating. The priority was to elevate himself to peak condition, then execute the plan flawlessly. The cultivation resumed. Over 6,000 genetic nodes in the microscopic world had been illuminated, resembling a small galaxy twinkling in the dark. Qin Yuan continued to light up nodes, increasing his genetic development. 1, 2, 100, 999. The next morning, the sky was overcast, casting a gray hue over the entire city. A howling wind whistled outside the window, bringing a slight chill into the room, accompanied by the scent of nearby insect beasts. A calm before the storm. Phew! Qin Yuan opened his eyes, a remarkable confidence igniting within them. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After a night of intensive genetic node development, his gene growth rate had reached 9. In human form, he possessed 90 tons of strength, with a critical strike reaching 180 tons. In insect human form, his strength surged to 180 tons, and with a critical hit it reached 360 tons. What does that mean? To put it into perspective, a small car parked on the street weighs merely 1.5 to 2 tons, a bus weighs around 10 tons, and even a heavy-duty truck is only about 20 tons. An armed tank weighs around 40 to 50 tons, and even the heaviest tanks max out at 80 to 90 tons. Qin Yuan could toss a heavy tank like a toy, his normal strength allowing him to pull a train with ease, while a bus could be kicked around like a ball. Moreover, he still had genetic energy within him, the true source of his insect-human power. His mythic-grade genetic energy was vastly superior to that of ordinary insect beasts, and the intensity of his skills was on an entirely different level. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door, and Qin Yuan opened it. It was Jin Lina, accompanied by a man, Sanhu, who had been waiting for some time. Both of them bowed in unison. Your Grace. Good morning, Your Majesty the Ant King. Qin Yuan merely glanced at them, nodding in acknowledgement before outlining the purpose of the day. We're going to pick someone up first. An important mission is assigned to you today. The mission was to act as bait. Phantom beasts were notoriously cunning, and this time they aimed to capture an unparalleled phantom beast known as the god-slaying species. If the enemy discovered that someone like Qin Yuan, a mythic-grade being, was present, they would undoubtedly retreat, risking nothing and fleeing. If allowed to develop, the future of the entire blue planet would be at stake. The god-slaying species was certainly not a title to be taken lightly. Qin Yuan's plan was to have the subordinates of the exceptional and perfect species serve as bait. In simple terms, they would be sacrificed to lure out the target. As long as they could keep it occupied, everything else would be manageable. Follow me. With that, Qin Yuan transformed into a 3.5-meter-tall dark gold emperor ant, releasing 100 of his power in insect-human form. He retracted all the spines and hooks from his body. Lifting both individuals effortlessly, he soared into the distance. The speed of flight was astonishing. High in the sky, the two were compelled to shift into insect-human form just to endure the friction of the air. The powerful wind pressure contorted their faces, and their clothes whipped around wildly. Jean Lena morphed into a unique reconnaissance insect, her size only increasing to 1.88 meters, while her appearance remained largely unchanged, with her limbs transforming into the blades of an insect human. Whoosh! The trio gradually flew away from the city, weaving through lush forests. They halted above a dense thicket, gazing down at a large gray-brown horned beetle. It was the long-awaited unicorn beetle. Waving its arms in excitement, it presented a mutated wild goat it had somehow procured. "Welcome, Your Grace. Hee, this is the gift I prepared for you." Seeing the nearly 400-pound wild goat, Qin Yuan swallowed hard. This was the meat of a mutated beast, a rare delicacy in the apocalypse. He hadn't tasted beast meat in his entire life. Just in time, I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat while we talk. San Hu and the unicorn beetle were tasked with roasting the goat meat, while Jean Lena pampered Qin Yuan with a massage. Soon the meat was ready. The four gathered around the fire, and Qin Yuan laid out the plan for the day. Tonight's operation is called the Phoenix Capture Plan. According to reliable sources, a fire phoenix is expected to lead a swarm of insect beasts to attack Benching Science and Technology University tonight. It will first send out perfect-grade insect beasts as scouts. If the perfect-grade insect humans fail and the phoenix thinks it can handle it, only then will it intervene. Therefore, our plan is as follows. Step 1. Unicorn beetle, don't you love saving people? You'll specialize in rescuing students, battling insect humans, and seeking out perfect-grade insect humans for duels. If you can't win, just flee. The unicorn beetle hesitated, wanting to protest that he was no longer fond of the heroic rescues he used to make. Step 2. San Hu, you're responsible for monitoring the reconnaissance insects among the insect race. Their motives for going to the Science and Technology University are certainly not merely to kill. They must be seeking something specific. Once you identify what they're after, seize it to force the phantom beast into the open. Step 3. Jean Lena, you must track the phantom beast's whereabouts. Once spotted, signal me immediately. I will provide each of you with a flare. It can only be activated upon encountering a phantom beast. Let me be clear, this phantom beast is of utmost importance to me. Even if you all perish, I will not act until it appears. Everything must be foolproof. Yes. 3. Qin Yuan turned to Jean Lena. You're not a combat type. Take the little black serpent with you. It will ensure your safety. The reconnaissance-type insect Jean Lena was crucial for locating the phantom beast. Qin Yuan's sensory range was limited and not suited for finding people, otherwise he would have directly engaged. Once the little black serpent reluctantly left Qin Yuan and climbed onto Jean Lena's wrist, she exclaimed, "What a beautiful little black snake. I always thought it was just a piece of jewelry. Your Majesty, what time shall we commence our operation today?" To be honest, Qin Yuan wasn't precisely sure. In his previous life, he had only heard that the university insect beast invasions typically began at 5 p.m. The death toll had exceeded 10,000. Let's begin at 6 p.m. Arriving too early might alert the enemy, while arriving too late could allow the phantom beast to escape. Going early would allow for rescues. But in war, who escapes unscathed? If he and his companions didn't act, that would truly be tragic, a hell on earth. It was worth noting that there had already been several insect beast attacks in Benching today. Even in the neighboring Yuan city, Qin Yuan School was experiencing an insect beast invasion. Ding ding ding. Just as he thought of the school, his counselor called. Qin Yuan glanced at the note on his phone. Counselor Xieting. A gentle voice floated into his mind, that of a man. His appearance could score a solid 90, which was merely a third of what readers might envision. He had a close relationship with Qin Yuan and his peers, and they often played a game called King of Glory together, as well as League of Legends. The five of them had an impressive record, earning the moniker the Death Train. If memory served him right, he would die tonight in an attack by insect beasts. In his previous life, he had missed the party due to illness, narrowly escaping that fate. Now only a few in his class remained. He connected the call. Boss Xie. What's up? Qin Yuan, why haven't you shown up for days? There's an event at the college tonight. Aren't you coming to see? There's an exciting program, and your favorite Jiang Tian, the campus belle, will be performing a dance. A hot dance, no less. How hot could it be? Jiang Tian. What an ancient memory. Every student has someone they admire. Perhaps they are not perfect, but in certain moments or periods they are unique. Jiang Tian was the object of Qin Yuan's secret affection in his previous university life, not only the belle of the dance department, but also the campus queen. But that was all in the past. Did she still deserve him now? Qin Yuan picked his nose. Old Xie, do you believe me? Huh, I believe you, you old rascal. Qin Yuan. He was confirmed old Wang's mind was still intact and had not been replaced by an insect beast. I'm serious. You might not believe it, but my grandfather was a fortune teller. He left a prophecy that on October 3, 2035, at 7 p.m. in the indoor sports hall of the College of Biological Science and Technology at Yuan City a calamity would occur. What the hell? Xieting was shocked. Was the timing this precise? Almost down to the minute. Was it today? And at our school? Qin Yuan continued, just take a day off and stay at home. Even if nothing happens, you won't lose out. Consider it a day off. Is that true? What you're saying sounds quite eerie. Was your grandfather really a fortune teller? Believe it or not, he passed away at 95 because he leaked the secrets of heaven. Such a tragic fate. This is the result of what he calculated by expending his own lifespan. You should take it seriously. Click. The call ended. Xieting, far away at the Yuan base, had never believed in ghosts or deities, but hearing the seriousness in Qin Yuan's tone made him anxious. What if it were true? After all, it was just one day. Besides, I've already seen the rehearsals for the hot dance. Xieting gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll trust you this once. If you dare to deceive me, I'll make your browsing history public. Ding dong. He opened his phone to see that Qin Yuan had transferred one of his Rolongua coins with a note saying, "Remember not to stay at school today. I'll cover it and take the whole class out for a meal." This was Qin Yuan's last bit of kindness to his former classmates. As for his close friends, he had already made arrangements. Each of them would receive a complete set of skins and the latest high-end computer. Today, they were free to stay home and play games. All expenses would be on me, young Master Qin. Don't ask why. Just know that I'm wealthy and willful. Xieting did not accept Qin Yuan's transfer. His family was well off, and he could afford to treat the whole class. With his connections, communicating with the leaders was merely a formality, and the request for the entire new materials class to go out for a meal was immediately approved. However, the request to cancel the evening's event was rejected. Ultimately, Xieting was still worried that something might happen tonight, and he secretly sent a message in the college group chat using an alternate account. Essentially, he just copied Qin Yuan's words. My grandfather is a fortune teller. He once prophesied that on October 3, 2035, at 7 p.m. in the indoor sports hall of the College of Biological Science and Technology at Yuan City a calamity would occur. Everyone, please be cautious tonight. Once the message was sent, it stirred up a storm. Countless doubts and insults flooded the chat. No way. It's 2305, and people still believe in fortune telling. Let's eradicate feudal superstitions, starting with me. Hey, did your grandfather predict this accurately? Did he foresee his own demise? What the hell? The indoor sports hall of the College of Engineering, October 3 RD. Isn't that where the party is tonight? Who's behind this account? This is disgusting. I don't care, I must see the school sister dance. I can tell you your grandfather's predictions are off. Are you kidding? Don't let this brainless comment ruin tonight's performance. What nonsense are you spouting? Blood calamity. Is it fun to make up these lies? I could say you're stalking me. Always spreading rumors. These students had not experienced the brutal end of the world. They were all sheltered flowers in a time of peace. Seeing the onslaught of insults, Xieting's face turned pale. He finally understood why Qin Yuan hadn't warned them that a disaster might be imminent tonight. As the saying goes, good words are hard to give to a dying ghost. This bunch of fools, if they died, would at least have contributed to the optimization of the human gene pool. 5 minutes later, his message was deleted and his alternate account was kicked from the group chat. Everyone was muted. Official group notice: please disregard the unfounded rumors. Tonight's party will proceed as scheduled. Xieting could only pray in his heart. Perhaps I was just overthinking it, or I hope nothing happens. But for some reason, he also hoped something would occur, to prove he hadn't lied and to slap those fools in the face. Hard. After Qin Yuan finished explaining the situation in Yuan City, he sat down and began to cultivate right before everyone. The first threshold for gene growth was to move from 19 to 20, the second from 39 to 40, and so forth. Each 20 increase marked a significant leap in strength. With each stage, the difficulty of upgrading would also increase. Currently, Qin Yuan was only at 9 growth, so the time to upgrade wouldn't increase. He could enhance his growth by 1 point in almost 4 hours, but it was best not to exceed 3 in self-development each day, or it would cause tearing and damage to his gene chain. As Qin Yuan cultivated, the blue light emanating from him piqued the curiosity of those around. They all stared in rapt attention. The cold wind howled. By the time Qin Yuan finished his training, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Opening his eyes, he found 3 pairs of curious eyes fixed on him, with Jean Lena being the first to speak. Great Aunt King, were you just cultivating? When did the spiritual energy revive? Are you mixing up your stories? Qin Yuan had no intention of hiding and candidly replied to everyone. This is a genetic cultivation method which can develop gene fusion and purify one's own genes. When you all achieve military merit, I will pass it on to you. Internal visualization is conditional. One must have a perfect quality above or be able to precisely manipulate genes or have a gene development rate of over 99 and nearing or exceeding the second stage. If someone shares experience breaking these rules, is not a problem. After completing his cultivation, Qin Yuan felt a bit weary mentally and needed 2 hours of rest. During this time, with 3 perfect level beings and 1 combat-type exceptional unicorn beetle by his side, he felt no concern for danger. When he awoke again, only Jean Lena and the little black serpent remained. The unicorn beetle and the 3 tigers had already set off towards Beijing University of Science and Technology. Jean Lena, you should head off too, but remember this. Do not fire a signal flare unless you encounter that phantom beast. Yes, Great Aunt King. Jean Lena transformed into a beast form and headed towards Beijing University of Science and Technology. Qin Yuan flew solo to a location not too far away, beginning his wait for the fish to bite. After today, the world is vast, and I am free to wander. Within the campus of Beijing University of Science and Technology, on a tree-lined path, a group of 4 from Zheng Wu's dorm and 4 from Feng Nanan's dorm walked along the street chatting and laughing about the location for tonight's social event. Before they reached the campus entrance, the noise grew increasingly loud. Everyone looked up to see a crowd gathered at the entrance clamoring about something. Feng Nanan quickly pulled out her phone to record. As the video zoomed in, she widened her eyes and immediately covered her mouth. My heavens! A man with bloodshot eyes was being pinned to the ground by 4 or 5 security guards. His ghastly appearance resembled that of a rabid dog or a zombie from a movie. Zheng Wu and the other boys were unafraid, discussing joining in for some excitement, perhaps to impress the girls. Feng Nanan promptly stopped them. Don't go. That man seems to be rabid. If he bites you, it will be the end. There was more she didn't say. The man resembled a zombie from a movie, and no one knew what would happen if they were bitten. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a loud bang, the man's head exploded, and several grotesque insects flew out, some landing directly on the faces of the onlookers. The insects stuck tightly to their skin, some burrowing into mouths, nostrils, and other bodily orifices. Within a minute, all those who had come into contact with the insects began to tremble and convulse, then stiffen motionless. When they turned to look at others, their eyeballs had turned pure white. Sharp teeth protruded from their mouths, and a stream of drool flowed uncontrollably. Roar! Even more terrifying, outside the campus, dozens of these reed creatures surged forth, roaring as they charged towards the crowd. Screams, cries for help, shouts, and roars erupted, plunging the entire campus into chaos. Feng Nanan quickly scanned her surroundings, her brow furrowing. She grabbed her friend's hand and ran. Zheng Wu and the other boys quickly followed. Fortunately, they still had some distance from the entrance, allowing for a brief respite. On their way back, they encountered many people fleeing in all directions. Not just the reed creatures, but also giant insect beasts towering 4 to 5 meters high. Mantis monsters, locust monsters, bloodthirsty fleas. My heavens! Monsters! All of them monsters. Looking up, the entire school was surrounded by these creatures. They slaughtered students as easily as squashing an ant, especially the mantis monster, standing on the playground, its scythe severing multiple heads in a single sweep. It sniffed each person's head, but did not consume them, discarding them as if searching for something. The massive locust monster acted as a reaper of humanity, sweeping across the sky and claiming countless lives. While the flea only killed one at a time, it would drain the blood and organs from its victims, leaving them as desiccated corpses, slowly dying in agony. What to do? Feng Nanan gritted her teeth, rapidly devising a strategy in her mind. Escaping was no longer possible. The monsters had taken over the southern and northern gates. With no weapons on their side, they couldn't fight back and could only hide and await rescue. The dorm was devoid of anything useful. Going there would be akin to seeking death. The cafeteria had food and some kitchen knives, making it the top priority. Everyone, listen to me. We need to head northwest to the cafeteria. There are supplies and weapons there. We can hide and wait for rescue. Okay, well, follow your lead. Yes, what Nanan says makes sense. In her class and dorm, Feng Nanan was always the smartest one. Not just the dorm leader, but also the academic representative of her class. The boys agreed with her proposal. The 8 of them crept along the wall, making their way toward the cafeteria, stopping frequently to avoid drawing attention, trying to evade the surrounding insect beasts. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. The whole campus was overrun with insect beasts. As they reached the fork near the experimental teaching building, they were spotted by a 2-meter-tall grasshopper. The good news was that this insect beast appeared underdeveloped. Looking at the small arms and legs of the creature, one of the boys who had grown up in the countryside eating various insects thought it was his moment to shine. Perhaps this heroic act would earn him the admiration of the 4 girls and win him their affection, so he boldly stepped forward. Isn't it just a slightly taller grasshopper? It's just an insect, watch how I deal with it. Saying this, he lunged forward. He successfully distracted the insect beast, allowing everyone to rush past while it was busy. The brave boy fell. As the 7 retreated, this encounter was fraught with peril, but they managed to escape while the insect beast was preoccupied. Only Zheng Wu, tears streaming down his face, remembered the brave friend who had stood up. A true warrior. This also made everyone realize that the might of the insect beasts was beyond human resistance. Of course, while they couldn't resist, they could certainly feed them. The journey to escape was fraught with peril, filled with lurking dangers and swarming creatures. The group encountered several waves of frenzied, reedied individuals, as well as smaller insect beasts, all of which were evaded thanks to Feng Nanen's leadership. However, the closer they got to the cafeteria, the more monsters appeared. Before they could reach the halfway point, they were forced to hide in a health room. Inside, they pulled all the curtains shut and doused the gaps around the door and windowsills with alcohol, rendering it impossible for the monsters to find them by scent or sight. For the moment, everyone was safe. A girl with pigtails crouched on the floor, quietly sobbing and repeatedly muttering that she was going to die. With a swift motion, Feng Nanan slapped her face, without hesitation, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. Loli, if you want to die, you can go out right now. Stop wailing here. If you attract the insect beasts, well, all be doomed. Zheng Wu stepped in to mediate. Nanan, just let it go, she's only frightened. We need to focus on surviving first. Everyone must unite and trust that the military will come to rescue us soon. Feng Nanan's face showed difficulty as she waved her phone before the group. I just checked, there's no signal. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on ourselves. If the military were truly reliable, we wouldn't have so many monsters here. In times like this, we must devise our own solutions. First, we need to create suitable weapons to fend off the insect men. Boys, come help. With that, Feng Nanan rolled up her sleeves and began dismantling the iron frame of the health room's bed, unscrewing the metal rods and flattening the ends to create blunt, less sharp spears. She wrapped herself in gauze to guard against unknown viruses. No one knew if the monsters outside were the result of a viral infection or biological mutation, so it was best to take precautions. After crafting the makeshift weapons, Feng Nanan cautiously opened the curtains a crack and squinted to observe the insect beasts outside. She noticed that those injured by the insect beasts did not exhibit signs of mutation in the short term. During feeding, the insect men displayed a reduced desire to attack humans, and they had keen dynamic vision. The faster something moved, the more likely it was to become their target. The towering insect men seemed to be searching for something, only killing without eating, while the smaller insect men and the reedied humans feasted on the corpses scattered on the ground. A rough estimate suggested there were over 20 insect beasts and 40 reedied humans within view, with the number of beasts in other areas remaining unknown. Just then, a rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. What could it be? The group inside was too frightened to breathe. Who would calmly knock at the door in this monster-ridden school? All eyes turned to Feng Nanan, who shook her head frantically. Don't open the door. Whatever is outside could be a monster. The knocking grew more urgent. After a few minutes, silence fell. Loli let out a sigh of relief. That scared me who I thought it was. A horrifying head of a woman peered down through the skylight, grinning, with sharp fangs, blood, and flesh remnants still clinging to her teeth. Her eyes bulged and her smile stretched unnaturally wide. I found you. I found you. He 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 he. In the next moment, the face vanished, replaced by a frantic banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door frame warped visibly under the impact. Feng Nanan's expression turned grave, and she made a swift decision. Go. Jump out the window. Hurry. Fortunately, the health room was on the first floor with no railings obstructing the windows. Feng Nanan was the first to climb out, followed by 3 boys. The girls were also trying to escape, but Loli, being shorter, struggled to get out. Monsters wouldn't wait for anyone to be ready. With a loud crash, the door was smashed in, revealing a woman with an elongated body like a stick insect crawling with long limbs, her body stretching 4 or 5 meters as she lunged at Loli with drool dripping from her mouth. In a desperate moment, the group managed to pull Loli out just in time. The monstrous head snapped at nothing but air, glaring at the group with a resentful expression. Food. Don't go. Let me eat. Despite its insect-like body, it spoke in a human language, evoking the uncanny valley effect. The timid loli was so scared that she wet herself. They couldn't understand how a human could transform into such a monster. A buzzing sound filled the air as a shadow swept overhead. In an instant, a boy's head vanished, leaving only half of his body to fall with a thud, blood spraying onto the faces of those nearby as a girl's scream pierced the air. Aunt Feng Nanan felt exasperated as she no longer wanted to lead this group of incompetent companions. Grabbing her best friend's hand, she dashed towards the nearby teaching building with Zheng Wu and the remaining boys quickly following. The two girls left behind were either screaming or playing dead. Moments later, their screams ceased abruptly as they were devoured by several attracted insect beasts. Thus, in less than an hour, the 8-member team was reduced to 4. Due to the limited number of insect men, many students and teachers were hiding in classrooms, trembling in fear, yet temporarily undetected by the monsters. In one classroom on the second floor, a Good Samaritan attempted to wave down the 4 survivors for refuge, only to realize a shadow in the sky was targeting them. Watch out above. Feng Nanan looked up to see a massive shadow looming over their group, clearly intent on their annihilation. It was over. They were doomed. As the dark shadow descended, a chilling wind swept through, stinging the faces of the onlookers and causing their eyes to instinctively squint, aware that danger was imminent. A scarlet tongue shot out swiftly from behind the curtain on the first floor, snatching 4 individuals back with a violent tug. At that moment, an attack from above also struck down. Boom. The explosion echoed, and the creature, having missed its target, soared into the air again, leaving behind a 2-meter-deep pit in the concrete, surrounded by scattered trees. Feng Nanan and her companions were left trembling with fear, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Once they regained their senses, they realized it was a mutated human who had saved them, his gaze clear, devoid of bloodthirsty greed. The creature's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of a movie villain. Nanan, are you all right? The 3 others, apart from Feng Nanan, were still startled by his appearance. Before them stood a lizard-like monster towering at 2.8 meters with a head the size of a washing machine, capable of extending a scarlet tongue over 10 meters long, its skin a vibrant mosaic much like a chameleon. Feng Nanan felt an increasing familiarity with the figure before her. Is that you? Zhou Xiaobao. The creature slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Xiaobao was her fellow townsman. They had attended the same university and had grown up together. However, they had lost touch after starting college. Who would have thought they would meet again under such circumstances? Before they could reminisce, a loud crash echoed. The window shattered as a 2-meter-tall flea burst through, landing before them. Hiss! Drooling at the sight of the humans, the creature prepared to attack. Zhou Xiaobao, aware he was no match for the flea, gestured for Feng Nanan to lead the others to safety. Leave this to me. Quickly head to the warehouse in the northwest corner. I saw a formidable insect there, like a giant rhinoceros beetle. It can protect you. Xiaobao, what about you? Zhou Xiaobao felt warmth in his heart. Even at such a time, Feng Nanan was still so considerate. I can turn invisible and escape. You all go first. Bang! The flea lunged into action at speed, overwhelming the group. Another boy was pierced through the chest. He coughed up blood, reaching out for something, but within less than a second his eyes dimmed, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The team was now reduced to 3. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiaobao used his mutated tongue to ensnare the flea, engaging it in a fierce struggle. Go! You must hurry. Feng Nanan, along with her friend and Zheng Wu, sprinted desperately towards the northwest warehouse. She recalled that it housed many sports equipment surrounded by sturdy iron sheeting. Meanwhile, students in various classrooms began to undergo mutations. Under intense stimuli, the insect-human genes activated, transforming them into bloodthirsty monsters. A few, like Zhou Xiaobao, managed to retain their sanity and stood up to fight against the creatures. However, most of those in the classrooms could not escape the fate of slaughter, realizing too late that the true danger was not the insect beasts outside, but the oppressed humans bursting forth in desperation. In an instant, cries of anguish erupted from all hiding spots. The monstrous roars attracted the insect beasts, and in despair, more insect humans emerged in a vicious cycle, leading to a dramatic decrease in human numbers. At that moment, the city of Bincheng was ablaze with the military overwhelmed. Initially, they focused solely on clearing the insect humans within the city, neglecting the insect beasts outside, which had triggered this large-scale disaster. Moreover, the release of insect beast genetic energy had caused a magnetic disturbance, resulting in a complete loss of communication signals throughout the city. The massacre occurring at Bincheng University of Science and Technology went unnoticed by the outside world. Within the campus, Feng Nanan and her companions were on high alert, witnessing one comrade after another perish before their eyes, their spirits severely battered. They teetered on the brink of collapse. Just moments ago, they had been enjoying a peaceful gathering among friends, and now they were thrust into a hellscape of corpses. The shock was akin to experiencing a war. The trio had taken every precaution, yet an unexpected incident occurred. A three-meter green mantis blocked their path, swaying its head and licking its blade-like forearms, its mouth seemingly grinning. The other insects circled around it, clearly recognizing it as stronger than the previous flea. This was bad. Within a 50-meter radius, there was nothing but open ground devoid of cover. No one would be coming to their rescue this time. They had to rely on themselves. Zheng Wu, let's fight them. All right. Zheng Wu charged ahead, brandishing a makeshift metal spear, standing protectively in front of the two girls. Recalling moments shared with his friends, gaming together, climbing walls, and that bottle of iced tea, which had long since gone cold, his heart surged with a mix of sorrow and rage. Come on, monsters. I'm not afraid of you, bring it on. Kill. In an instant, terror combined with fury surged. Zheng Wu suddenly underwent mutation, fine hair sprouted from his body, his muscles bulged, and he grew taller. He transformed into a monstrous figure standing at 2.5 meters. His face remained human, but his body morphed into a gray-brown insect-like muscle structure. His eyes turned pitch black, and a mane sprouted around his neck. Roar. Feng Nan was stunned. It was her first time witnessing the complete transformation of a human into an insect. What followed was a wave of relief. This was great. As long as Zheng Wu became an insecthuman, their chances of survival would significantly increase. After all, if everyone was an insecthuman, who would fear whom? Zheng Wu charged forward. Bang! Zheng Wu was defeated. Feng Nan stood there stunned. While their chances of survival had indeed increased, but only slightly. Not all insect beasts were created equal. Although the mantis was of ordinary quality, it had consumed enough genetic material to reach an advanced level far beyond what a newly awakened insect human like Zheng Wu could handle. Fortunately, the mantis did not strike to kill. It simply roared for Zheng Wu to get lost. The fallen Zheng Wu struggled to rise. His spear had broken into 2 pieces, and a massive gash on his chest was oozing green blood. He stood back up, still shielding the two girls. Nan, run. The mantis sniffed the air, seemingly detecting something delightful, and then birthed a black wireworm from its rear. With a roar, the wireworm shot forward, tightly binding Zheng Wu, who was then lifted away by the mantis. It flew away. The two girls looked at each other, bewildered. So far, the insect humans they had encountered were either killed or consumed. This was the first time one had been taken away. Could it be for storage? Before they could ponder further, another insect, nearly 3 meters tall and resembling a rural dog, appeared before them. Despair washed over the two girls. Another one. Were these insects not tired? One after another they kept coming. Could they not have a moment of peace? Before them stood a creature known scientifically as a mole cricket, colloquially referred to as a dirt dog. Its head resembled that of a cricket, adorned with a dark brown helmet, while its arms were akin to the shovels of a bulldozer. Its muscular thighs bore a striking resemblance to the legs of a lean bull, and trailing behind its rear were 2 antenna-like tails. What was most alarming, however, was that this creature possessed wings. It could fly. Don't move. Yawn, let's gamble on its poor eyesight. Let me win just this once. Heavens above. The mole cricket tilted its head. Its vision was remarkably keen. With a powerful leap, it sprang into the air, lunging at the two of them, mouth agape, ready to swallow them whole. This is it. This time it's truly over. My life ends here. The two had shut their eyes, awaiting their fate. Most of their companions had already perished. Now it was their turn. Fear gripped them. I don't want to die yet. A rough voice thundered from above. Stop, beast. A massive fist struck down. Bang. The dirt dog plummeted like a meteor. A colossal roar echoed as a massive shadow descended heavily once more. This creature, larger than the previous mantis, was cleaved in half, killed instantly. The two girls stood frozen in shock. How powerful! The newcomer was enormous, with a bifurcated horn atop its head. None other than Wang Wenlong, the first warrior accepted by Qin Yuan. An exceptional stag, beetle genetic development, at 15. Its strength could reach 12 tons, easily capable of lifting a medium-sized truck. Standing at 4.5 meters tall with the horn, nearly adding an extra 1.5 meters, it towered like a 2-story building, exuding an overwhelming presence. Ladies, are you unharmed? As he spoke, he flexed his arm muscles, striking a pose. Enveloped in shadow, the girls looked up to express their gratitude. Thank you. Physical education teacher. Observing the insect-like movements of the creature before her, Feng Nan couldn't be entirely sure of its identity, but it was likely the good insect her friend had mentioned. Teacher, one of our classmates has been taken. Can you help rescue him? Zheng Wu had been captured while trying to save them. Not aiding him would weigh heavily on her conscience. The stag beetle shook its head in refusal. No, I have my own mission. I can at most escort you two to a warehouse where over 200 people I saved are gathered. You may squeeze in there for safety. All right, thank you. Though Feng Nan was anxious about Zheng Wu's safety, She had no idea where he was, let alone how to rescue him. On their way, the two girls bore witness to the stag beetles, might using a streetlight as a weapon, swinging it like a club to crush an insect beast. With its robust muscles, a hand the size of a small cart struck down, sending a bugman reeling to its demise. Its combat prowess was off the charts. Oh, what a delightful sense of security. Teacher, you're amazing. The two frightened girls transformed into starry-eyed admirers in an instant. Hee. Basic skills, no sweat. The stag beetle was aware that its strength was still relatively modest. All its power was bestowed by its lord Qin Yuan. Before its lord, the stag beetle was merely a small fry. The true invincibility lay with its master. Once these individuals witnessed the might of their lord, they would probably venerate Qin Yuan as a deity. The few perfect-level insect creatures that had come were formidable foes. This sparked a flicker of unease within the stag beetle. If it didn't grow stronger quickly, it might lose its title as the first warrior. No, it needed to slay more insect creatures, absorb genetic energy, and accelerate its growth. The title of the first warrior is mine to keep. After escorting the two girls to the warehouse, the stag beetle set out on its own to hunt down more insect creatures and beasts. Meanwhile, the watchful Jean Lena noticed a peculiar mantis in the sky, which had returned with an insect creature. What's going on? Are the bugs searching for it? However, other insect creatures showed no signs of halting. They continued their slaughter, seeking something. Determined, Jean Lena decided to follow, confident that her black serpent companion would keep her hidden from the beasts. Her pursuit led her to an abandoned teaching building 12 stories high, where the mantis landed on the 8th floor. When it emerged again, the insect creature it had carried was nowhere to be seen. Jean Lena felt a tightening in her chest. This indicated that the leader of the enemy might be lurking here. Could it be that beast of illusion? If so, entering recklessly could spell her doom. Unfortunately, nothing was visible from below. She needed to find her flying companions, the three tigers, for reconnaissance. After marking the location, Jean Lena quietly retreated, heading towards where the three tigers were. As she passed another teaching building, her black serpent suddenly raised its head, extending its tongue to the left front. Jean Lena immediately tensed. Who's there? Step out. I'm a good person and don't attack. A chameleon appeared from beside the wall. How did you mask your scent? Well, I applied some of my classmates' perfume, so that's why there's a whiff of nail polish. Are you sure it's perfume you used? An intelligent insect. Don't get in the way or just stay hidden. Jean Lena hadn't intended to take on a burden, but the chameleon's next words changed her mind. Miss, are you also here to find a meteorite? Meteorite? What meteorite? Jean Lena swiftly realized this might be what the insect beasts were in search of. Where is the meteorite? Can you take me to see it? Of course. The chameleon, captivated by the mixtrace beauty before it, nodded eagerly, not doubting her identity. This is a fairy. How could a fairy possibly be a villain? As long as the sister looked good, her morals could follow her looks. The chameleon bounced excitedly, leading Jean Lena to the secret base where it and its friends had stored a silver meteorite that had fallen during a meteor shower a few days prior, planning to sell it later. Little did they know it would lead to this predicament. The two hadn't gone far before they stumbled upon a battle between insect creatures and beasts. To be precise, a team of student insect creatures was besieging a mole cricket nearly 3 meters tall. This one was slightly smaller than the one the stag beetle had slain earlier, but the 7 or 8 student insect creatures still struggled against it. So many insectoid students could gather together and even know each other. This seems a little too coincidental. One must understand that initially the majority of these insectoids were feral, with only a few being able to retain their sanity. It was impossible for them to assemble in such large numbers. Something is amiss. Just as Jean Lena was preparing to bypass them, Xiao Bao dashed out. Shige? Shige, it's me, Xiao Bao. Shige, could these people also be related to the meteorite? Let's go take a look. With the chameleon leading the way, Jean Lena followed closely behind, and the two soon arrived near the battlefield. As soon as the 9 male insectoids caught sight of Jean Lena, the stunning half-breed beauty, they surged forward as if charged with adrenaline, howling in excitement. A beautiful woman was indeed the best stimulant. In no time, they brought down the locust insect, and in the instant of its demise, everyone absorbed genetic energy from the corpse. They were all astonished as the genetic feedback echoed in their ears like a game notification. They could distinctly sense an increase in their strength. The groups converged. At the forefront stood a cricket insectoid named Shixiong. His friends affectionately referred to him as Shige. Before the apocalypse, he was known for his loyalty and chivalry, often stepping up for his brothers and gaining a bit of fame in school. After some exchanges, it was revealed that everyone present had activated insect beast genes, likely because they had all encountered the meteorite. Jean Lena was puzzled. So you mean to say that the meteorite has already been moved by you? Yes, beautiful. Which academy are you from? I've never seen you before. Do you have a boyfriend? Me. I'm a transfer student from the dance academy. My grandfather fell ill and said that we need to find the meteorite to grind it into powder for treatment. Could you all take me to see that meteorite? No problem. X10. 10 insectoids surrounded Jean Lingna like planets orbiting the sun, fearful that she might be snatched away by a beast. Protecting the weak, pitiful, and helpless girl was a natural instinct and duty for men. Primarily, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Her figure was exceptional, even more stunning than those celebrities, and many could not help but sneak glances at her long, slender legs. Wow. Xiong delivered a playful slap to the back of a head. Where are your eyes wandering? Keep your focus on the surroundings and watch for those monsters. He himself couldn't resist casting a glance. Feigning seriousness, he scanned the area while casually chatting with his brothers. Brothers, did you hear the genetic feedback just now? Yeah, it said genetic growth 0. 5. Why did mine only show genetic growth 0? 1. You're doing better than me, mine's only 0. 0. 5. Xiong calculated everyone's genetic growth and found that collectively it was barely 2. That insect beast had to have more than just 2 energy. Where had the rest of the genetic energy gone? Surely there wasn't a shared depletion. Was it due to wear and tear? Such mysteries. An excited subordinate asked, Boss, could it be that the demon game has arrived? We can level up by defeating monsters and collect loot, paving our way to the pinnacle of life. Shut it. All you think about is gaming. Let's focus on surviving first. The pinnacle of life, huh? If chaos truly descended upon the world, anything was possible. If the laws of this world ceased to exist, wouldn't he, leading 10 subordinates, be able to reign supreme in Bin City? Lost in thought, he turned to gaze at Jean Lingna, her ethereal beauty and perfect glass figure, igniting a fiery desire within him. After all, in this apocalypse, who would care about laws? With legal constraints lifted, the darkness of human nature was about to be unveiled. Xiong's gaze glinted with malice as he suddenly nudged his confidant with his elbow, signaling him to head in another direction. The confidant was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the wicked expression on Xiong's face, he quickly understood and smiled knowingly. The two led everyone toward a different path. Xiao Bao the chameleon remained blissfully unaware of any oddity, chattering away with the team members. Although Jean Lingna sensed a hint of conspiracy, she looked at these insignificant lackeys with disdain. A mere finger could dispatch this motley crew. They couldn't stir up much trouble. As the group neared their destination, a formidable insect beast suddenly appeared before them. Be on guard. Another insect beast is approaching. She gave this as a golden opportunity for experience. Exactly, boss. We might even get some loot. The group treated the apocalypse like a game, considering insect beasts as bosses to be defeated. They might not excel at wilderness survival, but when it came to gaming, their confidence surged. Moreover, with Xiao Bao being 10 insectoids, they surrounded the beast completely. This time, it was a large locust standing 4 meters tall and measuring 7 to 8 meters long with wings on its back, suggesting it could fly. Jean Lingna immediately recognized this was not an ordinary insect beast, it was an elite level 1. She covered her mouth, smiling. Let these sheltered flowers experience a bit of hardship and come to terms with reality. This was the true apocalypse, not a game for mere entertainment. Of course, except for that man, who could disregard all rules. The Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. The battle commenced. The insectoids launched the first attack, with Xiao Bao attempting to ensnare the locust's antennae with his tongue, but unfortunately it dodged. Xiong led 5 insectoids in an assault from the right, but the locust retaliated with a powerful kick. Boom. An explosion echoed. One insectoid was directly kicked in the stomach, spilling his entrails everywhere, dying on the spot. The group was taken aback. What the hell? What is this? How strong is it? This isn't right. When they faced the locust insect beast earlier, it only caused minor injuries with its strikes. How could this locust kill a person with just 1 kick? The damage disparity was alarming. Realizing something was off after the death of one of his comrades, Xiong hastily waved his hand, shouting, "Retreat! Quickly fall back. This isn't an ordinary insect monster. It's a boss." Jean Lingna chuckled. In this era, a mere elite could be called a boss. Then what should she be called? The perfect level. As the crowd retreated, it was already too late. The insect beast let out a deafening roar and immediately launched its attack, its gaze fixed on the people. With a powerful leap, it surged forward. Boom. A sound like an explosion echoed, and in an instant it reached one of the insect men, snapping its jaws down and severing the head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head rolled away. The locust paused, cradling its head, and ignoring the crowd beginning to feast with a horrific crunching sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Jean Lingna noticed the stunned onlookers. Though she felt disdain, she still kindly urged, "Aren't you all going to run?" At that moment, Xiong finally snapped back to reality, realizing that the insect beast was devouring their fallen comrades. An ideal opportunity to escape. Right, let's go. Hurry. Brothers, retreat. The remaining few, along with Jean Lingna, stealthily crept along the wall and fled to an abandoned second-floor classroom. As soon as they entered, Xiong bolted the door and drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. He claimed it was to prevent detection by the insect beast, but their lecherous gazes were fixated on the mixed-race beauty Jean Lingna. Even the slow-witted Xiao Bao sensed something amiss. Shirgu, we're not looking at meteors anymore. Let us out, he insisted, protecting Jean Lingna behind him. At this point, everyone dropped their pretense and ripped off their masks of virtue, revealing their true selves. Xiong grinned lewdly, his eyes glinting with malice. Xiao Bao, if you want to leave the girl behind. We still want to show her the meteors. Hee. Exactly. Or else you can join us. To die under a peony flower is still a romantic way to go. In this apocalypse, a night with such a beauty would be worth it. Haha. Don't worry, sister. We'll be gentle. Seeing this, Jean Lingna's eyes glistened with tears as she pouted, her delicate lips appearing pitiful. She hugged herself, retreating into a corner, trembling like a fragile girl. What? What do you want? She stammered. Several insect men impatient surrounded Xiao Bao and Jean Lingna, shaking with excitement. What do we want? Why, it's to have you, ha ha ha. Xiao Bao, still possessing a shred of humanity, spread his arms wide to protect Jean Lingna. Stop. What you're doing is illegal. Aren't you afraid of repercussions from the authorities? Huh. Authorities. We're in this state already. Oh, what's there to fear? Besides, the worst we'd get for assaulting a woman is 5 to 10 years. With our connections, we could easily get out. It's worth it. I have a mental illness immunity to the law. Hee. Same here. Hee. The insect men launched their attack. 2 of them seized Xiao Bao, while the remaining 5 pounced. Xiao Bao watched in horror. Beauty, I'm sorry. I've brought you to this. Sure enough, a scream echoed a moment later. He couldn't bear to watch, but the screams grew increasingly strange. Oh, my mother. Oh, it's broken. What the hell? Help me. We were wrong, Mom. In mere seconds, several insect men collapsed, some clutching their stomachs, some cradling their heads, others shielding their eyes. The one who defeated them appeared to be a frail girl. The insect men were dumbfounded. Incredulous. Her arms seemed like delicate, tender lotus roots, yet how could she possess such strength? Like Lin Daiyu uprooting a willow tree. It felt as if a truck had crashed into her chest, the pain excruciating. Her ribs felt broken. Jean Lingna smiled, lifting Xiong's head with an affectionate inquiry. So you wanted to have your way with me. Thought you were so tough. How does it feel now, little dogs? The tables had turned, and now the towering insect men shrank back into the corners, trembling. Xiong, barely holding himself up, repeatedly apologized. We are not human. I'm despicable and lowly. Please give us another chance, sister. I was wrong. Oh, we truly know our mistakes. Oh, my dear, it was just a moment of madness. We shouldn't have had any vile thoughts about you, let alone laid a hand on you. Just treat us like a passing wind and let us go. Woo. We won't dare again. Jean Lingna's eyes sparkled with amusement, having recognized their sinister intentions. Did they really think she was the kind of girl who could be bullied? With a single punch, she could send them flying. Turning to the black serpent, she asked, Hey Jiao, can you administer a poison that takes half a day to kill? The serpent's eyes, having grown increasingly deep blue from its time with Qin Yuan, fixed its piercing gaze on the crowd and slowly nodded. Then poison them all except for that chameleon. If you dare to run or fail to do your job, you're as good as dead. He Jiao's poison can only be cured by itself and the king. Oh, and make sure it's the most painful kind. He Jiao nodded and swiftly darted out, quickly injecting poison into everyone. All the insect men felt a slight sting in their necks, followed by a wave of paralysis. They could neither move nor speak, but felt the agony clearly. The pain of being shot pierced through them. 1 bullet, 2, 3, 20. Then came the sensation of a steel spike driving into their flesh, slowly penetrating deeper, reaching their bones, and grinding the marrow to bits. This boundless pain and the helplessness of losing control over their bodies plunged them into profound despair. All the insect men widened their eyes, bloodshot, acutely aware of the torment inflicted by the poison, their bones feeling like they were being shattered. After a full 5 minutes, they regained control over their bodies, wanting to scream, but unable to make a sound. Another 5 minutes passed before they could truly move again. And simultaneously they felt an overwhelming fear of Jean Lingna, a devil. She was a demon from hell, more terrifying than the beast outside. This woman was beyond comprehension. Truthfully, Xiong and his group would rather be devoured by the insect beast or jump from the top floor than endure that kind of pain again. Pain. It was unbearable. Woo. Big sister, please spare us. We'll do anything you want. Jean Lingna disdainfully kicked away the kneeling insect man crawling towards her. Get lost. Honestly, I preferred you when you were so arrogant. Don't worry, I'm not unreasonable. Help me find the meteor, and I'll lift the poison from you. How about that? Sounds like a good deal, right? The insect men hurriedly nodded, not daring to argue or harbor any ulterior motives. Their lives were in her hands. They had no power to resist. This time, Shi Xiong obediently led Jean Lingna to the location of the meteorite, heading towards the concealed area behind the school's fountain and rockery. That was their secret base. On the journey, along the way, Jean Lingna encountered several ordinary insect beasts blocking the path, yet she did not need to intervene. The insect people handled them effortlessly. Arriving at an expansive mountain foot in the northwest, a technological university was built against the hillside. Ascending from the foot led to another teaching building, and at the ridge, a grand artificial rock fountain pool was constructed utilizing the height difference. Under Shi Xiong's guidance, the group traversed a narrow path beneath the waterfall and reached the mouth of the artificial mountain. On either side of the foam mountain were long, drooping willows concealing the entrance, with a waterfall cascading in the middle, its waters rushing over the ground. Thanks to the continuous flow of water, the area bore a faint scent, and combined with the overwhelming sound of the waterfall, it was difficult for ordinary insect beasts to detect anything amiss. The entrance was narrow, barely allowing a normal person to pass through. Shi Xiong and his companions were poisoned, and Jean Lingna felt no worry about them escaping, so she ventured alone into the artificial mountain. The entire structure was built upon a genuine mountain with a mix of real and faux stones, and some stones even revealed rebar thick as fingers within. As she ventured deeper, the light dimmed, and the cave grew dark and cavernous, resembling a living space with 3 rooms and a hall. The site remained somewhat unclear. Turning on her phone's flashlight, the beam illuminated the cave, allowing Jean Lingna to survey her surroundings. The cave was damp, filled with moisture. The walls were composed of dark gray stones, and on the ground sat a round table and 5 stone stools. Various peculiar clothes and toys were scattered about, and in the corners several wooden boxes were stacked. Treasure chests. Jean Lingna pondered, stepping forward to investigate, but at that critical moment the black eel's gaze sharpened, immediately issuing a warning. Hiss! Danger! Seeing the black eel in a state of alert, Jean Lingna paused instinctively, adopting a defensive stance. Enemies. This was bad. They were in the dark while the enemies were concealed. A significant loss awaited them. In that case, she had no choice but to unleash her ultimate move. The ultimate move, the brother summoning technique. Come forth, brothers. Jean Lingna turned back. Hey brothers, I found the meteorite you mentioned, but as a weak girl, I can't move such a large meteorite by myself. The insect people who had been struck shivered upon hearing this. What the hell? A weak girl. A weak girl who can break 8 ribs with a single punch. Seriously, just send anyone to help me. Xiao Bao was the first to step forward. He'll do it. However, Jean Lingna coldly rejected him outright. She was looking for cannon fodder. What was he doing getting involved? I don't want a skinny one who I need someone sturdier. You there, you're coming with me. The insect man, she pointed to, shook his head vigorously. Although he hadn't been struck, he had witnessed the miserable fate of his brothers. His instincts told him that entering the cave was far from just moving boxes. I can't, the entrance is too narrow for me to fit through. Too narrow. Jean Lingna glanced at the door frame. It was indeed slightly tight. With a quick swipe of her fist, boom, a thunderous explosion resonated. In an instant, stones flew, rubble burst apart, and rebar was twisted and exposed. The outer wall was blasted apart with a single punch. All the insect people, including Xiao Bao, stared in shock, their jaws dropping. What? This is terrifying. Is she even human? She was more monstrous than the creatures outside. One must know that there were rebar thick as thumbs inside this foam mountain. Reinforced steel? Did she just blow it up with one punch? Was the rebar even bent outward? This is what you call a weak girl. Xiao Bao, what kind of monster did you pick up on the way? See, now it's wider. Come on in. Or do you want to experience the effects of the toxin again? Listening to Jean Lingna's threatening tone, the insect man's eyes brimmed with tears, his face twisted in despair as he looked at Shi Xiong stepping into the cave, while glancing back every few steps. In the darkness, Jean Lingna instructed him to merely retrieve the boxes, disregarding everything else. If he succeeded, it would count as a significant achievement. Just as the insect man reached for the box, a massive centipede erupted from the shadows, lunging at him. It bit into his chest, its pincers snapping shut, and the insect man was immediately severed in 2. Blood drenched the entire cave. The hidden enemy had revealed itself. Without waiting for Jean Lingna to speak, the black eel locked onto the target and immediately sprang into combat with the black centipede. The battle was fierce, both sides infused with venom, and Jean Lingna could not approach. Fortunately, the black eel maintained its wits, deliberately provoking the enemy to draw the centipede away. Jean Lina successfully retrieved the boxes, opening them all. In the leftmost box rested a fist-sized meteorite, small in volume, yet weighing 100 pounds, glimmering red like blood. It stirred her very genes. The phantom beast was most likely after this. What a treasure! It would be offered to the Emperor Ant. Jean Lina's face brightened as she closed the box and hurriedly cradled it out. Quick! There's a giant centipede inside. And what about my brother? He's been killed by the centipede. If you want revenge, hurry and go, I won't stop you. Shi Xiong said nothing about revenge, their strengths were similar. Whoever could kill his brother could also kill him. Just as they reached near the teaching building, they were confronted by a towering elite insect beast blocking their path. This was a black-armored caterpillar covered in poisonous spines, standing 6 meters tall, its length obscured, but at least several dozen meters long. Simultaneously, the unicorn beetle and the 3 tigers encountered high-level elite insect beasts as well. Before the unicorn beetle stood a massive creature weighing 4 tons, a power-based stag beetle with its long snout resembling a giraffe of the insect world. Its robust body was entirely cloaked in brown muscle. Moreover, it could spit a white adhesive that made escape nearly impossible once ensnared. On the other side, the 3 tigers faced the insect world's heavyweight champion, the dung beetle, capable of moving 1141 times its own weight. Of course, the insect beasts in transformation were not quite as exaggerated given their significantly increased size. However, its stature was high and its overall strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the unicorn beetle, with a jet black armor providing formidable defense. At the Biological Technology University in Yuan City, the evening gala had commenced, yet contrary to expectations, the venue was devoid of singing and dancing, filled instead with screams and dismembered limbs. Blood pooled throughout the hall, the acrid scent of blood wafting even to the doorway. Dozens of insect beasts rampaged through the auditorium, mercilessly slaughtering students, while those hiding in the restrooms could only weep helplessly. Several boys recalled the reminder from a minor account in their group, urging them to prioritize safety, regretting it too late now, wishing to reach out for help. Yet they found themselves completely cut off from the network. All they could do was clasp their hands together, frantically apologizing in their hearts. I'm sorry. I admit I was a bit harsh earlier today. Please save me. Anyone will do. Unfortunately, in this world there were no deities and no one would hear their prayers. The roar of insect beasts echoed from outside the restroom. In the next moment, the door was shattered. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Benching Technology Academy. Jean Lina and her companions encountered a massive elite-level insect beast, the black venom caterpillar, just as the black flood dragon was not by their side. They had no choice but to employ their previous tactics once more. Great summoning spell, come forth, brothers. Charge forward, my cannon fodder. Young gentlemen, if you can defeat this caterpillar and safely escort me to the warehouse, I shall cure your poison. Shi Xiong readily agreed, exclaiming, all right, isn't it just a slightly larger caterpillar? We played with them in slices as children, oh why should we fear it now that we are grown? Brothers, let's go, charge. Jean Lina seized Xiao Bao, who was eager to rush forward, and exchanged a knowing glance with him. The two quietly retreated from the opposite side. Xiao Bao felt a pang of reluctance for his friends. Are we just going to abandon them like this? Of course, Jean Lina thought to herself, but instead said, how can we? Once we leave, they will be free to fight without holding back. I am helping them by easing their burden. This was a liberation for them, a benevolent act to save lives. The great Emperor Ant had once said that the apocalypse was too painful, it would be better for them to die sooner. The trash, those small minions fighting the high-ranking elite-level insect warriors, were practically doomed. As Jean Lina approached the warehouse, she could see in the distance the fierce battle between the rhinoceros beetle and the stag beetle. The two enormous insects clashed like bulldozers, wreaking havoc as they went, scattering rocks and demolishing buildings. Rhinoceros heavy punch. The rhinoceros beetle delivered a powerful blow to the stag beetle, who retaliated with a kick that struck the rhinoceros beetle as well. They both flew back from the impact. Boom. They crashed into the first floor of a teaching building, shattering several load-bearing columns. The survivors on the upper floors thought an earthquake had struck and scrambled out of their classrooms to escape. Roar. The stag beetle unleashed a glue cannon, but the rhinoceros beetle deftly dodged it. The two insects resumed their close-quarters combat, exchanging blows in a fierce struggle. However, an impulsive little girl, seemingly devoid of reason, dashed into the battlefield where the two titans were locked in combat. One might wonder how she had the audacity to do so and whether she had lost her mind. No one knew. Yet she abruptly appeared on the battlefield, prompting a fierce shout from the rhinoceros beetle. Be careful. The stag beetle fired a glob of white glue directly at the girl. At that moment, the rhinoceros beetle seized the opportunity to punch the stag beetle in the face, sending it flying several meters away. Woo! Why didn't you save me? MMM. This glue was a product of genetic mutation becoming increasingly adhesive, and even the rhinoceros beetle dared not touch it. The girl had observed from above for quite some time, and had concluded that the rhinoceros beetle was a helpful creature, expecting it to shield her from the attack. Little did she know it merely warned her. This was not how things were portrayed in dramas. Why didn't you save me? She glared at the rhinoceros beetle with resentment, struggling in pain. The rhinoceros beetle smirked derisively, having grown from past experiences of saving people. It was no longer the naive Wang Wenlong who rushed to help. If it blocked that viral glue for her, it would mean its own demise. If it died, hundreds in the warehouse would perish as well. Now it was only the first fierce general under its lord, the rhinoceros beetle. It would no longer save those who sought their own destruction. Don't worry, I will save you. Don't look, close your eyes. The girl's heart soared with hope. I am saved. But as she saw the colossal rock raised high in the rhinoceros beetle's hand, a deep fear welled up within her. Ugh, no. Rest assured, I will try to ensure you die without pain, sending you to meet your maker, thus saving you. It's a good deed for you. There will be time for thanks in the next life. Those caught in such glue would rot and become inflamed, first feeling pain, then itching until they scratched themselves raw, only for maggots to emerge, ultimately leading to organ failure and death. A fate exceedingly torturous. Being crushed by the stone was a mere instant. Yet the girl thought otherwise, her eyes filled with terror and resentment, struggling desperately. No, I think I can still be saved. Don't, please. Aren't you on the side of humanity? Aren't you a savior? Why? With a twisted smirk, the rhinoceros beetle raised the giant rock high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Bang! Those who sought their own demise met their end. It also fulfilled her wish. The long-nosed stag beetle charged at the rhinoceros beetle once more. Having just taken its first life, the rhinoceros beetle was still reeling from the emotional turmoil, perhaps severing its ties with humanity forever. In that instant, the rhinoceros beetle experienced a growth spurt, sprouting wings. Buzzing. As its wings flapped, it took to the skies, evading the attack from the long-nosed stag beetle. The long-nosed stag beetle collided with a rock, its head spinning in confusion as stars danced around it. When it regained consciousness, it found no trace of the rhinoceros beetle. Roar! Where did the insect go? Where was that massive creature? At that moment, it heard a buzzing sound and looked up to see a shadow looming overhead, a colossal figure casting its darkness over it. Falling meteor kill. The rhinoceros beetle descended from the sky with unstoppable force, executing its ultimate attack. In disbelief, the long-nosed stag beetle watched as the rhinoceros beetle plummeted. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, sending dust swirling across the open ground, shrouding the outcome of the battle in smoke. When the smoke cleared, no one emerged. Jean Lena hurried over to check. The rhinoceros beetle had landed headfirst and fainted in the crater it had created. It was well known that the effects of force were reciprocal. This blow had injured it significantly. It was truly a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return. Fortunately, this attack had ensured that the long-nosed stag beetle beneath it was irreparably defeated. Unconsciously, the rhinoceros beetle began absorbing the elite genes of the fallen long-nosed stag beetle. In the spirit of not wasting resources, Jean Lena also helped absorb the genetic energy. Such energy dissipated rapidly into the world after the insect's death, and absorbing it typically yielded little value unless it was the primordial energy, which could promote genetic growth, generating a continuous supply of genetic energy from within. As Jean Lena focused on absorbing the energy, a massive shadow loomed behind her, observing her with a detached gaze, as if regarding a corpse. At such a close distance, she remained completely oblivious. Western Teaching Building. San, who was locked in a fierce battle with the scarab beetle. Cockroach Man versus Scarab Beetle. In terms of raw power, San, who was certainly at a disadvantage, but he made up for it with his superior speed. The battlefield was expansive, and the aftermath of their clash created a surrounding chaos, with the bodies of onlooking insect beasts piling up around the floor of the teaching building. There was no sign of a contest. Those merely spectating met their demise. Damn it, why does this thing cling on like a stubborn band-aid? I can't shake it off. To be honest, San, who had no desire to engage in a prolonged fight. The genetic development of the scarab beetle far exceeded his own, boasting an overall strength greater than his. A drawn-out struggle would inevitably lead to his disadvantage. A charged strike could hit the opponent, but the challenge lay in finding the opportunity to charge. The beetle wouldn't just stand idly by waiting for him to gather his strength. Despite their imposing size, the outcome of such battles often hinged on a single blow to the head. Once decapitated, 99 of insect beasts wouldn't survive. If one dared to remain stationary for a full 20 seconds to charge, their head would be twisted off in an instant and kicked about like a ball. In such circumstances, one could only rely on wit. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the wall crumbled, and the scarab beetle turned its gaze towards Sanhu once more. Fortunately, the scarab beetle couldn't attack from a distance. Its most effective moves were its headbutt and powerful legs, both of which could only be utilized in close combat. The beetle crouched down, its muscular legs coiling like springs, and launched itself at Sanhu with a fierce headbutt. The sound of air slicing rang out. Sanhu executed a quick sideways leap, deftly dodging the attack as he weaved and jumped between the structures, searching for a suitable counterattack opportunity. Suddenly, the ground trembled, followed by a loud bang. The scarab beetle burst forth from the ground, grabbing hold of Sanhu's leg. Realizing the danger, Sanhu gritted his teeth. With a swift motion, he struck his own leg, severing it, and flapped his wings to retreat against the wall. Exclusive gene regeneration. With a soft pop, a new leg grew back, but this took a considerable toll on his stamina. Meanwhile, the beetle stood there munching on Sanhu's severed leg, savoring it, as if it were a delicacy, completely disregarding Sanhu's plight. Sanhu's expression darkened. A perfect-level insect man had been cornered by a superior-level scarab beetle to such a desperate state. Although the beetle's genetic growth far surpassed his own, facing such humiliation from an elite insect was unbearable. The limit of patience had been reached. When Sanhu landed back on the ground, his face was grim and his eyes brimmed with uncontainable killing intent. "Come on, you pest." His right arm bulged with muscle, the tension building as he formed a V shape across his abdomen. Indeed, upon seeing Sanhu prepare to charge, the scarab beetle dropped the leg meat it had been gnawing on and rushed to interrupt his charge, propelling itself like an arrow. A rapid headbutt was launched. Sanhu narrowed his eyes, having anticipated this move. His charge was merely a feint. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared upward, evading the attack. Yet he maintained his shaped stance as he resumed charging. The beetle, enraged, roared, unwilling to let Sanhu complete his charge. Another swift headbutt came hurtling toward him. Sanhu, like a bullfighter, continued to exploit the beetle's stamina, which it failed to notice was depleting rapidly. Utilizing such rapid headbutts took a toll on the beetle as well, especially with the relentless repetition. In less than 15 minutes, the beetle's stamina waned, its speed noticeably slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Sanhu let go of his feigned charge and moved in closer to the beetle. "Let's fight." The close combat began. The scarab beetle let out a delighted roar. The feeling of missing attacks had been too frustrating. Finally, they could engage in close quarters. But the moment it closed in on Sanhu, it realized something was amiss. What the hell? Why is this guy so formidable? Sanhu struck first. With a powerful Lu Shan rising dragon, he sent the scarab beetle flying, then followed up with a relentless barrage of punches. 32 consecutive strikes. A hit. The beetle was battered, its body shaking like a rattle. It should be noted that Sanhu was no ordinary fighter. He had once been a feared enforcer in the underworld. In his youth, he had mastered numerous martial arts and fighting techniques. And now, with the enhanced power of an insect man, he unleashed an array of combat skills with ease. Strike when they strike, evade when they advance. After one combo, he darted away. The beetle's counterattacks were deftly evaded by Sanhu, who landed his own strikes with precision and efficiency, all while mocking his foe. "Hey, can't hit me." Feeling frustrated. Roar. The scarab beetle roared in fury, its antennae standing on end. This insect man, he was a menace. Its muscles visibly swelled, doubling in size, a product of either a skill or its exclusive genetic ability. Sanhu too unleashed his secret technique. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared high into the air. The scarab beetle, lacking wings due to its evolutionary path, could only rage impotently below, hurling stones at the sky. As its muscles began to deflate, Sanhu dove down, launching a series of strikes. Knee strikes, elbow jabs, hooks, and kicks. He employed a variety of techniques, mixing and matching without any set pattern, using whatever worked best. The beetle's defenses were indeed formidable, but absorbed many of Sanhu's attacks as if they were nothing. Yet Sanhu's goal was to exhaust the beetle's stamina, preparing for a decisive strike. Still in close combat, after sending the beetle flying with a single punch, he bent his arm back again to charge. By the time the beetle realized what was happening, it was too late. 5 seconds of charging, a 200 boost. Charge strike. Boom. The impact landed heavily on the beetle's head, causing a mild concussion as it fell to the ground, dazed. Sanhu swiftly mounted the beetle, gripping its neck, and once again raised his right fist, forming an inverted V. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds of charging completed. Ultimate kill, full attack, charge strike. Die. The scarab beetle opened its eyes just in time to see a fist the size of a cooking pot coming toward it. Bang! Green blood splattered as the beetle's head exploded. Superior level scarab beetle defeated. Absorbing exclusive giant power gene 1. 1. 5. 1. 8. 2. Absorbing insect beast essence 1. 1. 5. 2. Absorbing skill gene berserk incomplete. To complete the berserk skill requires 5 insect beast essence and 5 skill gene. San who completed the skill with the absorbed genes. Berserk within 60 seconds strength attributes 200 speed 150 after berserk enter a weakened state for 300 seconds with a 30 decrease in all attributes usable once every 12 hours. If this skill had a description, it would surely read, will you choose to be a warrior for a minute or a coward for a lifetime? Go all out. This skill was pivotal for turning the tide at critical moments, though the side effects posed a challenge, making it a last resort option for desperate comebacks. With the charge strike counted San, who now possessed 2 skills. Back mountain. The mountains were covered in withered flowers and trees. Logically, this area should have been filled with evergreens, yet such a desolate state of vegetation was evident. Within the forest, 2 toxic creatures were in a frantic chase. Initially, it was a centipede pursuing a snake, but soon the roles reversed, and the snake began to chase the centipede. The hunter and prey had swapped positions. The highly venomous centipede felt a heavy sensation in its head and lightness in its legs. Oh no, it seemed that the centipede had been poisoned. Internally cursing it thought, how infuriating. A toxic creature poisoned. This black snake is exceedingly venomous, even more so than a legitimate toxic being nearly succumbing to its own venom. What a travesty. Unexpectedly, that little black serpent had a low genetic development, with a venom concentration within its body severely exceeding normal levels. The centipede had merely grazed its skin, splattering a drop of blood onto its own, and now it was on the verge of collapse. I must flee. The centipede sprinted ahead. The black serpent chased behind. It fled. It pursued. At that moment, the corners of the little black serpent's mouth curled upward in a sinister grin, its eyes gleaming with malice. Initially, it had underestimated the centipede's venom, but upon engaging in combat, it was astonished to discover that the centipede's venom not only posed no threat, but served as an excellent bathing liquid carrying a slight fragrant scent. The temperature was just right, and the venom concentration was barely tolerable. Highly toxic centipede. To put it bluntly, it was less toxic than my bathing water. What are you so arrogant about? What are you barking like a dog for? Thus the roles had completely reversed, and the black snake flicked its tongue pursuing the centipede. It is essential to understand that toxic creatures are not like other insects or beasts. It is not a matter of who has a higher genetic development, but rather who is more toxic and who can withstand poison better. Clearly, the black serpent, which had been constantly surrounded by mythical toxic creatures, was far superior. It not only possessed enhanced toxicity, but also exhibited remarkable resistance to poison. It could likely withstand ancient toxins. As the two continued their chase, the plants along their path suffered, all succumbing to poison. The red-armored centipede reared up, attempting to scare off the black snake. Upon witnessing this, the black serpent was indeed intimidated. The red-armored centipede stood nearly 4 meters tall, appearing quite formidable. However, the black serpent clearly did not intend to let its prey escape, so easily lingering at a safe distance, quietly awaiting the effects of the centipede's poison to manifest. The red-armored centipede seemed to sense the black serpent's intentions and decided to risk everything for a final desperate attack. It suddenly leapt forward. Biting into the black serpent, it opened its jaws wide and swallowed it whole, its large fangs clashing together in a triumphant sound. Ka-ka-ka. Incredible. It had succeeded. It had effortlessly dispatched that annoying black snake. This was simply unbelievable. The centipede was overjoyed so much so that the trees before it appeared to multiply into 3. Wait. 3, 4. One after another they lined up. Why are there more and more trees ahead? The highly toxic centipede's eyes began to spin. Oh dear. Little spirits, the surroundings are filled with little spirits. What it did not realize was that what it had just consumed was merely a shedding of the black serpent, a decoy, filled with potent venom. Uft! The centipede spat out a mouthful of black blood, convulsed a few times, and then perished. It had been poisoned to death. The highly toxic centipede was no more. The black serpent slithered from the nearby grass, entering its body to devour its genes and flesh, ultimately taking the insect crystal as well. Exclusive gene toxicity increased by 1-1. 5-2. Source gene energy increased by 1. Following the scent, it arrived beside Jean Lingna, discovering that the girl had already lost her breath, collapsed by a large pit with a deep gash in her back that could be seen down to the bone. Clearly, she had been slain in one blow. My goodness. A perfect level insect human was actually taken down in one strike. What kind of formidable existence could have done this? In the pit lay what seemed to be a companion, a stag beetle, still showing signs of life. The black serpent nudged Jean Lingna, who lay on the ground with its head. Hiss. Hey, don't die on me. If you die, how will I explain this to my master? Wait for me to return before you die. The black serpent opened its mouth and bit into Jean Lingna's neck. Skill toxic hormone. Toxic hormone stimulates any remaining energy and vitality in the human body, granting a temporary increase of 50 in all attributes. If the target is not completely dead, it may briefly revive for 10 seconds. Side effect: poisoning. Come back to life. As the toxin quickly flowed into her brain and heart, Jean Lingna suddenly opened her eyes wide and gasped for breath. The black serpent eagerly transmitted pheromones. Hiss. Hurry. Do you have a way to survive? This toxin will only keep you alive for 10 seconds, a fleeting moment. I do. Skill cocooning. Jean Lingna could only leave behind one last message. Be careful behind you. Go to the 8th floor of the northwest abandoned building. Countless threads enveloped Jean Lingna, forming a white cocoon, a life-saving medical skill. With the near-fatal injuries, she would likely need several days to recover, and the cocoon was incredibly fragile. If it were broken, the person inside would be doomed. The cocoon was not large, only about the size of a large suitcase. The black serpent then administered a bit of bullet ant venom to the stag beetle, who immediately sprang up. Damn, mother, it hurts so much. Who ambushed me? Looking around, but seeing no one, the stag beetle only noticed a small black snake on the ground. Hiss. The black serpent conveyed Jean Lingna's message to the stag beetle through pheromones. The cocoon belongs to that blonde female, don't break it. Whether she lives or dies is unimportant. I just need to report back. Be careful behind you. Go to the 8th floor of the northwest abandoned building. The stag beetle looked at the black serpent, surprised by this mode of communication. Oh, okay. What do we do with the cocoon? Hiss. Take it with you. The stag beetle nodded, picking up the cocoon, feeling that it wasn't safe to place it anywhere. The black snake coiled itself onto the stag beetle's head, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. It was uncertain whether the ambusher was nearby, so caution was imperative. Around the corner of the teaching building. Sanhu. Hey, stag beetle, black serpent, what are you doing together? Where is Jean Lingna? Upon seeing this, the three began to exchange information. The black serpent revealed the critical news about the meteorite and the captured insect human. Sanhu pondered for a moment. It seems that all the questions point to that place. The stag beetle also began to suspect. You mean that abandoned building? After a discussion, the three unanimously decided to go check it out. Upon reaching the ground floor, they collectively gasped. My goodness. Upon closer inspection, a multitude of insect beasts had gathered here, ranging from ordinary to elite and extraordinary levels. There were at least a few hundred, forming a veritable insect beast nest. Sanhu and the others focused their attention on several extraordinary insect beasts. Extraordinary top-level black toxic woolly caterpillars. Extraordinary high-level long-legged locusts. Extraordinary high-level giant mole crickets. It felt as if they had entered a monster world with a myriad of creatures crammed together, densely surrounding the teaching building. The stag beetle began to feel a pang of insecurity. Sanhu, should we fire a signal flare? This could very well be the site of the phantom beasts. No. The Lord has said that we cannot fire a signal until we have confirmed the presence of phantom beasts. We must ensure absolute safety. What should we do now? Boom, boom. A flash of white light followed by rolling thunder. The heavens began to pour rain, large droplets crashing to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Sanhu extended a hand to feel the rain, a plan forming in his mind. Got it. Beneath the abandoned teaching building, the sky was overcast. Heavy rain fell in a relentless barrage upon the ground. A massive rhinoceros beetle ambled forward, gripping a pupa in one claw and 3 tigers in the other, while a black serpent coiled atop its head, all the while drenched by the downpour. Upon seeing this, the 3 exceptional insect beasts exchanged alarmed glances, as if facing a formidable enemy, immediately stepping forward to block its path and emitting warning roars. The rhinoceros beetle released a pheromone. Submit. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm a traitor, I confess. I've captured 3 perfect grade tributes to present to the king. These are perfect specimens, a substantial supplement potent for vigor. What? The 3 exceptional insect beasts stared at one another, utterly bewildered. Their worldview had been severely shaken. What was happening? A single exceptional rhinoceros beetle had captured 3 perfect grade specimens. And it had defected. Everything was in chaos. Occasional challenges across ranks could be understood, but capturing 3 at once was simply outrageous. Moreover, where had it found so many perfect grade specimens? Defecting was already unreasonable in itself. The three beasts were momentarily at a loss, glancing at one another until they received a pheromone signal from the esteemed individual on the 8th floor. Approved. With the directive received, the three exceptional insect beings complied, albeit with confusion, and made way, allowing hundreds of insect beasts to clear a path, creating a striking scene. The rhinoceros beetle proceeded smoothly with its 3 trophies. Upon reaching the 8th floor, aside from the wall at the stairway, all the classroom walls had been demolished, leaving only a few load-bearing columns and a patch of concrete floor. Without a ceiling above, the space towered nearly 9 meters high, allowing even the beetle to stand upright without obstruction. In the expansive hall, a mantis resembling a withered leaf stood, appearing frail at just under 2 meters in height, yet emanating a menacing aura. It was perfect grade. Moreover, its genetic development exceeded 20%. Beside it lay a yellowish wooden box, and a black rope bound a bugman behind it. The perfect grade mantis emitted pheromones to the rhinoceros beetle, urgency and desire evident in its tone. Excellent, quickly hand over the 3 of them to me. In the future you will be my top warrior, and I will grant you a colony to enjoy. The rhinoceros beetle, however, wore a forlorn expression. 3 tigers, this isn't a phantom beast. We're doomed. The expression on the 3 tigers' faces matched the beetle's dismay. Their leader turned out to be a perfect grade mantis, not a phantom beast. Everyone had miscalculated. Initially, the 3 tigers speculated that such a grand display indicated the emergence of a phantom beast, only to find it was merely a mid-tier perfect grade. Damn it, what a blunder. Rhinoceros beetle, what are you waiting for? Run. If it were a phantom beast, they could summon their lord. Surely dealing with a phantom beast would be a matter of moments. But if it wasn't a phantom beast, having to contend with this perfect bugman alone was nothing short of a delusion. With over 20% development, it had already entered the mid-tier of first-level evolution. Engaging it would only serve to deliver themselves as prey. Yet as they turned, another green mantis appeared at the hallway's entrance behind them. By its intimidating presence, it was clear that this was an exceptional top-tier green mantis, its scythe-like claws still stained with the blood of Jean Lena. The black serpent immediately realized. This must be the one who ambushed Jean Lena. The green mantis tilted its head, questioning with confusion. Big guy, weren't you here to submit? Why are you fleeing with trophies? In many ways, initial insect beasts are more pure than humans, lacking the duplicity often seen in humanity. In its innocence, the green mantis viewed the rhinoceros beetle as a companion. However, insect beasts that have feasted too much on humans become different. They master various schemes and nurture a plethora of negative emotions and desires. The perfect mantis observed this scene with a cold gaze, swiftly deducing that the rhinoceros beetle might be feigning submission. But what could it want? What could it possess that would intrigue the mantis? Could it be attempting to steal its 2 treasures? But why flee? It was indeed peculiar. Forget it, it would be better to consume them and inquire later. Thus it issued a command to the exceptional mantis. Qinglan, kill them. The expression of the blue mantis shifted instantaneously, its eyes, which had just held the warmth of camaraderie, now filled with the vengeful fire of a sworn enemy. It would execute the command of the withered leaf mantis without question, regardless of right or wrong. In a flash, it launched a swift strike aimed at the head of the rhinoceros beetle. The 3 tigers braced themselves, instinctively blocking with their right hand, while the left swung towards the adversary's vital points. Swish! Splat! Blood splattered. One of the 3 tigers lost an arm, and their punch missed entirely. The rhinoceros beetle was left drenched in cold sweat. Had it been struck by that attack, it would have been decapitated. The mantis, true to its nature as an insect predator, moved with blinding speed, leaving the trio no time to react. Reflecting on the situation, if this exceptional mantis was so formidable, how terrifying must the perfect grade mantis be? The thought sent shivers down their spines. With a pop, the arm of the 3 tigers regenerated. Rhinoceros beetle, coordinate with me for a feigned attack. Okay. The 2 launched their assaults simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right, their relentless onslaught momentarily overwhelming the blue mantis. Though it was their first time teaming up, their synergy was as if they were seasoned battle companions. Exasperated, the mantis evaded the rhinoceros beetle's strike and disregarded the punch from the 3 tigers, resolutely counterattacking. Slash! A blade cut into the joint of the rhinoceros beetle, crippling one of its arms. The 3 tigers' attack landed on the mantis, inflicting only minor injury. Internally acknowledging the mantis was indeed a natural-born fighter. Such acute battle instincts. The situation took a sharp turn. The 2 could no longer coordinate perfectly, and the blue mantis remained dominantly powerful, forcing them to retreat with every exchange. Injuries multiplied on their bodies. The 3 tigers had strong regenerative abilities, but the rhinoceros beetle did not fare as well. Its heavy armor offered little protection at its joints, which remained vulnerable flesh. Having been struck multiple times at its joints and meridians, the rhinoceros beetle was nearing its limit in battle. The three tigers had no choice but to unleash their trump card prematurely. Rhinoceros beetle, help me restrict its movements. Upon hearing this, the rhinoceros beetle lunged to the left, prompting the mantis to leap right. In that fleeting moment, the three tigers seized the opportunity. His eyes bloodshot with intensity, he shouted, "Genetic skill frenzy, open. Crimson death barrage. Attack! Attack! Attack!" He unleashed a flurry of chaotic punches. Under the boost of double power, he pummeled the mantis against the wall for a full 60 seconds. Bang! 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 The single-sided wall crumbled into ruins, and the blue mantis collapsed. The three tigers, exhausted, fell to the ground, the side effects of their power beginning to take effect. This should. Damn it. Fuck. The three tigers and the rhinoceros beetle cursed in unison. From the debris of the shattered wall, the blue mantis wobbled back to its feet. The three tigers' mind raced 1,000 alpacas galloping through it. This creature, was it too resilient? Had it been raised on sandbags? The green exceptional level mantis was severely injured, its body bleeding profusely, yet it still retained some fighting capacity. In contrast, on the side of the three tigers, only the black dragon remained unscathed, while the other two, three tigers and the rhinoceros beetle, had already lost their combat effectiveness. With a roar, the green mantis crawled out from the ruins, cautiously approaching the three. The black dragon fixed its gaze on the mantis, flicking its forked tongue as it awaited the opportune moment. The mantis' reaction speed was astonishing, and its blade was razor-sharp. The black dragon lacked the formidable defense and recovery abilities of the three tigers and the rhinoceros beetle. A single slash could spell its doom. It could only bide its time for a decisive strike. Just as the green mantis was about to reach the three tigers, a rustling sound echoed outside the building. It sounded as if some monstrous creature was moving outside. All eyes turned toward the window. Rustle. Black fur appeared, followed by a plump body. The exceptional level black, poisonous caterpillar. What was it doing here? The perfect level dead leaf mantis glared at the caterpillar, anger flashing in its eyes. Who let you come up here? Get lost. The massive black caterpillar seemed to disregard the commands, wriggling its body toward the site of the meteorite. The green mantis charged forward, positioning itself in front of the dead leaf mantis. Like a loyal guardian, it issued a final warning to the obstinate caterpillar. Hiss. Ignoring the warning, the black caterpillar pressed on. The green mantis' curved blades glowed with an emerald light as it raised its dual blades high, striking down in an X shape. Gene technique X slash. Slicing through the air, two azure blades of energy streaked forth. The enormous 6-meter-long caterpillar was cleaved into 4 pieces from its body to the building's facade. The three tigers, the rhinoceros beetle, and the black dragon were left dumbfounded. No way. After such a long battle, the opponent had hidden such a powerful skill. They hadn't even used their ultimate move. How strong must the perfect level mantis next to them be? Before anyone could ponder further, a fiery red claw burst forth from within the black caterpillar. It grasped the green mantis' head for claws, digging in fiercely. Bang! The green mantis was instantly crushed, having no time to react as it was obliterated. A single blow and it was done. With a sound like a rip, a fiery red bird tore free from the black caterpillar's body. It possessed a tail as brilliant as a peacock's, ruby-like eyes, a rooster's comb, and an ostrich-like body covered in flame-like feathers. The mythical beast species, the fire phoenix. It had arrived. With its entrance, it had effortlessly dispatched the exceptional level mantis, and now it would surely engage in a fierce battle with the perfect level mantis. The three tigers realized this was their last chance, and whispered urgently to the rhinoceros beetle. Black Dragon quickly launched the signal flare. The rhinoceros beetle passed its windproof lighter and flared to the black dragon, which nodded and swiftly swam away. But just a few meters in, swish, a fiery red feather shot forth, precisely piercing the black dragon's vital point, pinning it to the spot. Black blood oozed out, sizzling as it corroded the concrete floor. The black dragon had been slain. Black Dragon. X2. The three tigers and the rhinoceros beetle roared in anger, their eyes filled with rage. This was the perfect pet of their lord. To die here meant they too would face dire consequences. In the distance, the fire phoenix looked at the fallen figures, its eyes reflecting a disdainful, human-like expression before striding toward the perfect level mantis. Its steps were slow yet exuded an overwhelming pressure. Each step sent shivers through their hearts, leaving their faces pale and bodies drenched in sweat. In its gaze, only the mantis before it warranted its full attention. The perfect mantis wielded its blades with incredible speed, posing a threat to ordinary mythical beasts. Yet the fire phoenix was no ordinary creature. It was the pinnacle of mythical species, transcending even them. a god-slaying species that was 1 in a billion. Its first stage growth potential reached an astonishing 3,200 strength, equivalent to 320 tons. That was a fourfold difference compared to the perfect level's 800 strength. However, the perfect level mantis before it had a high degree of gene development and possessed scythe-like weapons, making it a classic high-attack, low-defense assassin. It was a matter of who would strike first. Just as the perfect dead leaf mantis readied itself, the fire phoenix initiated the attack, calling out softly. Gene technique, scorching flame. Its red beak opened wide, spewing forth orange flames that fanned out, engulfing most of the building's surface. The dead leaf mantis swiftly grabbed a nearby insect and darted away, driven to another corner. It could have escaped right then and there, but it was unwilling to abandon the meteorite. Moreover, it firmly believed, wasn't it just a mythical beast? Wasn't it just a disadvantageous situation? I can turn the tables. The dead leaf mantis fixed its sharp gaze upon the fire phoenix, its rear wriggling, as a black iron wire worm shot forth, racing toward the fire phoenix at an astonishing speed. Finding the fire phoenix would be ideal. If that failed, it would at least buy itself enough time to unleash its skills. Once again, the fire phoenix unleashed its scorching flames, incinerating the iron wire worm, which screamed in agony, curling up before being burned to death. The dead leaf mantis flapped its wings, hovering in midair, and extended its arms as a dark glow enveloped its scythe, executing 2 rapid slashes, one horizontal and one vertical. Gene technique, cross slash. A long black cross slash cleaved through the air, racing toward the fire phoenix with unstoppable force. At that moment, the dead leaf mantis blinked and appeared behind the fire phoenix, swinging its blade toward its head. Gene technique, sonic decapitation. A simultaneous assault from both sides. The dead leaf mantis could hardly contain its excitement. One of these 2 skills was bound to hit. At the very least, it would inflict serious damage on the monstrous bird. Perhaps it could even kill it on the spot. After all, this was a mythical beast. If it could absorb a mythical beast's gene sequence, the path ahead would be paved with opportunities. Not to mention evolving to a king beast, at least it would stand unparalleled among perfect levels. Achieving perfection without rivals would be a certainty. This was not danger, it was an incredible opportunity for me. Die, big bird. In its mind's eye, the dead leaf mantis already envisioned the bird's head rolling on the ground. It was worth noting birds were on the mantis prey list, but equally, the mantis was also on the bird's menu. Swish. The sonic slash struck first, slicing through the bird's head. It hit. No, wait. It missed. How could this be? The dead leaf mantis' smile froze. It had clearly struck the bird's neck, but felt as if it had merely sliced through the air, gliding past the creature's head. What followed was its own cross slash. Boom. The dead leaf mantis took the full brunt of its own skill attacks, stumbling backward, unable to maintain its balance. But that was not the end. Chirp. The fire phoenix's retaliation came swiftly. It executed a diagonal slash with its wings, its feathers as sharp as blades, cutting toward the mantis' neck. The dead leaf mantis narrowly avoided the neck slash, but its body was still cut diagonally. Uffed. In an instant, green blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the perfect level mantis with over 30 gene growth was forced to retreat. Though it did not perish, it was left with no strength to continue fighting. And this had occurred in just 2 moves. As powerful as the perfect level dead leaf mantis was, it could only lie on the ground, its fate uncertain. The 3 onlookers, San, who had just moved a step to launch a signal flare, when 2 feathers pierced through their tendons, causing them to collapse to the ground with a thud. The revelation struck them hard. Ugh. Even a mantis with a perfect 30 genetic development could only last 2 rounds against the illusion beast, the phoenix. For San, who and his companions, escaping was out of the question. In the face of absolute power, they probably couldn't even muster the strength to take their own lives. Strangely enough, the fire phoenix showed no urgency to kill them. Instead, it approached a fiery meteorite and directed a pheromone towards them. Don't move, or you will die. Then it swallowed the meteorite whole, its body igniting with orange flames, as if it were refining the meteorite within. San, who gritted his teeth, praying fervently within. Lord, if you don't come soon, we will be annihilated. Please come quickly. Save your little brother. The rhinoceros beetle was internally cursing its own incompetence, feeling it had betrayed the trust of its lord. Even in moments of rest, the lord did not forget to train and had gathered so many allies for the purpose of this capture. No one valued this operation more than he did, yet here they were unable to defeat even an exceptional mantis. It was all my fault for being too weak. The lord must be so worried right now. I truly deserve to die. On the pedestrian street of Bin City, Qin Yuan strolled leisurely, his left hand holding a skewer of roasted lamb balls while his right hand clutched a colossal fruit tea. He savored each bite with delight. Boss, I'll have a portion of roasted ice cream. Over there, get 500 yuan worth of grilled squid, make it extra spicy, and add more heat. 1 serving of stinky tofu, please. As he munched on the skewers, he occasionally glanced at Bin City Technology University. If they couldn't capture the illusion beast phoenix today, they would have to wait for its next appearance in E-City. They had done all they could, now it was up to fate. The opponent's hidden abilities were formidable, making it extremely difficult to capture. He could only observe from a distance, already prepared for the possibility of failure. But at that moment, a red firework erupted over Bin City Technology University, bursting into an arrow shape. A piercing arrow of clouds coming to meet 1,000 troops. Qin Yuan was astonished. Oh, did they actually catch it? These little brothers are impressively capable. With that, his back erupted in a flurry, revealing 6-winged, dark, crystal wings. With a powerful flap, he soared skyward, the wind scattering the torrential rain and creating a brief vacuum. The stall owner below was left in a state of shock, rooted to the spot. God, a deity. Did the deity forget to pay? On the rooftop of a dilapidated building at Bin City Technology University, a black snake stood upright in the rain, its tail resembling a hand holding a lighter. Good thing I'm clever, escaping a disaster by shedding my skin. I, the Black Flood Dragon, am quite resourceful. Utilizing a windproof lighter, I successfully ignited the signal flare. On the 8th floor, the fire phoenix began to mutate after consuming the meteorite. Its body trembled and grew taller, reaching over 4 meters in height. Armed evolution. Its feathers elongated and sharpened eyes radiating a blazing light. The feathers on its tail ignited in a fierce flame, resembling a burning miniature sun. Its beak and claws sparkled like gems, exuding an otherworldly aura. Absorbing armed energy, crystal 1. 2. Feathers evolved into armament, feather sword, orange 2-star. Tail feathers evolved into armament, void feathers 2, orange 5-star, total 3. Claws evolved into armament, armor piercing claw bones, orange 2-star. Eyes evolved into armament, gaze of insight, orange 2-star. Beak evolved into armament, fiery beak, orange 1-star. Lungs evolved into armament, scorching lungs, orange 1-star. The fire phoenix's entire body underwent a magnificent armed evolution, completing its metamorphosis and exuding an even more formidable presence. If it had been capable of defeating 5 perfect level mantises before now, it could easily take down 5 of its pre-evolved selves, its power exhibiting exponential growth. Even San, who began to doubt whether their lord could defeat the current fire phoenix. Strong. Incredibly strong. The overwhelming force was something San, who had never felt before. Fiery, powerful, and wild. It was akin to an invincible flame, king, the son of the apocalypse. The fire phoenix restrained its aura and elegantly devoured the bug person, first targeting the captured bug chemistry student. With one foot, it plunged into the bug person's body, absorbing genetic energy into itself. Sanhu realized then that they were merely a dessert for the phoenix. The meteorite was the main course. Logically, after consuming the bug student, the phoenix should have gone for the nearby perfect level mantis, yet it defied expectations. In a flash, it appeared before Sanhu and plunged its foot into his body, beginning to siphon his genetic source power. What agony it was to have one's genetic source forcibly extracted. Sanhu experienced it firsthand, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, unable to emit even a wail of despair. It was a pain beyond description, as if a dozen people surrounded you, mercilessly stomping on your core, shattering it, accompanied by the agony of raw marrow. The pain was excruciating. Sanhu felt he was on the brink of death. Suddenly, the fire phoenix ceased its extraction and leaped to the side. Someone was coming. Who could it be? Could it be the Lord? With great effort, Sanhu opened his eyes to see a black snake. It was the Black Flood Dragon saving him. Hiss hiss. The Black Flood Dragon bared its fangs menacingly, indicating, "I'm fierce. Stay away." The fire phoenix was startled, sensing a heart-stopping essence from the creature's venom. If it had been bitten, it wouldn't have died, but it certainly would have been injured. After all, it was a fire phoenix, a top-tier illusion beast. Common toxins had no effect on it, which piqued its curiosity about how a perfect breed could possess such potent venom. If it could harness this toxin against that fellow, it might yield remarkable results. Receiving the fire phoenix's pheromone, the Black Flood Dragon replied, "Poisonous snake, I have my eyes on you. Want to be my little brother? Hiss, get lost. I'll be your father." The fire phoenix was not angered. Such insect beasts were often contemptible. They needed to be subdued. With a flap of its wings, swoosh, 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 3 feathers struck, pinning the Black Flood Dragon's head, body, and tail to the ground. Now you can't use your peculiar escape technique, can you? Indeed, pinned down like this, escape was impossible. But what if the very thing you pinned was the skin itself? Hiss. The Black Flood Dragon burrowed from beneath, attempting to bite the phoenix, but the phoenix was astonishingly quick, catching it in its talons and bringing its head close. "Oh, quite the talent you have. Ew, I wouldn't want to kill you. Last chance to ask. Submit or die. Hiss. Feathered thing, when my lord arrives, you will surely be devoured by him. Oh, the fire phoenix scoffed derisively. You bunch, what level are you? The strength of your leader can't be much higher than that of a perfect level mantis. No, at most a blue exceptional level mantis. To me, you are all worthless mere trash. Do you think you can compare with me? Since you refuse to submit, then die. With that, the fire phoenix's claws tightened, ready to crush the black flood dragon on the spot. At that crucial moment, boom, a figure shattered through the wall, descending from the sky, a crisp male voice ringing out. Hey, that little red firebird, what do you intend to do to my pet? The fire phoenix lifted its gaze within the abandoned building. Standing there was a man with 6 blue crystalline wings, a trace of an unknown grease lingering at the corner of his mouth. His presence was undetectable. He must be a perfect-grade insectoid adept at stealth. The fire phoenix cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yuan, shaking the black serpent on its claw, baring its sharp teeth in a grin. Are you the leader of this snake? You seem quite ordinary. Both his appearance and aura were indistinguishable from an average human. There was no sign of insectoid transformation on him. An insectoid that cannot fight. Could it possibly possess mental control abilities? Qin Yuan flashed a smile, taking out his phone to take a selfie, recording a video. Look, the first form of the ancient fire phoenix. It's quite a rarity. Come on, little turkey, give me a V. Click. As the flash illuminated the scene, the fire phoenix's eyes filled with murderous intent. Its face darkened, brows knitted tightly, teeth clenched. Is he provoking me? Is he insulting me? I am a mythical beast with the most noble phoenix bloodline. Human, you are courting death. Scorching flame? The fire within the fire phoenix boiled, its chest swelling as it opened its mouth to unleash flames. The inferno was twice as fierce as before. Flames raged, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of red. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. The ground of sand and stone turned to molten lava, steel bars melted into molten iron, and half of the entire building was consumed, with everything on the eastern side disappearing. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. The temperature rose by dozens of degrees. Most of the insect beasts below were killed or severely injured, while the remaining fled in panic. Such a fierce attack should have obliterated even a perfect-grade insectoid, right? The fire phoenix pondered, yet suddenly a sense of impending death enveloped it. A blurred figure appeared from the side, raising a fist. Ordinary punch. A fist surged forward. A fierce wind swept through. The anticipated explosion of its head did not occur. Though it struck the skull, it felt as though it hit nothing but air, the fist passing straight through the fire phoenix's head. Qin Yuan was astonished and taunted. Oh dear. As expected of the fire phoenix, you managed to phase out and evade my punch. If not for its ability to phase, one punch would have been enough to finish it. Phasing feather active release allows control of phasing for 30 seconds within 5 minutes. Passive release occurs when encountering unpredictable attacks, resulting in 3 seconds of fixed phasing. Choose one for use with a cooldown time of 2 hours. At that moment, one of the feathers on the fire phoenix's tail dimmed. It possessed many such phasing feathers. Finally, it realized just how formidable the man before it was. Phasing has both active and passive forms. If it activated passively, it meant that the opponent possessed the capability to severely injure or even kill it in one blow. The fire phoenix's pupils dilated. Kill me. Impossible. You are definitely not a perfect specimen. What kind of insect are you? Answer me, human. Qin Yuan revealed a sunny smile. Oh dear little turkey. We are old friends. How could you forget me so quickly? It's truly heartbreaking. Friends from a past life. The kind that shared everything. They hadn't seen each other in a lifetime. Future, Doomsday level mythical beast 9 Sunblaze Phoenix. In its past life, countless people had perished trying to hunt it down. Several of the top 10 powers of the Dragon Kingdom had fallen, and they hadn't even fought. It seemed to have escaped to another world. Thus Qin Yuan knew it well. He understood all its skills and the composition of its equipment perfectly. But the fire phoenix knew nothing about Qin Yuan, thus he held the advantage in information. This time, the advantage is mine. The fire phoenix's expression darkened further. It felt Qin Yuan was mocking it. Old friends. Since its creation, it had never had friends. What does this human mean? Is he trying to confuse me? Does he want me to let my guard down? Human, you are strong. Are you willing to cooperate? If we collaborate, I believe we can dominate this planet, feasting on countless powerful genetic sources, striking at genes to break through and ascend to the top of the food chain. Qin Yuan laughed. I'm not foolish. In my past life, who partnered with you, that didn't end up in your belly. All became fertilizer in the end. Little turkey, let me be honest with you. I am here today to seize your genetic source. We will today test our strengths and decide our fates. The fire phoenix grinned, laughter escalating. Goo goo goo. Goo goo goo. Ridiculous. This is quite the joke. I will first kill your subordinates right before your eyes, then slowly play with you. Goo goo goo. With a snap, the fire phoenix's claws crushed the black serpent to dust. Huh. Feel the rage. Savor the pain. Looking ahead, the expected fury from Qin Yuan did not arrive. He didn't even blink. What's going on? Qin Yuan kindly reminded him. Take a good look at what you crushed. The fire phoenix looked up again, realizing that toxins had already corroded its entire claw. Chirp. An orange flame erupted, searing its foot and successfully incinerating all the toxins. Realizing it had once again been tricked by that black serpent. Shedding skin. When exactly did that happen? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan had begun to warm up, knowing this fight could last quite a while. Are you ready? Bird thing. I'm coming in. Qin Yuan moved. His body crouched, lunging forward with such speed that it was a blur indistinguishable from his movements, arriving before the fire phoenix, mimicking his previous actions. This time the fire phoenix activated its phasing early. Boom. The sheer force of the punch shattered a supporting pillar behind it, the steel bar as thick as an arm exploding. Had it not been for phasing, the fire phoenix would have been obliterated twice by now. Even after completing its armed evolution, it still had no means of resistance. 30 seconds is it? Qin Yuan's voice sounded like a devil from hell demanding fate. As the fire phoenix's hair stood on end, it launched a counterattack. If it used those 30 seconds wisely, it could become invincible. It seemed the opponent was a high attack, low defense type, like the mantis beast. Therefore, all it needed to do was attack from all angles. The fire phoenix's feathers bristled, resembling a porcupine. Genetic technique: 100 feather arrows. A 360-degree attack with no blind spots. Genetic technique: dark crystal shield. A sky blue honeycomb energy shield appeared before Qin Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. The feathered arrows struck the dark crystal shield, rippling as they were all deflected. The fire phoenix lunged ahead. Armed feather blade slash. At the tip of its wing was an orange weapon capable of breaking energy shields, aimed directly at Qin Yuan's neck. With a swift slash. Qin Yuan, however, puffed out his chest, opting for a trade of blows, targeting the fire phoenix's head with a punch. The phoenix had no choice but to grit its teeth and use phasing. Their figures intertwined. During phasing, one cannot be attacked, nor can they attack others. At that moment, both beast and human thought simultaneously. Damn, this is truly difficult to deal with. The battle raged on. In the realm of illusions, the Phoenix of Fire had the ability to become ethereal for 30 seconds within 5 minutes. Theoretically, if used for 1 second at a time, it could be activated thrice. Yet in just 2 minutes, its 30 seconds of ethereality had been completely exhausted. As Qin Yuan closed the distance, once more beads of sweat trickled down the Phoenix's forehead. It hurriedly waved its hands and began to plead for peace. Wait, I think we can. A fierce gust of wind swept in. A punch was thrown. Boom. The Phoenix's head burst apart like a watermelon, green blood and flesh splattering across the concrete floor, a pungent scent of blood filling the air. One punch. An instant kill. This marked the first true extermination of a phantom beast. The spectators, the rhinoceros, beetle, and the 3 tigers stood with their mouths agape, completely stunned, their minds blank. What? Instant kill. Holy crap. The power of our Lord is terrifying. This phantom beast was incredibly strong, even though the duo had not faced it directly in battle. Yet they could infer its might merely from the aftermath of the fight. 3 tigers, rhinoceros, beetle, black serpent. Due to their low genetic development, the 3 could only manage to fight to a draw against a top-tier mantis of the exemplary strain. However, the top-tier green mantis would fall swiftly to a perfect grade dead leaf mantis, which in turn was obliterated by the Phoenix of Fire. An ordinary Phoenix of Fire was defeated by an armed Phoenix of Fire. And now this genetically enhanced armed Phoenix of Fire was so easily annihilated by their lord with a single punch. It didn't even manage to defend itself. And this was with the ethereality in play. Without that ethereality, wouldn't the Phoenix have been obliterated the moment they met? To be precise, without the ethereality, it would have died countless times over. Qin Yuan's strength had escalated to an unimaginable level, transcending layers beyond their comprehension. Even the once mighty phantom beast fell to a single punch, and all of this felt unreal. Everything was progressing too smoothly, wasn't it? They had anticipated a grand battle, at least 300 rounds to start. But instead, the fight concluded in 1 round. The Phoenix's corpse thudded heavily to the ground, yet not a single drop of blood flowed, its muscles still convulsing. Only Qin Yuan understood. The battle had only just begun. Can the 3 tigers still move? Take the rhinoceros, beetle, the injured black serpent, and that egg, and leave quickly. The farther the better. The 3 tigers were puzzled. My lord, isn't that Phoenix already dead? With its brain matter scattered across the ground, could it possibly come back to life? Was it a zombie? Do you know why it's called the Phoenix of Fire? It rises from the ashes. A creature that becomes stronger with each death. Never mind, just leave. Wait for me at the designated location and bring this mantis along. There was no need for excessive explanations. They could offer little help. A perfect-grade deadleaf mantis once tamed would serve as a formidable ally. The three tigers nodded. Thanks to the resilience of the little creature, it quickly regained its vitality. Using its own exoskeleton, the deadleaf mantis fashioned a rope from its own body to securely bind the black wireworm. Purple Armor 2 Stars Bloodline possesses exceptional toughness capable of restraining enemies. With the wounded companions hastily departing, staying behind would only be a burden. The rhinoceros beetle lamented. The power of our Lord truly resembles that of a divine being. At that moment, the three tigers resolved to follow Qin Yuan and help him carve out a kingdom, aspiring to assist him in becoming the new emperor so they too could rise to the rank of general. What man has not dreamed of being a general? To gallop across the battlefield, to die wrapped in horsehide. To fight for one's country, to achieve great deeds. To marry a multitude of concubines. What once seemed unattainable now felt so close, all because of that man. Qin Yuan. At this moment, on the 8th floor of the abandoned teaching building, the phoenix's corpse ceased its convulsions, igniting in a blazing inferno, consuming the recently splattered fluids. The flames intensified, the surrounding air began to boil and distort. A whirlwind of wind formed a tornado. From the flames, a figure emerged, continually twisting, reshaping, and reforming. A voice reminiscent of a human echoed forth. Hee. Did you not expect this? I have clawed my way back from hell, and I have become even more powerful than before. I have achieved my ultimate form. Tremble, humans. The phoenix of fire had undergone a complete transformation, its body now resembling a humanoid sprouted for limbs while its wings had evolved into majestic appendages. Its head remained avian. Standing at a height of 188 meters, it matched Qin Yuan's stature perfectly. This was the second peculiar aspect of the phoenix death adaptation. The genes developed a resistance to the very thing that had killed it, evolving into specialized organs, skills, or equipment to counteract them. In simple terms, it meant, I will not die from the same attack twice. This was also why Qin Yuan refrained from using many of his skills. If used now, they would only amplify the opponent's evolutionary strength, providing little practical advantage. The phoenix reveled in its newfound strength. Qin Yuan shrugged. Well, while it may not be the most opportune time, I actually knew you could transform. Moreover, you've merely changed from a turkey to a stronger turkey. Fundamentally, it's all the same to me. At most, it was akin to switching from a left-hand kill to a right-handed kill. The phoenix. Do you hear me? The phoenix sneered. Keep pretending to be tough. Even if you know, what does it matter? I have now entered the realm of invincibility. Even if I let you use both hands, you will never be my match. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Such a request was something he had never witnessed in his life. Let me use both hands. That's what you said. Originally thinking the phoenix was merely boasting, it seemed the creature truly had become arrogant. In simple terms, it had become conceited. The resurrected phoenix truly placed its arms behind its back, posturing as if it were the greatest in the world. It was almost as if the words "come at me, hit me, you fool," were inscribed on its face. Qin Yuan, not one to hold back, crouched low and launched a powerful punch towards the phoenix. This strike was delivered with full force. 200 tons of damage. One must wonder, could it withstand this? The phoenix did not retreat. Instead, it raised its left foot to engage in a direct clash. Bang! The punch struck what felt like a solid iron wall. So hard. Qin Yuan quickly assessed that the opponent's strength ranged between 280 to 300 tons, roughly tripling its previous power. It surpassed his own human form by a considerable margin. The genetic amplification of this phoenix was remarkable. Impressive, but not overwhelming. Let's not forget he had yet to transform into his insectoid form. In other words, he hadn't even unleashed half of his strength. Young phoenix, don't get too cocky. Within the dilapidated building, the fire phoenix, witnessing Qin Yuan's ineffective attack, could hardly contain its excitement, a smile spreading across its face. How dull, truly dull, is this the extent of your abilities? Then you might as well perish. Qin Yuan chuckled. This resurrected fire phoenix was indeed audacious. Perhaps it was time to reveal a fraction of his true prowess. Coincidentally, that is precisely what I intended to say. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Yuan's muscles surged as he underwent his transformation into a bugman. His muscles swelled instantaneously, a layer of armor enveloping his skin, deep blue crystals sprouting across his body as he grew in stature. Upon seeing this, the fire phoenix's expression changed. It propelled itself forward at an incredible speed, launching an attack against the transforming Qin Yuan. Instinct warned it. It must not allow the opponent to complete the transformation. Disrupt him. Die. Death Beak Strike. Peck. A crimson figure shot forth laden with murderous intent. Bang. The attack successfully shattered half of Qin Yuan's still transforming body, flesh and blood erupting, exposing his innards. For an ordinary bug beast, such a blow would certainly result in severe injury. But who was Qin Yuan? Just a mere fatal wound. Exclusive gene rapid regeneration. White flesh rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, the wound fully healed. You audacious fire phoenix attempting a sneak attack while I was transforming. Do you not understand the rules of the martial world? Fortunately, his regenerative ability was exceptional. The injured area healed in an instant. At the same time, the fire phoenix lost its second attack opportunity as Qin Yuan's transformation was now complete, his body encased in dark crystal armor resembling a weapon of war. The situation had turned. The bugman Qin Yuan's strength was once again firmly in control. Little chick, come again. Let us commence our second round of battle. With the mythological gene development reaching 10, he could better manage the leakage of his aura. Even if Qin Yuan had evolved to the complete bugman mode, the fire phoenix still felt not a trace of bugman essence. What often instills the greatest fear in insects are these unknown entities. The fire phoenix readied itself defensively, awaiting Qin Yuan's counterattack, its previous nonchalance replaced by a grave demeanor. Qin Yuan's 6 wings emitted a faint glow behind him. Reciprocation is in order. I shall grant you 2 hands, and I will only use 1 strike. Surviving would mean your victory. What do you say? The fire phoenix's face betrayed clear disbelief, a sneer forming. You humans, how could you possibly? Whoosh. A flash of blue light. Swift as lightning. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted. A cloud of blood mist wafted into the air, scattering all around. Instant kill. The fire phoenix's head and heart detonated simultaneously, green blood splattering across the concrete, even more spectacular than before. In this attack, Qin Yuan indeed did not use his hands. In the moment of his wings flapping, he delivered 2 kicks aimed at the head and heart. Another instant kill. Counting this, it was the second time he had obliterated the fire phoenix. Even as a resurrected and enhanced phantom beast, it was no different. Do you think you can inflate your ego against me? Understand this. I am a mythological being. The dark crystal wings on my back are no mere adornment. They can increase my speed by 400 to 1200, achieving multiple times the speed of sound in an instant. Even now, the fire phoenix was not entirely dead. Despite lacking a head and heart, its muscles continued to writhe irregularly in a frenzied manner. Then rhythmic spasms began, and unlike the previous red flames, this time they were white. The cold white flames, reminiscent of bones, began to ignite from the blood, spreading through veins, flesh, and organs. This fire was not scorching, rather frost began to form all around, as if some monstrous entity were returning from the frigid depths of the soul. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat of the fire phoenix resonated again, encased in a ball of white flames continuously burning and forging within. After a full 2 hours, the flames finally began to diminish. During this time, Qin Yuan attempted to attack the flames, but this phenomenon was insidious, directly scorching the soul. It was utterly untouchable. If he could seize it, it would indeed be a treasure. The flames were entirely absorbed into the fire phoenix's body, transforming it completely. Bone Phoenix. Its body grew to about 4 meters, taking on a humanoid form save for the long bird skull mask upon its head. Its battle stance bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yuan's bugman form, except its armor was made of bones rather than dark crystal. Its entire body was encased in bone, revealing a hairless crimson interior, as if raw muscles were exposed. Were it not for the fiery red 6 wings extending from its back, one might mistake it for a skeletal knight descended to earth. A continuous stream of warning sensations flooded Qin Yuan. Stay away. Danger. Stay away. Danger. Stay away. Danger. How intriguing. You wish to fight me using my own appearance. Think you can defeat magic with magic? You are far from it. Strangely, this time the fire phoenix. No, it should be called Bone Phoenix. Ignored Qin Yuan's provocation, simply gazing coldly, its expression eerily tranquil. So tranquil that apart from Qin Yuan, there was nothing else in its gaze. It cared for nothing. Qin Yuan mentally cursed his misfortune. Having experienced past life confrontations with the phoenix, he recognized this as the Bone Phoenix's exclusive hunting mode. 1v1 extreme restraint. If he was not mistaken, the effect of the bones on the opponent had only one purpose: armor piercing. Moreover, it was specifically designed to breach dark crystal armor. While its bones might not penetrate steel plating, they would undoubtedly pierce through dark crystal armor. This was the unknown exclusive hunting mode, also known as God-slaying species. And it was specifically tailored to counter Qin Yuan, a veritable example of bespoke design. How unfortunate. To discover the existence of an exclusive hunting mode at this very moment, he had assumed it had yet to awaken. However, after killing it all, its power would belong to him. In the realm of bug beasts, the rule was simple: the victor takes all. Roar! The bone phoenix threw back its head and let out a deafening cry, flapping its wings, launching an instantaneous assault. The warnings grew frantic. Danger! 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 A gentle breeze stirred, yet the silhouette of the bone phoenix remained elusive. Qin's skill dark crystal shield. Qin Yuan enveloped himself with the dark crystal shield, prepared for an unexpected ambush from his opponent. With 360 defense and enhanced precognition, he was confident that he would not be harmed in the slightest. However, swoosh! A blood-red blade erupted from Qin Yuan, carving a deep wound into his chest, exposing bone. This time his precognition failed to react. The dark crystal shield was swiftly breached by a bone blade, injuring the flesh beneath, and the attack possessed a hemorrhagic tearing effect that hindered rapid regeneration. If the opponent managed to land a lethal blow up close, it could indeed spell death. The probability of death was alarmingly close to 1. Truly formidable and exceedingly threatening. In this apocalyptic world, the roles of hunter and prey could shift at any moment. One must always remain vigilant against adversaries. I'm done playing with you, goodbye. With 6 wings unfurling, Qin Yuan soared into the sky, needing to create distance. The narrow terrain was unfavorable, and the sky was his domain. After flying 100 meters, a whisper pierced his ears. You cannot escape. A shiver ran down Qin Yuan's spine. Oh, was this the sensation of being pursued by someone he detested? A chill coursed through him. No need to look back. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Imperial Domain Freeze. Thud. An invisible realm unfolded, successfully dragging the mentally unguarded bone phoenix into the spiritual world, binding its body in place. Qin Yuan commenced his counterattack. Imperial Combo. Hit. Hit, 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 hit. Die, die, die. Boom, 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 boom. His fists rained down like a tempest upon the bone phoenix's body. Qin Yuan struck swiftly and with great force. Every blow was delivered without restraint. In mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of consecutive strikes, shattering the bone phoenix's armor and revealing its crimson flesh beneath. Just as he had surmised, it was a high-offense, low-defense assassin phoenix. Just as Qin Yuan became immersed in his rhythm, the opponent released a burst of orange flame, abruptly interrupting his assault. The two retreated several meters from each other. In truth, this was the most exhilarating battle Qin Yuan had ever fought. The sensation of effortlessly dispatching foes was unbearably dull. Finally, he had a worthy opponent to engage with seriously, but he needed to hold back. He couldn't afford to accidentally kill it. He was exhilarated. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Come again. Come on. His thoughts flowed freely as he effortlessly comprehended Qin's skills. Qin's skill Bullet Time. Bullet Time beast level accelerates mental response speed and operational velocity, using psychic energy, enhancing reaction by 1000 for a short duration, while base passive reaction speed increases by 200. The growth potential of a mythical species was astounding. Once lacking rivals, now in battle various skills would continuously manifest, and his brain's reaction speed was rapidly escalating. As the bone phoenix flapped its wings to charge again, Qin Yuan activated Bullet Time. With a crack, the world morphed into shades of gray, as if the pause button had been pressed. Time slowed down tenfold. Qin Yuan felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Roar! He could distinctly perceive the bone phoenix's attack movements. Yet his limbs struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. Moving them during Bullet Time was notably challenging, as if ensnared in quicksand. Movies were indeed misleading. Though his mental reaction was 10 times faster, his bodily reflexes only managed to hasten by about 3 times. A classic case of a mind in motion while the body lagged behind. Of course, it could also be attributed to the newness of the skill and his lack of familiarity. Now Qin Yuan could clearly discern the bone phoenix's attack patterns. It released a peculiar pheromone around itself during its strikes to disrupt his precognitive judgments. The bones shimmered with a chilling radiance, which likely served as the key to penetrating armor. Having understood the opponent's attack style, all he needed to do was implement the appropriate countermeasures. That peculiar pheromone's effect seemed to increase as proximity diminished. At a distance, his precognition could function optimally. As for the bone spines on its body, he could simply alter his armor to counteract their effects. Dark Crystal Transformation. In an instant, Qin Yuan's armor shifted to deep blue, transforming into inner armor. Although his defensive capabilities were somewhat diminished, it possessed a unique ability to absorb energy attacks, allowing him to counter the bone phoenix's energy-based strikes and disrupt its judgment. In the instant they clashed, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Overcome by emotion, Qin Yuan activated another of his exclusive gene abilities. Excessive force mythical base strength limit increased to 1280 tons, with emotional surges potentially elevating this limit to 3,880 tons. Current base enhancement 200 tons, emotional enhancement 200 tons. Bullet time dark crystal 6 wings excessive force. Qin Yuan's strength reached 600 tons, with a 200 critical hit resulting in 1,200 tons of force. The Bone Phoenix's strength ranged from 1180 to 1250 tons, yet its speed was incredibly swift. Qin Yuan could only defend easily, both delivering and receiving blows in a relentless exchange. The sky erupted with thunderous sounds. Both their healing speeds were remarkably rapid, yet the Bone Phoenix's attacks possessed properties that hindered regeneration. Qin Yuan employed one of his secret weapons, Ancient Divine Poison. Originally intended as a final trump card for the third phase, it seemed that a third phase was no longer a possibility. Fire Phoenix, Armed Phoenix, Humanoid Phoenix, Bone Phoenix. It had evolved 3 times, exceeding Qin Yuan's expectations. Its recovery ability was formidable. The power of chaotic rules would remain dormant for now. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could resort to the power of rules for support. Poison Arrow. Qin Yuan fashioned an arrow from his own blood, absorbing a strike from the Bone Phoenix before injecting the toxic blood into its body. The poison took immediate effect. The Bone Phoenix's healing capabilities were swiftly curtailed, and its recovery became excruciatingly slow. It was a test of endurance now. Now, let the new round begin. Qin Yuan's form began to transform. Dark Crystal Poison Insect Mode. In the sky, Qin Yuan's deep blue dark crystal armor was tainted with a faint purple hue. The original blade-like armor vanished, replaced by countless sharp poisonous crystal spikes. While it did not enhance his combat prowess, it effectively countered close-range attacks from his opponent. With 6 wings fluttering like lightning, he swiftly appeared before the Bone Phoenix, his right fist clenched, and aimed fiercely at its vital points. The punch propelled by a gust of wind that broke the sound barrier. A sharp sonic boom echoed. The Bone Phoenix instinctively tilted its head away, relying on its keen reflexes to evade. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as the Bone Phoenix was sent hurtling through the air, a powerful shockwave manifesting as a circle of white patterns in the sky. It plummeted like a meteor into the forest. Boom. Boom. The explosions continued unabated. Countless massive trees were snapped in half, the ground plowed into a trench over 100 meters long, while thick clouds of dust filled the forest. At the end of the dust, the Bone Phoenix was embedded deep within a massive boulder, trapped beyond retrieval. Human. With its arms outstretched, it exerted force against the rock, and with a resounding thud, it emerged from the stone. It directed an enraged roar at the sky. Roar. In its eyes, alongside fury, there was also profound confusion. It had clearly evaded that last attack instinctively, illogically. Neither Qin Yuan's trajectory nor the range of his strike should have hit. Yet it felt as if an invisible arm had unexpectedly struck it. Or had it gone wrong? The Bone Phoenix's mind raced. Could it be the poisonous arrow it had just received? If so, exclusive resistance evolution poison resistance. Exclusive resistance evolution reduced by 1, remaining evolution attempts 0. The white bone armor of the Bone Phoenix shimmered with concentric purple patterns, augmenting its poison resistance. With this newfound resistance, Qin Yuan's poisonous insect mode was rendered ineffective. As Qin Yuan swooped down from above, the Bone Phoenix charged towards him. Both combatants quickly adapted to each other's attack patterns, but this time the roles of offense and defense were reversed. Qin Yuan keenly sensed that his opponent had developed an exclusive anti-poison gene, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He had taken the bait. Once the opponent's exclusive resistance was activated, his powerful moves could be unleashed. Qin Yuan's punch was dodged, but the Bone Phoenix's counterattack came instantaneously. He narrowly evaded the bone-clad punch, yet could not escape the swift kick that followed. He could only brace himself. Concentrating his defenses, Qin Yuan absorbed the impact of the Bone Phoenix's kick, simultaneously landing a punch squarely on its face. Bang! Bang! Both were sent flying almost simultaneously. Qin Yuan dug his feet into the ground to halt his momentum, his 6 wings flapping lightly as he soared into the air, leaping up several meters to stabilize himself at an altitude of 1,000 meters. His eyes scanned rapidly for the Bone Phoenix's silhouette when suddenly a heightened sense warned him. An attack was incoming. A barrage of white bone spikes surged toward him. Qin Yuan flicked his wings to the side, narrowly evading the bone spikes, but before he could celebrate his narrow escape, the Bone Phoenix followed up with a scythe-like bone blade aimed at his neck, grazing him as it passed. The strike severed an artery, leaving a gash several centimeters deep, crystal clear blue blood flowing forth. A faint fragrant aroma wafted through the air. This blood was laden with lethal toxins enough to kill ordinary insects and beasts with a mere whiff. Qin Yuan felt the heat of battle rise within him, veins throbbing at his temples. Damn, that was dangerously close. He lacked any regenerative abilities. A decapitation would mean certain death. He must not let himself fall to such a fate. Both combatants possessed the means to kill the other. It seemed he could no longer hold back. Enhanced by weapon effects, even as he clutched his neck, blood continued to seep from his wound. Enjoying the use of weapons, are we? Heh, then how will you handle this move? Dark crystal shattering ray. The ultimate move was unleashed. Qin Yuan's expression turned serious, clearly now fighting for real. The purple gem on his forehead radiated a dazzling light as a vast energy coalesced within. The bone phoenix's pupils contracted, sensing the impending threat of death. No, death, 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 death. It flapped its wings and fled at breakneck speed. Run, provided it could outrun the speed of light. Shatter. Everything. Whoosh. A destructive laser pierced through the bone phoenix's body, striking the forest below. Everything that came into contact with the purple laser disintegrated, turning to nothingness, swiftly expanding like a virus akin to invisible nanobots devouring all. Whether it was living plants, animals, or inanimate stones, contact meant destruction. Touch meant death. Disintegration of all, annihilation of all. This was divine skill. Dark crystal shattering ray. When the attack ceased, a bottomless chasm appeared below, resembling a passageway to the abyss. With a diameter exceeding 2 kilometers, its depth remained unknown. Dark, gloomy, colossal. Surely it's dead now. I wonder if it can undergo a third resurrection. If not, I'm in trouble. Qin Yuan flew forward, scanning the area, yet he could not find the bone phoenix's remains. No way. Could it have been reduced to ash? He had purposely held back multiple times. He feared it would turn to dust. That's illogical. Logically, this strike should have permitted the fire phoenix to resurrect thrice as well. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in, and Qin Yuan quickly ducked. Splat. Blood sprayed from his back as he turned to find the bone phoenix. It was completely unscathed. This was incredible. Qin Yuan's lips curled into a wicked grin. Moreover, it seemed to have evolved again, its 6 wings merging into a single pristine wing like that of an angel. The single-winged bone phoenix was now over 3 times faster than before. You've revived, Oi. No, it's a second stage evolution. Super evolution exclusive hunting mode stage 2. Equivalent to dying 3 times to attain this ultimate mode. Fire phoenix, armed phoenix, humanoid phoenix, 6-winged bone phoenix, single-winged stage 2 bone phoenix. 4 stages of evolution in total. Was it reliant on some special artifact? An unknown gene or meteorite perhaps? Though still a bone phoenix, the single-winged variant was vastly superior to the previous 6-winged form, its power condensed into a singular point capable of shattering balance. With fewer wings, its speed had multiplied. The key was, the more it was killed, the stronger it became. Greed glimmered in Qin Yuan's eyes. Perfect. This gene was his to claim. Even Jesus couldn't hold this back, he thought. At that moment, he keenly observed that one of the white feathers on the opponent had turned gray. Was it a newly evolved void feather? Had it evaded his dark crystal ray using this and evolved in the process? So that was it. The battle reached a fever pitch. The single-winged skeletal phoenix was formidable, but Qin Yuan desired its strength. Only then did the genes it possessed hold value for acquisition. If it weren't strong, there would be no fight. His trump card was the power of rules. It was not yet time to utilize it. For now, he would play along with the phoenix, seizing its genes at the crucial moment. For typical phantom beast genes, Qin Yuan lacked even the desire to seize them. Only the increasingly powerful genes of the underworld phoenix stood as his target. In the dark night sky, 2 figures, one white and one blue, collided like characters from a sci-fi blockbuster, their rumble resonating throughout the city. They battled from the wilderness into the urban area, then back to the wild. In city, a real estate agency was holding a mobilization meeting in the evening. The vice president was delivering an impassioned speech on stage. In Bin City, the wealthy are shrewd. They hesitate to buy homes right now, so we need to set our sights on the poor, those middle-class families. With a simple discount promotion, we can sell anything. Abandoned buildings, haunted houses, shoddy properties, mortgaged homes. Everything is up for grabs. Conscience. What's that worth? Those of us in this business with a conscience have starved. It is those without conscience who make the most money. Wash through all the clients in our stores, especially those gullible old folks. What good is their savings if they just take it to the grave? Does anyone have any objections? A portly man in a suit stood up. I object. We can't do this. The elderly are not so easily fooled. We should focus on the naive graduates. Not only are they easy to deceive, but once deceived they can help you count the money. Ha ha. The vice president chuckled, a lewd grin on his face. That's shameless or I like it. Just then a flash of white light streaked across the room. Bang. Boom. The glass shattered and the walls collapsed. The conference room erupted in screams as a massive white creature crashed into the room, obliterating everything in its path. The vice president struck Hoarding was reduced to a puddle of flesh. The white monster emitted several bone spikes. The minds of everyone present were pinned against the walls. The single-winged skeletal phoenix merely sensed the world quieting down and turned its gaze toward Qin Yuan. Their clash soon attracted a swarm of reporters and official coverage, filling the street with journalists and internet celebrities. Many citizens, filled with trepidation, retreated to their homes for safety. These two had fought from the western river to the eastern side, from the south of the city to the north, causing destruction akin to a small-scale war. Explosions and roaring fires echoed everywhere. Tonight, Bin City was exceptionally lively, not only under siege from insect beasts, but also witnessing a battle between natural disasters and insect beasts. A graceful figure appeared on the highest 101st floor of the EDD, atop Bin City. In the live stream, a beautiful woman appeared. Hello everyone. I'm Wu Qianqian. I'm here to bring you first-hand news of the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant, and I'll be live streaming the entire event. Camera crew, let's get started. Wu Qianqian had spared no expense to form the best filming team, consisting of nearly 100 members with close to 40 cameras. Everyone was positioned on different rooftops throughout the city, all wearing safety helmets and bulletproof vests, resembling battlefield reporters watching for the appearance of the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. The connection was established. Miss, we got it. We got it. A smile lit up Wu Qianqian's face. Great. Switch the lens immediately. The footage shifted to a pedestrian street. In stark contrast to its usual bustling nature, the street was eerily deserted, with abandoned shoes scattered on the ground. Qin Yuan and the skeletal phoenix were engaged in a fierce battle on the pedestrian street. Each strike sent small buildings crashing down and shattered the Millennium Stone Monument at the entrance of the street. Two monsters seemed to teleport as they clashed below, flashing everywhere. People could scarcely discern what was happening. At one moment, the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant was propelled outward, and in the next, the skeletal phoenix soared into the air. The two monsters exchanged blows, their strengths seemingly equal. Yet the comments section was filled with derision. Another clout chaser. This live stream shows nothing but two blobs of shadows flickering about. With modern technology, the pixels are high, but the footage gets blurrier. High-tech. It's a hoax, clearly edited. The blogger's model work is impressive. It looks just like the real pedestrian street. By the way, did anyone see the two streaks of light in the sky tonight? Are aliens fighting? What aliens? The officials have already debunked that. They said it's the latest model of a drone. I don't believe in monsters. I've lived on Blue Star for 25 years. If there were monsters, I'd have seen them. It's only been 10 years. What do you expect to see? My great-grandmother saw a dragon once. Wu Qianqian gritted her teeth, feeling no sympathy for these ignorant folks. Technical team, pull up the analysis equipment. Let's slow it down and examine it closely. To those doubting the authenticity of the live stream, I will make you shut your mouths completely. After constant adjustments by the technical team, the footage grew clearer until it reached 48K titanium alloy high definition. Wu Qianqian instructed, start the slow motion. First 100 times slower. The video still only revealed blurry shadows. 200 times slower. This time it improved significantly, revealing clearer silhouettes. 400 times. Still just shadows. Slow it down to 1,000 times. No. Max it out to 2,000 times slow motion. What was displayed now were frame-by-frame photos, finally revealing the two moving monsters clearly. One was a fiery red birdman wrapped in bones, and the other a deep blue Dark Crystal Emperor Ant adorned with purple poisonous spikes. Now there's no argument left-right. Yet the comments section was still rife with provocations. I don't believe it. With technology this advanced, it's clearly edited. It can't possibly be real. Get out of my city, you garbage reporters. Amidst the clamor of insults, there emerged a refreshing voice. Woo. I can testify there really are monsters. I'm currently hiding in the attic of the pedestrian street, trembling. This video is proof attachment video. Wow, there really are monsters. Oh my God. God bless. Heavens. How brutal. Wu Qianqian was also perplexed. These individuals disbelieved her live stream, yet trusted a random video taken by a passerby. Clicking to view it, she was met with a shocking sight of formeter-tall skeletal birdman tearing apart a police officer, blood splattering onto a nearby pancake stall with a sizzling sound. Wu Qianqian instantly understood why people believe that video. It is widely known that editing images of police officers is impossible. That represents the authority of the empire, and altering a police officer's image is a criminal act. Moreover, the gruesome imagery made the footage appear more authentic. Miss, look, we captured them static. In her live stream, they finally recorded the two creatures standing still. The skeletal phoenix was engulfed in roaring flames, standing defiantly against the spiky dark crystal emperor ant, as if preparing to unleash a powerful attack. On the pedestrian street, a flaming skeletal phoenix stood beneath a street lamp reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from a film, its red flames exuding an intimidating aura. Roar. Humans. Die. Gene technique scorching phoenix flame. A torrent of fire erupted from its mouth, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Dark crystal shield. The hexagonal dark crystal energy shield resisted for only a moment before being shattered by the opponent's flames. The next second, it would be Qin Yuan's turn. A flash of purple light illuminated the scene. In this desperate situation, the wings of Qin Yuan underwent a remarkable transformation. Battle gene activated. Six-winged unified armed evolution dark crystal purple wings. Dark crystal purple wings gold 2 star movement speed increased by 800 to 2400 with enhanced durability and passive toxicity. Active skill dark crystal blink enabling instant movement within a 1500 meter range, cooldown 180 seconds. Qin Yuan's expression brightened as his six wings crackled ominously, forcibly merging into one, instantly shifting from a blue crystal hue to a singular purple crystal color. Dark gold blink. In an instant, he teleported behind the skeletal phoenix, swinging his right arm downwards with a powerful punch. Exceeding limits, giant strength, killing fist. The force of his punch distorted the skeletal phoenix's face, its expression one of growing terror as Qin Yuan's fist loomed larger. Bang! In that moment of impact, the skeletal phoenix's facial bones twisted with visible speed, and its entire body was uncontrollably hurled away. Boom! An explosion echoed, leaving a massive hole in the street across from them. Just as Qin Yuan prepared to deliver a follow-up strike, a flurry of skeletal tridents came flying at him. Bullet time. He easily dodged the tridents, but missed the chance to finish off his opponent. Ziz. A sharp pain shot through his brain. Am I at my limit? Using bullet time had pushed him to the brink. The strength of the single-winged skeletal phoenix was unexpectedly formidable. Though it appeared that Qin Yuan was holding his own, only he understood the truth. The opponent's speed was incredibly swift. He had to maintain bullet time at full power to keep pace. This was also a way to force himself to trigger some evolution or latent potential. However, now that both had evolved to a single wing, the question of who was faster remained uncertain. The once calm demeanor of the skeletal phoenix was gone, replaced by a frenzied expression, its face contorting with madness, sometimes fierce, sometimes joyful, sometimes enraged. He. Just submit and become my meal, why resist? Qin Yuan scoffed dismissively. Let's fight instead of spewing nonsense. I'll hang you from a tree, tear you apart, and devour your insides piece by piece. He. The skeletal phoenix's mental state was deteriorating rapidly. Its eyes were bloodshot and bulging, its head shaking wildly, as if under the thrall of madness. To gain extraordinary power, one must pay a tremendous price. Depleting gene energy, vitality, lifespan, mental strength, and even soul energy were all part of the process. Such a perverse skill of resurrection and strength enhancement would demand an even more staggering toll. What comes free is often the most expensive. If it were to resurrect again, there might be nothing left of the phoenix. His goal was capture, not annihilation. Thus, a steady approach was paramount. It seemed the side effects were beginning to manifest. A deeper smile spread across Qin Yuan's face. Fortunately, everything was within calculation. Well then, the third round begins. The skeletal phoenix lunged forward, brandishing its bone sword, slicing through Qin Yuan's face. It successfully marred his appearance. The damage was slight, but the humiliation was profound. Just as it was about to display a triumphant grin, it realized its abdomen had been pierced, disbelief etched across its features. A purple blade had pierced through its gut. Where did you get that sword? Qin Yuan twisted the blade horizontally before withdrawing it, casually flicking off the blood. You had it the first time you struck me. The new weapon evolved during their blade combat had been kept hidden until now, intended to force him into a corner to birth new skills and armaments. This was still the only worthwhile insect beast. Not utilizing it would be a waste. I will drain it dry. Thus Qin Yuan made the most of this chance to push his genetic potential. To wield the blade required not just courage and strength, but also a touch of luck. With ill fortune, one could meet their end on the spot. Dark Crystal Poison Blade Gold 1 star inflicts armor-breaking, magic-breaking, bleeding, tearing, and deadly poison. Passive adds an additional 30 true damage on attack. Active aggregate explosion capable of triggering a secondary explosion of all damage dealt by the Dark Crystal Poison Blade within 300 seconds, inflicting 150 of the total accumulated damage. Both wielding weapons, they commenced a fierce melee. Each clash of blade and sword sent sparks flying. Clang clang. They battled for an hour, gradually matching each other's speed. While fighting, they also dispatched nearby insect beasts to replenish their stamina. Wounds on their bodies healed almost instantaneously. Those engaged in the fight suffered no harm. The spectators were all slain. From the pedestrian street to the city government, and from there to various streets and alleys, their figures were visible everywhere, increasingly documented by viewers online. Wu Qianqian's livestream audience surged to over 2 million viewers. Her designated personnel captured numerous stunning scenes having connections with Qin Yuan, as well as being collaborators of the Wu family. Most importantly, the Dark Crystal Emperor ant. It had a striking appearance. Wu Qianqian changed the title of her live stream to The Hero Guarding Bin City, a live broadcast of the heroic deeds of the Dark Crystal Emperor ant. Upon finishing, a smile crept onto her pink lips. Technical team, start editing. Produce a video for me and feature it as the first on my homepage. As Qin Yuan saved a man, the footage of him being slapped to death was cut out, keeping only the saving moment. The scenes of Qin Yuan slaying insect beasts were retained. The scenes of him destroying buildings were trimmed down. The footage of the skeletal phoenix killing people was preserved. Footage of the skeletal phoenix devouring humans and insects was maintained. The scenes of the skeletal phoenix demolishing buildings were kept intact. Soon a perfect hero video was crafted. In the video, Qin Yuan saved citizens from peril, exterminated insect beasts, and prevented the skeletal monster from causing destruction, aiding the military and performing countless good deeds. He was portrayed as a paragon of heroism. The skeletal phoenix became the villain, committing murder, arson, destruction of buildings, and cannibalism. Truly a textbook case of villainy. If the skeletal phoenix were to learn about the internet, it would surely experience the wrath of online backlash. This wave of promotional content for the Dark Crystal Emperor ant significantly boosted its reputation. As the heat intensified, an increasing number of factions began to take notice of the small city of Bin. Among them were not only foreign entities, but also lurking sinister forces, all setting their sights on the two battling calamity insect beasts. Two insects battled their way from Bin City to Qian City. In the city center of Qian City, a violent explosion echoed through the air. Two colossal figures landed, sending the surrounding crowd scattering in terror. Just a moment ago, the representative of the For Good Youth, the Anjing Emperor ant, was grinning wickedly as he rode atop the fiery skeletal phoenix. Jijia, little chicken. Can't you just let me kill you and hand over your genes? Mph. Little bug, why don't you just wait to be eaten in peace? Does that mean there's nothing to discuss? Killing me will only make me stronger. I advise you not to kill me. Qin Yuan had no intention of killing it. To be precise, he had no thought of doing so at this moment. What he sought was the phantom beast genes within the skeletal phoenix. If the condition for its third resurrection was to burn the phantom beast genes, then he would have wasted his efforts. He must first exhaust its physical energy before seizing the genes. That was the correct approach. Though forcibly seizing genes was painful, he did not fear it. Why was he unafraid? The one in pain was not him, but the skeletal phoenix. A dead friend is better than a poor monk. What was a little sacrifice for his strength? He didn't even complain. Everything continued according to plan, but now there was a question. Where are we? As the man and beast fought, they lost their direction, seemingly having crossed into a neighboring city. This was a place Qin Yuan had never visited in either of his lives. Never mind, it probably wasn't important. Mph. The skeletal phoenix beneath him snorted coldly, its legs propelling a kick toward Qin Yuan's head, while its wings forcefully broke free from their restraints. Flicker. With a flicker every 180 seconds, Qin Yuan was becoming increasingly adept at it. Since they had reached another city, he could unleash his full power. Anjing Shattering Ray. Qin Yuan's Shattering Ray was merely intended to force out the opponent's virtual feather ability. As expected, the skeletal phoenix instantly became incorporeal, and the Shattering Ray passed through its body. It struck the cement road below, completely disintegrating a section of the street. The skeletal phoenix spread its arms, a unique wave of energy beginning to surge. Bone Flame Domain Expand. In an instant, a 2-kilometer radius was pulled into the domain, a blood-red curtain appearing in the sky as all structures sprouted bone spikes. Over 10,000 people were ensnared within the domain, and hundreds were instantly slain by the bone spikes. Screams and cries filled the air. Even the skeletal phoenix frowned slightly. It disliked the cacophony. With a slight raise of its palm, it commanded, "Thorny Dance of Bones." No sooner had the words left its mouth than countless bone spikes began to grow wildly from the ground walls and inside buildings, transforming the entire area into a thicket of white bone thorns, leaving no space unoccupied. Thick white bone spikes the size of utility poles sprouted with densely packed sharp barbs. The surrounding screams abruptly ceased. After a moment of physical silence, the entire space fell into eerie stillness. The world is finally quiet. Now we can have a proper fight, Insect Man. Oh, little chicken, you've used your ultimate move. What will you use against me now? Speaking of ultimate moves, the single-winged skeletal phoenix revealed a peculiar smile. Hee, the real ultimate move is actually right beneath your feet. Dance of 10,000 bones. All the bone spikes seemed to have eyes as they lunged toward Qin Yuan, making it impossible to evade. Above, below, left, right, and behind. 360 degrees filled with bone spikes. Qin Yuan showed no sign of fear on his face. Instead, he appeared excited. Why was he so thrilled? The skeletal phoenix would soon discover the answer. Domain expansion. Emperor's domain. Duong. An invisible ripple passed through the skeletal phoenix's body. It was pulled into a mental space, a place it had visited not long ago. Though it had been tormented there, it had not suffered any substantial harm. The worst it experienced was a slight dizziness. Yet as it brimmed with confidence, it realized this time it was different. It was trapped within a mental prison, and the opponent showed no intention of killing or torturing it, merely sealing it within. Meanwhile, its external body, as if devoid of a soul, began to plummet. Qin Yuan flew up and caught the skeletal phoenix's body. Without the support of its genetic energy, the surrounding domain began to shatter piece by piece. However, those who had died could not be revived. Qin Yuan knew that the mental prison couldn't hold the skeletal phoenix for long. He had to make his next preparation. He sliced open his arteries, spilling blood into its mouth until the skeletal phoenix trembled violently, as if on the verge of awakening. A rapid restoration. Qin Yuan hurriedly distanced himself. The second poison was successfully injected. By now the sky was beginning to lighten, and their battle had stretched from night into day. Moreover, considering both their stamina, it was far from over. The skeletal phoenix detected the taste of blood in its mouth and hurriedly checked its body, but found no wounds or signs of poisoning. Cough. Cough. What have you done to me? Want to know? Wait until you die and I'll tell you. The skeletal phoenix's face twisted from mirth to fury as it clasped its hands together, readying its strongest attack. This was its ultimate trump card. Underworld Fire Phoenix Flame. It was the hellfire brought back from the underworld during its resurrection, capable of burning energy and even incorporeal souls. One of the most formidable flames. Qin Yuan would not back down. A purple gem on his chest shone with a brilliant black-purple light as he gathered his genetic energy into his hands. This skeletal phoenix was making a desperate gamble, and it should not be underestimated. Essence Phoenix Spreading Wings. With a powerful flap of its wings, it then flew away. What? A phantom beast species that had died twice and undergone multiple evolutions was actually frightened enough to flee. Little chicken, don't run. Qin Yuan flapped his wings, swiftly chasing after it. A roasted chicken wing cannot be allowed to escape. All that remained was the devastated city center of Qin City and the delayed rescue teams. The chase begins. If the Fire Phoenix had had a chance to escape before the ambush began, it might have evaded capture. However, now that it was locked onto, any thoughts of fleeing were utterly extinguished. It had even attempted to take a human hostage, hoping to leverage that against Qin Yuan. Yet it quickly realized this tactic was ineffective. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan unleashed a devastating dark crystal shatter ray. Believe it or not, the hostage perished even faster than it did. As they fought and retreated, the two continued their fierce battle for a full day and night. Under Qin Yuan's meticulous control, the relentless and intense combat left both of them in tatters, their armor shredded and wounds covering their bodies, with their stamina nearly exhausted. Both fighters wielded weapons that hindered recovery, causing their injuries to multiply rather than diminish. Healing was not only extremely difficult, but also consumed a staggering amount of energy compared to their normal states. The single-winged bone phoenix had unwittingly been lured by Qin Yuan towards the artificial lake near Bin City, a vast expanse of 8,000 acres. This was the burial ground that Qin Yuan had carefully selected for it, where Sanhu and others had been lying in wait for quite some time. The bone phoenix remained oblivious to the danger. From October 4th to October 6th, it had engaged in over 30 hours of intense combat, with Qin Yuan leaving it utterly exhausted. At this point, its flying speed was comparable to that of an ordinary bird, and its wounds had only healed to the point of no longer bleeding. Similarly, Qin Yuan, who followed closely behind, appeared to be in a poor state as well. Although he was stronger than the bone phoenix, the difference was marginal. Little did the Bone Phoenix know that everything was a performance orchestrated by Qin Yuan aimed at ensuring it would willingly meet its end and surrender its genetic material. Though the Phoenix had undergone multiple stages of evolution, it was still no match for Qin Yuan. Both fighters appeared to be at their limits, and now it was a battle of willpower. The Bone Phoenix landed first, taking a moment to catch its breath with Qin Yuan right behind it. Observing the exhausted creature, Qin Yuan had a premonition that the final showdown was approaching. A desperate counterattack from a top-tier illusion beast. Yet everything remained under control. All was merely a show put on for the Bone Phoenix, making it believe that their strengths were comparable. The Bone Phoenix hunched over, trembling in fear, its eyes filled with trepidation. Please stop. I concede. Spare me, and I will give you whatever you desire. Could you at least put away your weapon before saying that? The Bone Phoenix's expression shifted. It straightened up, squinting its eyes into narrow slits, and breaking into a wide grin. Oh, you noticed. While you wish to devour me, I also wish to consume you. The Bone Phoenix drew its skeletal sword, and Qin Yuan brandished the violet crystal poison blade, and the two commenced their ground battle. Without the enhancement of a single wing, both fighters' speeds diminished as they charged at one another. In the moment of contact, Qin Yuan pressed his toes against the ground, using it as leverage to leap into the air, twisting mid-flight, to strike at the Bone Phoenix's neck with his blade. The Bone Phoenix dodged to the right, while simultaneously launching bone spikes from its shoulder aimed directly at Qin Yuan's heart. Both managed to evade critical hits, but suffered grievous injuries nonetheless. Qin Yuan's lung was pierced, 2 ribs shattered, and the bone spike protruded from his body. The Bone Phoenix, on the other hand, had its neck severed partway, its major artery cut, blood gushing forth. Under normal circumstances, both would have recovered in the blink of an eye, but now they clutched their wounds, writhing in pain on the ground. They had reached their limits. Or rather, the Bone Phoenix was nearing its breaking point, while Qin Yuan was merely feigning exhaustion, still possessing reserves of strength. The Bone Phoenix's eyes widened in shock. It pressed down on its wounds with both hands and directed flames toward the injury, emitting a charred scent. Miraculously, the Bone Phoenix's blood ceased to flow. Human, I have won. Qin Yuan, taken aback, hadn't anticipated the Bone Phoenix still had a trick up its sleeve. Burning itself? He straightened up, looking at the creature from below, his face still adorned with the confidence of someone who held all the strings. The earlier fatigue vanished like smoke. No more pretense. I'm laying my cards on the table. Is that so? Brothers, attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive boulder plummeted from the sky, followed closely by a gigantic rhinoceros beetle. Meteor strike. The Bone Phoenix did not even raise its head. It merely swung its sword, cleaving the stone in two. Is your confidence derived from these worthless creatures? I don't understand. Even if I remained still, they would struggle to inflict any harm upon me. The disparity between them was not of the same order. The rhinoceros beetle leaped down, quickly dodging as it neared. From behind it, another voice resonated. Full charge. Sanhu sprang forward, his fist crashing into the Bone Phoenix's face, producing a sharp cracking sound. It broke. Sanhu's hand shattered. Ugh. What awaited him was a deadly strike. Touch it, and you die. At that moment, violet crystal flicker. Qin Yuan activated his skill, appearing behind the Bone Phoenix, wielding his blade with both hands for a decisive strike. Goodbye, little firebird. The lethal blow left the Bone Phoenix no time to react. Its intangibility was still on cooldown. The Bone Phoenix's eyes widened in horror. No. With a sickening squelch, a head adorned with a bird bone mask soared into the air, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. After over 30 hours of relentless combat, Qin Yuan had finally drained the Bone Phoenix of its stamina. Its retaliatory strike nonetheless descended, slicing through Sanhu's torso, leaving him sprawled on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Qin Yuan, his face etched with sorrow, approached San, who with his blade raised. Brother, fear not, I will ensure your departure is painless. With that, he lifted his weapon high. Sanhu hurriedly raised a hand. Don't. My lord, please. I'm not dead yet. With such grave injuries, you wouldn't survive anyway. Allow me to end your suffering. Plus, killing you will help replenish my genetic energy. Replenish energy. That last part was the crux of the matter. My lord, I think I can still be saved. Very well. Why did my lord sound somewhat regretful? It must be my imagination. At this moment, the fully recovered Jean Lina arrived at the scene with the black serpent. Seeing the ailing San, who she utilized her genetic skill cocoon. It was a small miracle that saved Sanhu's life. Meanwhile, the Bone Phoenix's body began to convulse, rhythmically shaking violently. Qin Yuan recognized that the third evolution was commencing. Indeed, shortly thereafter, flames ignited unlike any previous inferno. This time it was pure black fire. He had encountered this flame in his past life. Some claimed it was the fallen fire from the abyss, while others asserted it was the indomitable black flame from the heart of the sun. But only Qin Yuan knew. This flame was stained with the essence of the death realm, the flame of death. In the open ground, the entire body of the white-bone phoenix was ensnared in an exceedingly perilous situation. Should it complete its true third resurrection evolution, all beings present, including the phoenix itself, would perish. Of course, this did not include him. He could leave at will holding his ultimate trump card, the power of chaotic rules which had yet to be utilized. Killing the phoenix would be easy. A single fracturing ray from him could reduce it to nothingness. However, that would hold no meaning for him. What he desired was its genes. Qin Yuan extended his hands towards the black flame phoenix on the ground, unleashing his ultimate trump card, saved for the final moment. Rules of chaos. Damage nullification. The black flames continued to burn fiercely, yet they could no longer inflict any harm upon Qin Yuan. He plunged his hands into the heart of the black flame phoenix, activating a special toxin he had long since planted within. Whether through toxin or the draining of energy, the goal was the same: to prevent the phoenix from rapidly resurrecting and to buy time for gene acquisition. Double toxin activation. Secret technique: gene extraction. In an instant, his consciousness plunged into the genetic chain of the black flame phoenix. The space here was vast, yet it did not resemble the cosmic expanse of Qin Yuan's own body. Instead, it felt akin to a fiery hell. Above the crimson sky floated translucent rocks, some ablaze, while others remained untouched, still in their rocky form. Various exclusive genes and genetic skills, armed genes, innate genes, and fragmented genes from devoured insect beasts were present in dazzling array, overwhelming to behold. Qin Yuan needed to locate the phantom beast gene among these, then extract it. Logically, absorbing the gene after killing the insect beast would be much simpler, yet Qin Yuan had besieged this phoenix in his previous life and was aware of its unique mechanism. In its final resurrection, it would burn all its genes, its life, even its mental strength and soul. Even if one managed to kill it, nothing could be gained. Thus, the people of that time formulated a conjecture to bring the phoenix to the brink of death for the last time, and during the gap before its resurrection, forcibly extract the phantom beast gene from within, achieving their goal. This sounded difficult, but in practice it was even more challenging. First, bringing the phantom phoenix to its final death state could deter 99 of people in his past life. He had only succeeded when the opponent was injured. Second, during its resurrection, the flames of death would annihilate anyone who lacked the power of a realm master, no matter how strong they were. Third, accurately locating the phantom beast gene nodes in a short time was nearly impossible. In his previous life, the development level of the phoenix's gene nodes was unfathomable, making it akin to reaching for the heavens. Even those who knew the method would struggle to complete it, except for Qin Yuan, the reborn anomaly. Not only did he know the method, but all conditions had also been met. Crucially, the gene nodes within the phoenix were not yet highly developed. He quickly spotted a phantom beast gene glowing with orange light. I found it. Secret art extraction. As Qin Yuan began extracting the phantom beast gene from the inside, the black flame phoenix suddenly began to thrash violently. In that moment of tugging, Qin Yuan's consciousness was pulled into the realm of death. What a bizarre, twisted, indescribable world it was. There was no life, only one concept: death. Fortunately, his consciousness returned in time, avoiding being drawn into the realm of death. Phew, close call. Before Qin Yuan could catch his breath, an anomaly occurred. With a loud bang, the black flames broke through his rules. Or rather, the rule of chaos was extinguished. Even the rule itself had been slain. How could this be possible? Curse it. The experts have misled me. In his previous life, a group of theoretical experts had passionately debated and confidently declared, only rules can resist rules. Using binding rules against black flames is foolproof. If it fails, toss the olive into the vortex. What happened to that foolproof claim? What was the outcome? They had merely come to feast. What used was resisting for 3 seconds. Death realm is conceptual, exceeding the defensive capacity of rules. At this point, there was no choice but to take a gamble. Qin Yuan shouted to several subordinates nearby. Jean Lina, if I die, remember to use your egg frying skill to save me. Jean Lina was momentarily taken aback. Egg frying. Then Qin Yuan dove into the lake, clutching the black flame phoenix. The black flames enveloped him entirely. Qin Yuan, along with the phoenix's body, was consumed by the flames. Although high temperatures did not arise, the surrounding water was rapidly evaporating. Qin Yuan's face contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth. The cells of his body were dying at an alarming rate. If this continued, he would perish within 10 seconds. Curse it. This had gone awry. Faster. Even faster. Extracting phantom beast gene. 1, 2, 3. 33. 88. Every second counted. Would the black flames claim his life first, or would he seize the phantom beast gene for resurrection? A gamble for his life. Fusing phantom beast gene. 1, 2, 3, 33, 51. Post-death. Fusion failed. Qin Yuan perished. His soul arrived in the realm of death. He had expected it to be utterly silent, yet he was surprised to find activities akin to life. How could one continue to move even after death? It was incomprehensible, this existence between life and death. Like a deity. Why did his soul feel so heavy as if it too was on the brink of death? What a pity it was, so unwilling to die in such a manner. Was this death not a tad hasty? Until he fell into void. ZZZZ. Perceived intense survival instinct of the gene. Gene resisting death. Resistance failing. Chaos rule activated reject death. Death rejection successful. Commencing fusion with Phoenix gene. Primordial dark crystal emperor ant and phantom beast species nether phoenix undergoing death fusion. First death fusion. Fusion failed. Trait activated resistance to gene fusion failure enhanced. Proceeding with second death fusion. Fusion failed. Trait activated death resistance strengthened. Proceeding with third death fusion. ZZZZ. Fusion successful. Gene evolving. Evolving into nether ancient dark crystal emperor ant variant mythical species. By the shore, Jean Lena and her companions anxiously gazed at the surface of the lake, where the entire 8-acre expanse was visibly receding at an alarming rate. It was as if a black hole had formed in the water. In a mere 10 minutes the lake had completely drained, revealing the lakebed. At the center of the lakebed stood a giant creature over 8 meters tall, its feet beside a headless white skeleton. Thump! Thump! The enormous heartbeat echoed, and the giant began to shrink, gradually transforming back into a human form. Minguanjing Emperor Ant mutated mythical species. Exclusive genetic abilities 1 Limitless Might Mythical 2 Ancient Venom Mythical 3 7th Sense Mythical 4 Anjing Armor Mythical 5 Superspeed Regeneration Mythical 6 Ancient Emperor Domain Mythical 7th Sense New Temporal Awareness, allowing for brief foresight of the future. Ancient Emperor Domain New can simultaneously affect both reality and spirit, forming a dual-layered domain. Genetic skills 1 Anjing Shatter Ray Mythical 2 Emperor's Combo King Level 3 Anjing Shield King Level 4 Bullet Time. Arm Genes 1 Anjing Golden Wings Gold 2 Star 2 Anjing Venom Blade Gold 1 Star. Resistances Death Resistance 88 Chance to resist Death. Fire Resistance 1200 Immunity to temperatures below 1200. Super Genetic Abilities 1 Illusory Critical Strike 2 Phoenix Rebirth. Phoenix Rebirth New Effect 1 Can store sufficient genetic energy for rebirth. Evolution Effect 2 Allows for death evolution using. Revival after the first death grants a 300 boost to all attributes, prioritizing the consumption of stored genetic energy. When at full capacity, it can 100 activate targeted resistance optimization with no side effects not activated. Revival after the second death grants a 400 boost with a 50 chance of activating the exclusive hunting mode, prioritizing the consumption of stored genetic energy. Genetic source power part of potential life force mental power not activated. Revival after the third death grants a 500 boost with a 10 chance of activating the death realm mode, consuming genetic source power, all life force, all potential soul power not activated. Fourth death mode not activated. Mythical exclusive rule skill disorder, a rule-based skill that can disorganize all things within its range, including rules of the same level. Current genetic development level 0. Growth limit increased by 300, currently 3000 power. Evolution again. Minguanjing Emperor Ant. 3000 power. That's equivalent to 3000 tons of strength. The growth limit has tripled. Moreover, with all revival counts at 0, it indicated that the recent events were not genuine deaths. Dying once grants a 300 bonus. The second time grants 400. The third time grants 500. Just as Qin Yuan was reveling in his success, an overwhelming wave of weakness swept over him. The energy required for genetic fusion evolution was immense, exacerbating his already depleted condition. Unicorn beetle, come down here. On my way, Lord. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's command, the unicorn beetle grinned, leaping from the shore, with Jean Lena, the black serpent, and the transformed, egg-like, Sanhu. In midair, they formed a perfect parabola. With a thud, dirt erupted as it embedded half its body into the muddy riverbed, struggling to pull itself free from the muck. Qin Yuan approached the skeletal phoenix, examining its armaments. Such treasures. After being forged by the black flames of death, the armor on the phoenix had evolved to varying degrees, especially the 3 key pieces. Evolved into golden armaments. Clearing his throat, Qin Yuan announced to him, "Everything you have done has already been relayed to me through pheromones by Little Black Serpent. Now let us reward you for your efforts in this operation." Upon hearing of rewards the two and the serpent perked up listening intently. Top contribution Jean Lena. You located the meteorite and the hiding place of the insect leader, drawing out the phantom beast. Reward Phoenixes, I orange 3-star. Wow. Thank you, boss. This was Jean Lena's first encounter with an orange-grade armament. She had originally thought she was merely working without compensation. To her surprise, the boss was so generous. He freely bestowed such high-end equipment. Jean Lena held the Phoenix's eye with utmost affection. Qin Yuan then turned to the egg. Next is San who repeatedly saved teammates with his own body and bravely drew the white skeletal Phoenix's attention during the final kill. Reward Phoenix Claw orange 3-star. The egg wobbled in gratitude. Unicorn Beetle steadfastly loyal. Rewards. Reward Scorching Lung orange 2-star. Haha. Thank you for the precious gift, my lord. The unicorn beetle had longed for a means of long-range attack. Its lord truly understood its needs. What a treasure. With this, my position as the first battle commander is secure. The unicorn beetle grinned widely, displaying an incredibly confident demeanor. Little black serpent, come back. I reward you with a place on my shoulder. Upon hearing this, the little black serpent hurriedly coiled around Qin Yuan's arm. The three most powerful armaments from the skeletal phoenix were not given to them, not due to Qin Yuan's stinginess, but because he feared they might not be able to handle them. The Minggu Sword Gold 1-star comes with tearing, bleeding, armor-piercing, stamina reduction, and resistance to recovery. Active skill Ming Slash, expending genetic energy, allows for a dimensional strike linking to the underworld, requires a connection to the underworld passage. The underworld. That phoenix seems linked to the death realm. Phoenix Wings Gold 2-star movement speed increased by 1,000 to 2,000, with accompanying defensive and offensive traits. Active skill 10,000 feathers penetration, utilizing all feathers on the wings for a penetrating attack. Cooldown time depends on feather recovery speed. Void Feathers Gold 1-star can be used for 60 seconds within the void for 10 minutes, can be passively triggered, cooldown time 60 minutes. Originally 3 Void Feathers transformed into 1 with usage time extended and cooldown time reduced, eliminating the 3-second limitation for passive use. Extended to 60 seconds, meaning the passive effect increased 20-fold. Qin Yuan placed his hand on the substantial armaments transformed from genetic genes, absorbing these items into his body. Now his equipment was entirely renewed, boasting a full set of golden gear. Moreover, his growth power reached an astonishing 3000 tons. What does this mean? Equivalent to 3000 ordinary humans stacked together, 300 ordinary insect beasts, 150 elite insect, men 750 exceptional grades, and 375 perfect grades. Though his genetic growth level was reset, his physical strength alone surpassed that of ordinary insect beasts. The growth power was in fact the simplest aspect. Unicorn Beetle, take this corpse, we shall return. Understood, my lord. Next step, conquering Bin City. The great event online. Yesterday, throughout the land, insectoid creatures erupted in chaos. The death toll in the Dragon Country is incalculable, as insect men and insect beasts have officially entered the sight of all humanity. Apocalyptic rhetoric proliferated across the internet. In response, the authorities released various preventive measures regarding the insect beasts, advising people not to panic, but to await rescue quietly. However, trust in the empire has long since eroded. The populace knows all too well that the world has become unsafe. A storm is brewing. Countless individuals flocked to supermarkets, frantically stockpiling supplies. Supermarket owners hiked prices threefold, yet even at these inflated rates, the goods were snatched up within a day. Some foreigners took advantage of the chaos to wreak havoc in the Dragon Country, particularly targeting chocolate, robbing stores with zero-cost purchases, committing murders, setting fires, and engaging in sexual assault, rampaging without restraint, specifically preying on the citizens of the Dragon Country. Regrettably, the laws of the Dragon Country are quite lenient towards foreigners. At most, these criminals are merely repatriated without facing direct charges, which only emboldens their audacity. This means that as long as they are not sent back to their homeland, they walk free. These foreign miscreants formed teams dedicated to bullying the citizens of the Dragon Country, rallying under the slogan of hunting the yellow-skinned piglets. Coincidentally, their position was precisely at the next stop Jiangchun was headed to, Dongxing City. Another significant event trending online was the fierce battle between Jiangchun and the Bone Phoenix. This conflict, spanning 2 cities, quickly surged in popularity on the internet, showcasing the might of top-tier insect beasts. The insect men slaughtered by the military paled in comparison to these 2 titans, like mere mosquitoes against a cosmic battleship. Ordinary insect beasts might hurl a small car at you, but these 2 monstrosities could lift an entire small building and toss it like a ball. Can you believe it? With a single strike, they obliterated entire streets hundreds of meters long and shattered small houses with a punch. The combat left an indelible scar on the pedestrian streets of Bin City and the center of Qin City. Especially in Qin City, where a 1-kilometer radius was utterly devastated, leaving no survivors within 2 kilometers, the city center was severely damaged. Fortunately, Wu Qianqian's edited videos provided some solace. The technical team truly delivered. Jiang Qin's best side was fully displayed, capturing his sunny smile and moments of heroism in saving others. Even a second more of footage would reveal his terrifying visage. Everyone unanimously hailed the dashing and formidable Dark Crystal Emperor Ant as the hero safeguarding Earth. A benevolent insect indeed. Conversely, the Bone Phoenix became the reviled villain, and it likely never anticipated that it would be subjected to online vitriol even after death. The comments flooded in. My dear friends, I am in tears. There is no peace in the world, only the insects bear the burden for us. Lord Emperor Ant, you are the best. Despicable bone bird, so it was the true culprit all along. The Emperor Ant is our hero. We have misunderstood him. I am sorry. Woo. I've decided to move to Bin City. Me too. 1. 10,086. At this moment, in the Insectmen discussion group leader Jean Lina praised Jiang Qin profusely and shared a photo of the orange armor she had been rewarded with. The lurking group members were stirred from their silence. What is this? An orange eyeball. Group leader 5, do you have this kind of hobby? Let me see. There's a text explanation attached. Orange armor. 3 stars. Wow. 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 The entire group was astonished. They were familiar with Jean armors, but orange Jean armor was something they had never seen or even heard of. Group leader 1, group leader 5, where did you get this? Is it for sale? I want to buy it. Group leader 2, orange armor. That can't be real, can it? I only know of a perfect level insect man evolving into purple armor. Where did this orange armor come from, especially a 3-star one? Group leader 3, my heavens. I'm still using blue armor, and now there's orange armor. Group leader 4, I want to buy one. What's the price? The first reaction to seeing the orange armor was disbelief. The group leaders present were either from powerful families or exceptionally strong individuals privy to more insider information than the average person. Yet even among these upper echelon big shots, they had never heard of orange armor. Each of them possessed a few elite armors green, and at most one extraordinary armor blue. Even those acquainted with certain phantom beasts had only seen them evolve into purple armor. Jean Lina did not dwell on this topic, but instead stated her purpose. Group leader 5, this was bestowed upon me by Lord Dark Crystal Emperor Ant. It has been fused with the armor gene and cannot be sold. Group leader 5, through my investigation, I have discovered that following the Dark Crystal Emperor Ant is the only way to survive in the apocalypse. The insect beasts in the wild are far stronger than we imagine. Group leader 5, I have already brought my family to Bin City for refuge. I suggest you all come as well. Group leader 6, I have that intention, but I can't leave for the time being. Our city is besieged by insect beasts. Group leader 7, I also want to come, but the path to Bin City is blocked by an ancient giant ape. Even the military can't handle it. The veteran Insectmen group leaders numbered 1 to 4 had no thoughts of relocating. Their family influence was deeply entrenched, and with the dawn of a new era, they aimed to stake their claim in their territories. Conversely, group leaders 6 and 7 were considering seeking refuge in Bin City. Jean Lina quickly contacted them to confirm the locations of the 2 group leaders. Group leader 6 im at 445 Maple Street, White Mushroom District, Qiumen City, on the 2nd floor. Group leader 7, I reside at 001 Green Rise Villa District, Dongxing City. All numbers from 001 to 022 belong to my family. You can find me by informing the security. Jean Lina swiftly noted this intelligence and responded that she would report it to Lord Emperor Ant. Meanwhile, in the capital, the highest council of the empire convened. This meeting was even more solemn than the last, with marshals from the Army, Navy, and Air Force in attendance. The agenda was limited to 2 topics. 1. Nuclear weapons. 2. Insect beasts. Inside the castle, Imperial High Conference Room. The room resembled a tiered pyramid with a round table at its center accommodating 12 seated participants. Surrounding this were seats for 144 individuals, and further out an audience section capable of holding 178 spectators. The true decision-makers were those seated at the central table. The others were mere observers, to put it bluntly. One by one, the attendees entered the hall. Among those present were 179 2-star generals of the Empire, 22 3-star generals, 3 naval commanders, 8 army commanders, and 2 Air Force commanders. The supreme commander of the 3 armed forces, the Grand Marshal, was none other than His Majesty the Emperor, who did not attend this meeting. Additionally, there were the Chief Cabinet Secretary and the Commander of the Imperial Guard. The conference was presided over by the Imperial Chancellor Fan Ru. With everyone in attendance, the clock on the wall chimed precisely at 10 o'clock. The Chancellor's aide, upon noticing, immediately called out, "The meeting begins. First, let the generals discuss freely for 30 minutes, after which the Chancellor will summarize and add comments." As soon as the words were spoken, the generals and admirals in the second circle commenced a spirited exchange. The military could roughly be divided into 3 factions. 1. The radical faction led by the Chancellor, advocating for the extermination of all insectoid beings to ensure national stability. 2. The conservative faction led by the Chief Cabinet Secretary, suggesting cooperation with the insectoids to eradicate the insect beasts and manage the plague. 3. The passive faction represented by the eunuchs loyal to the imperial power, who would ignore any dissent against the emperor, allowing matters to unfold as they may. In the innermost circle sat the 6 key figures: the Chancellor, the Chief Cabinet Secretary, the Commander of the Imperial Guard, and the 3 Grand Marshals. The Chancellor pretended to sip tea, his gaze quickly scanning several pivotal figures before he spoke slowly. "Gentlemen, please share your thoughts for discussion." The Army Grand Marshal took a stand. "Chancellor, I support your plan to deploy nuclear weapons in Hijacking City, Wuji City, Qingdao City, and Yunbei City to inflict maximum damage on the insect beasts." The Chief Cabinet Secretary frowned slightly. "Chancellor, I believe there's no need to discuss nuclear weapons. Isn't this matter already settled?" The Chancellor nodded. "Indeed, we are here to discuss the deployment of nuclear weapons, but not for those cities. We are considering an additional city, Bin City." "Bin City," echoed 5 voices in unison. The influential leaders exchanged glances, puzzled. Why would a small city unheard of until now require a nuclear strike? What purpose would there be in destroying such a place? "Officer, please show them the video," the Chancellor ordered. The aide produced a professional device and activated it before the key figures. The rest of the attendees fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. The video began to play, depicting the fierce battle between Qin Yuan, transformed into the obsidian emperor ant, and the bone phoenix. Unlike civilian footage, this was captured with satellites that accurately measured their speeds, which exceeded that of military fighter jets. Only a scanning device could barely keep pace. The Navy Grand Marshal raised an eyebrow. "Chancellor, if this is merely about one individual, I believe launching a nuclear strike is entirely unnecessary. We could simply dispatch a special operations team to neutralize the threat." "Exactly. I concur with the Navy Grand Marshal," others chimed in. "Indeed, sacrificing millions for the sake of one insectoid is not justified." The consensus among the leaders was clear. Even the Army Grand Marshal, usually in favor of nuclear action, refrained this time, considering the millions of innocent lives in that city. To put it plainly, they regarded Qin Yuan as nothing more than an ordinary insect beast, albeit one that flew faster than most. The aide then began to play the second video. Bone Phoenix versus Obsidian Emperor Ant. This showcased their battle within a city. Each strike they delivered had the force of a small missile, and a single genetic skill could unleash devastation comparable to that of an intercontinental missile, leaving the city center in ruins. One strike capable of annihilating a city. Its power rivaled that of a small nuclear bomb. For the first time, the attendees witnessed such formidable insectoids and gasped in astonishment. The footage continued, displaying their combat in a jungle, complete with danger levels labeled for each creature. Bone-winged being danger level catastrophe. Obsidian Emperor Ant danger level catastrophe. The Emperor Ant unleashed a devastating beam of energy that transformed the ground into an unfathomable abyss. Satellite measurements yielded a depth that remained unknown, and its destructive potential was deemed immeasurable. Ultimately, amidst a lake, satellite imagery was disrupted, but energy detection devices indicated that the bone catastrophe's energy signature had completely vanished. The conclusion was drawn: the bone catastrophe had been defeated. The aide reported, "This is the only known entity among the 22 catastrophe-level beings capable of eliminating others of its kind. Its current threat level cannot be assessed, but it has been temporarily classified as danger level above catastrophe." What? The 5 leading figures were taken aback, their perception of Qin Yuan shifting dramatically. Above catastrophe? What kind of monster could that be? A world-ending threat? The Navy Grand Marshal's expression transformed from serious to one of amusement. "I have supported the Chancellor's proposal for nuclear deployment from the beginning. I just spoke carelessly earlier. Support. The power above catastrophe exceeds the Empire's control. It must be eradicated. Indeed, let it be buried in the annals of history, contributing to the nuclear pacification of our world." "Agreed, that makes sense. I have no objections." They all conveniently ignored the matter of millions of human lives, directly endorsing the nuclear strike to eliminate this uncontrollable power. The resolution to nuclear pacify Bin City passed with an impressive tally of 6 votes in favor. Moreover, to prevent any leaks, no one in Bin City would be allowed to evacuate, including the special operations team dispatched to assassinate Qin Yuan. The Chancellor smiled triumphantly. To ensure the complete eradication of Qin Yuan, he had prepared a nuclear bomb of maximum yield, an 80 megaton behemoth. Here, take this as a congratulatory gift from the Empire, nuclear power the Daqin. In City. The group returned to San Hus Villa, where in addition to various insectoid subordinates recruited by San, who there lay a severely injured, perfectly evolved mantis bound like a zongzi on the second floor. Qin Yuan extracted the illusion beast insect crystal from the white bone phoenix, only to stumble upon an unexpected treasure, a translucent red gem, the essence of the armament source meteor, the remnant left after the white bone phoenix refined it. This was a secret treasure that even the phoenix could not fully refine. If he were to use the armament source meteor to forge his 2 golden quality blades, he should be able to create an exceptional weapon. However, as far as I know, only that man from the north could accomplish such a feat. The timing was not right, and it was unclear which city he resided in. This posed a bit of a problem. The rhinoceros beetle bellowed, "My lord, this old mantis has been brought to you. How shall we deal with it? A perfect level dead leaf mantis. Heal its injuries, and I will make sure it is obedient." The methods for taming insect beasts in the wild were quite straightforward and brutal. Beat them until they submit. Then offer them some insect beast crystal, and they could generally be tamed. However, their wild nature still required gradual training. It was common for pets to occasionally hunger and take a person as a snack. They needed to be well trained before being taken out. After instructing the healing of the dead leaf mantis, Qin Yuan ascended to the second floor to develop a genetic cultivation method, one that belonged solely to him. The original cultivation method could not keep pace with his training speed. Now that the genetic nodes had increased, innovation was essential. Creating anew. Connecting the nodes one by one was still too slow. The genetic nodes were fragile, easily injured, or broken. However, the mythic level genetic nodes surprisingly exhibited remarkable resilience, allowing for development without injury or rupture. This meant he could develop 2 at once, or perhaps even more. Let's see. Let's find out. He turned his focus inward into the microscopic world. Commence. His consciousness arrived at the swirling genetic core within his body. The stars he had once ignited had dimmed again. Qin Yuan began to light 2 at once, encountering no obstacles as he easily succeeded. He was immediately elated. Viable. First he lit 1 with each hand, then gradually increased it. 1 hand with 2, then 1 hand with 3, 4, 5. To the limit. Lighting 1 star with a single fingertip represented the current maximum he could achieve. With all 10 fingers engaged, his cultivation speed would be 10-fold of what it once was. However, the total amount had increased. Previously, he could develop 10 of his growth in 4 hours. Now that translated to only 3. Amidst his excitement, Qin Yuan began to silently cultivate. A 1,000 increase in cultivation speed was exhilarating. It was as fast as flying a plane. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Upon reopening his eyes, the genetic development within him had reached 3. His base strength was now 90 tons, 180 tons in insectoid form, and 360 tons under critical strikes. It seemed slightly lower than before, but this was only after 4 hours. 4 hours had achieved what previously took several days. The growth was self-evident. Moreover, the more he faced death, the stronger he became. The more he faced death, the more formidable he grew. It was truly the case that those who place me in peril shall grant me rebirth. How I longed for death. I, the master of self-detonation, had just finished cultivating. Suddenly, the rhinoceros beetle's booming voice rang from outside. "My lord." Bad news. The dead leaf mantis broke free after being healed and has killed several ordinary insectoids. Oh, it escaped. Could it really get away? Do not panic. You and Jean Lina can capture it together. The rhinoceros beetle awkwardly scratched its head. My lord, it's not that I don't wish to fulfill your command, it's just that we truly can't handle it. Huh. Then how did you manage to catch it in the first place? The little black serpent had not mentioned the perfect mantis. Qin Yuan still believed it had been defeated by San Hu and his companions. My lord, to be honest. Once the rhinoceros beetle finished explaining, Qin Yuan understood the entire situation. All right, I will retrieve it. You go fetch me a glass of ice-cold Kobe. Understood. The rhinoceros beetle opened the fridge nearby, which was filled to the brim with Kobe. Just as it reached in to grab one, a voice sounded from behind. "Rhinoceros beetle, are you not done yet?" The rhinoceros beetle instinctively responded, almost done. Then it realized. Wait a minute. That was the voice of my lord. Hadn't he just left? Without turning around, the rhinoceros beetle asked, "My lord, you haven't departed yet. I thought you had already set off." "What nonsense. I have returned." The rhinoceros beetle turned, gasping in shock. At that moment, Qin Yuan stood with his foot on the very mantis that had once seemed invincible in its eyes. "Nanny, so fast. I was just at the refrigerator. Was it not even 3 seconds?" This was too swift, no, too overwhelming. Heavens! It seemed my lord had grown even stronger. It truly validated that saying those more talented than you when you are unaware do not need to struggle to surpass you. Alas, at this rate, when would I ever catch up to my lord? Qin Yuan then commented, this mantis has a genetic development level of 25, indeed not something you can handle at this stage. I will administer some poison to it now, or you will be responsible for training it. Once it behaves, I will give it the antidote. With that, Qin Yuan gently tapped the dead leaf mantis head, and a purple mark appeared on its forehead. He took out a bottle of Kobe, dropped a drop of venom into it, shook it evenly, and handed it to the rhinoceros beetle. Here, rhinoceros beetle, take this, it's the antidote. From now on, you are my dedicated beast tamer. Train this mantis well, and you will be heavily rewarded. Understood. I will not disappoint your trust, my lord. Suddenly, Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow as if sensing something and looked up at the clouds above Bin City. There he spotted a military fighter jet carrying a nuclear bomb. Above the clouds, a Stadioftard Imperial U-33 fighter jet swiftly pierced through the clouds with the pilot communicating with the command center. Code 9527 has arrived at the designated location, calling headquarters. Please respond. Crackle. Headquarters received. 9527. This is headquarters. Please proceed with the bombing mission immediately. This mission's codename Daewan. 9527 acknowledged. Commencing bombing. With a sharp click, the hatch of the aircraft opened, and a massive bomb was dropped from 10,000 meters above. Though missile launch could have been employed, the decision to use this high-altitude, unpowered assault was made due to the presence of the dark crystal emperor ant, which possessed a devastating ray. What they were unaware of was that Qin Yuan's supersense had mutated and evolved to the point where he could briefly foresee the future. The moment the fighter jet appeared in the sky, Qin Yuan knew everything that was about to unfold. Knock. Knock. The sound of knocking echoed. At the door stood Jean Lina, who had come to the second-floor office to inform Qin Yuan about the intention of her group leaders No. 6 and No. 7 to seek his support. Before she could speak, Qin Yuan raised his hand to stop her. Whatever it is, wait a moment. The Empire has sent a fighter jet armed with a nuclear bomb. I need to handle this. Nuclear bomb. Jean Lina looked bewildered at San, who at the same moment turned to gaze at Jean Lina. Both were taken aback, while Qin Yuan smiled calmly. Just a mere nuclear bomb. Jean Lina, please watch over the little black dragon for me. He'll be back shortly. With that, he tossed the little black dragon to Jean Lina, and as he unfurled his violet and white wings, he gently flapped them. Boom. With a resounding blast, he soared into the sky. Jean Lina and the beetle leaned out of the window to observe, only able to see a small black dot rapidly disappearing into the clouds. Worried, Jean Lina murmured, a nuclear bomb. Could it be? The explosion will reach millions of degrees, causing lethal radiation. Will Lord Ant be all right? Hiss. The little black dragon glared at Jean Lina with a murderous look, as if to say, speak such ill-fated words again, and I might bite you. Impossible. Our lord is invincible. Only the beetle remained steadfast in its belief in Qin Yuan, convinced that even in the face of a nuclear bomb their master would emerge unscathed. In the sky, Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement as he grinned widely. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. My plan. From the very first video in Bin City, everything had been meticulously calculated. The gears of fate were set in motion by me, drawing the attention of the Empire's high command by revealing my identity, then challenging the military to provoke concern, deliberately escalating urban conflict to heighten the threat, absorbing Phoenix genes to prepare thoroughly, ultimately leading to the arrival of the nuclear bomb, assisting my ultimate evolution. The three factions within the Empire, their attitudes, their reactions. I had anticipated it all. It would have been strange if this nuclear bomb hadn't come. Capturing Phoenix genes was merely preparation for this nuclear bomb. Nuclear mutation. Come on. Qin Yuan's eyes widened with excitement, and a devilish grin spread across his face. Hee hee hee. Now, let us witness the birth of the strongest creature. Bang. He broke through the clouds, arms wide open, embracing the falling nuclear bomb, ascending as he soared upwards, clearly showing a timer on the bomb. 2 minutes, 39 seconds. 2 minutes, 38 seconds. Qin Yuan carried the nuclear bomb up to tens of thousands of meters in altitude, stopping only when his body began to freeze. Here the oxygen was thin, the temperature extremely low, and cosmic radiation was intense. It was the perfect venue for evolution. What kind of monster would I become with further evolution? How thrilling. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Beep, beep, beep. A white light erupted. The atomic bomb transformed into an intensely hot core, radiating a tremendous amount of rays and neutrons outward. The surrounding thin air and matter were rapidly heated, forming a massive fireball that continued to expand. Boom. Following this was a powerful shockwave that pushed the surrounding clouds away for hundreds of kilometers. Void Realm. As the white light surged forth, Qin Yuan was completely engulfed. His body was obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, he successfully utilized the Void Realm feather to preserve his head, otherwise there would be no way for him to resurrect if nothing remained. Then as false time elapsed, Qin Yuan fell into complete death. This was the first true death in the real sense. Yet strangely, his soul did not arrive at the realm of the dead. Instead, it drifted nearby, experiencing the world from an entirely different perspective in a soul state. The entire world was only shades of gray and white, stripped of color, and his soul exhibited no emotional fluctuations. How could one conceive of vengeful spirits coming into existence in such a state? It resembled the sage mode after love devoid of desires. With a loud bang, flames erupted. Qin Yuan's head ignited with the phoenix rebirth flames plummeting straight toward the ground. Meanwhile, far away in the Empire's headquarters, the high-ranking officials were watching the deployment of the nuclear bombs. A total of 7 nuclear bombs were dropped. The other bombs had exploded successively in various major cities, with 2 targeted at Sakura country. One was named Don't Know. The other was named No Worries. As the mushroom clouds ascended, the officials' earlier anxieties began to dissipate, but the 7th bomb had yet to detonate. The Chancellor exchanged glances with his aide, who promptly contacted the combat headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? What's going on over there? Why hasn't the 7th nuclear bomb exploded yet? What? Outer space. Click. The aide hung up and began contacting the satellite division. Align the satellite cameras with the sky above Bin City quickly. This is a top priority order. When the camera switched to 10,000 meters high, everyone was left dumbfounded. What fireworks in space? Who was launching fireworks at this position? Upon closer inspection, no, that's not fireworks. It's a nuclear bomb. The Chancellor commanded, pull up the footage and see what on earth is happening. As they watched the events unfold in the footage, the officials felt deeply ashamed, and even the aide watching alongside developed a respect for this insect man. Internally, they marveled at the grand vision of this man. In the video, everything began normally. The airplane arrived at its designated location and then dropped the nuclear bomb Day 1. However, at the moment the bomb descended, a shadow emerged. A dark crystal emperor ant with purple and white wings surged from below. The crowd initially thought it was there to destroy the bomb, causing their hearts to race. Yet the subsequent actions left them astounded. Qin Yuan, a lone insect akin to Iron Man from the movies, hoisted the nuclear bomb, which was as large as a small car, and began to ascend against the flow, flying alone towards space. With his speed, he could have easily escaped disaster, but in order to save the millions of lives in Bin City, he chose to sacrifice himself for humanity. Though faced with a multitude, I shall march forth. Such is the grandeur of this act, such is the righteousness. What a broad-minded heart. Great insect. The city's leaders were deeply shaken as they seemed to see reflections of their younger selves, the rookie soldiers who believed in justice. Despite differing stances and races, in this moment Qin Yuan achieved what many could only dream of: a mortal body standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. His courage and magnanimity commanded the respect of all present, earning him the title of hero. Yet they themselves, driven by selfish interests, sought to eliminate such a heroic figure, dragging millions of lives into the abyss alongside him. Shame, guilt, various emotions surged within them, but only the Chancellor let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they had slain this terrifying insect human. The first time I laid eyes on this insectman, I sensed he would be a great threat to humanity's future. Now that he has been eliminated, I feel as though I have pulled out an old thorn from my heart, he remarked. Congratulations, Chancellor, came the chorus of praise. After a round of flattery, the casualty statistics following the nuclear explosion were calculated. In Hijacking City, over 15 million residents were evacuated, while the remaining population was entirely annihilated. The insects and beasts within a 48-kilometer radius were completely eradicated, with radiation affecting insects up to 100 kilometers away. It is estimated that over 100 million were killed directly and 200 to 300 million indirectly. The insects killed in Hijacking City were primarily cockroaches, with rats as a secondary target. The death toll for other insect beasts remains uncalculated. Over in Wuzhou City, the decision to drop the nuclear bomb was undoubtedly a last resort. The scale of the insect disaster was too terrifying, threatening the entire empire. Additionally, Sakura country has issued a statement of condemnation, claiming we intentionally provoked war and instigated a third world war, demanding a compensation of 200 billion Daoling coins. Have they lost their minds over money? 200 billion Daoling converts to nearly 1.4 trillion Long Kingdom coins. How audacious of them. The Chancellor scoffed at the news. What do they mean by intentional? Tell them we were merely assisting them in exterminating the insect beasts. They need not thank us. If they insist on expressing gratitude, they are welcome to send 2 nuclear bombs our way, provided they have any to spare. Laughter erupted among the gathered officials. They unanimously supported the idea of retaliating against Sakura country with nuclear bombs, for the 2 nations were sworn enemies. The Sakura people were cunning and treacherous, akin to the bloodthirsty vampires of medieval Europe. Once they detected a weakness, they would strike mercilessly, leaving no chance of survival. Though factions within the Long Kingdom might engage in endless power struggles, when faced with external invasion, they would unite as one. Across the ocean in Sakura country, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was furiously cursing. Bakayuru, how dare those Dragon Kingdom pigs? How could they? Bang, bang, bang. A messenger burst through the door and saluted the minister with military precision. Sir, Colonel, we have received new intelligence. Upon hearing it was news from the Dragon Kingdom, the colonel's lips curled into a sinister smile. How quickly the Dragon Kingdom responded, it seemed they were still the same soft-shell shrimp from years past. Speak, how did the Dragon Kingdom reply? Have they been cowed into compensation? Sir, the Dragon Kingdom said. The messenger, trembling with fear, couldn't continue. Frustrated, the colonel slammed his hand on the table, producing a sharp crack. Baka, do not speak to me with that cowardly demeanor. If this were wartime, I would have you commit seppuku on the spot. Gathering his courage, the messenger finally relayed the Chancellor's message. Enraged, the colonel seized a teapot, intending to smash it, but then reconsidered, remembering its value. Instead, he grabbed a nearby metal ashtray and hurled it to the floor with a resounding crash. How dare they? The Dragon Kingdom has gone too far, throwing nuclear bombs to help us exterminate insect beasts. They wiped out 2 cities without a trace of insects while ignoring the real disaster zones. Dragon Kingdom, you will pay. Moreover, the names of those 2 bombs, I don't know, and no worries, were an utter insult to the Sakura people. The colonel vowed to make the Dragon Kingdom pay a heavy price for their insolence. In Bin City, a team of high-tech, well-equipped insect soldiers patrolled the streets, capturing any insect they encountered. Beside a green garbage bin, a 6-star ladybug insect lay nearly lifeless, but refused to reveal the whereabouts of its companions. I would rather die than betray my teammates. Just kill me. The masked insect captain approached, dragging the pigtails of a 3-year-old girl, slowly walking towards the insect. Neotieli, confirm this for me. Is this your daughter? Beast, stop. The insect's eyes filled with bloodshot rage, his pupils bulging, teeth clenched tightly in fury. He felt hatred. He felt anger. Hatred for his own weakness, anger at these scoundrels who would not spare even a child. A father forced to watch another man bully his daughter without the power to intervene. The masked captain's gaze was cold as he lowered his hand. Take me to your latest camp, or else your daughter may suffer. In the dimly lit alley, the 6-star ladybug stealthily led the agent towards the bugman's villa, the gathering place. You all said that when we arrive, you'll let my daughter go. Is that true? Enough chatter. Once we reach the location, we will naturally allow the 2 of you to reunite. The ladybug harbored a flicker of hope within, yearning for the other party to uphold their promises. After about 10 minutes, they halted a kilometer away from the villa. The 6-star ladybug pointed toward the villa above. That building halfway up the mountain is our secret stronghold. We've arrived to let my daughter go. The masked man followed the direction of the finger and indeed spotted a villa perched on the mountainside, complete with an infinity pool. What extravagance! From his bag, he retrieved a brown tablet device, scanning the villa meticulously. After confirming its details, he transmitted information through his earpiece to his teammates. The location has been found. The useless hostage can be eliminated. No, it's not like that. We agreed that you would let my daughter go after I brought you here. With a stoic expression, the masked man drew a specially crafted pistol from his waist, aiming it at the ladybug's head. Fool, only the weak adhere to rules. Die. At that moment, a furious shout erupted. Stop. Spare the bug. Alas, reality was not a television drama, and there was no mercy to be found. Bang. A shot rang out, exploding the ladybug's head, green liquid splattering everywhere. An enraged voice thundered in the masked bugman's ear. Damn, didn't I tell you to stop? You bastard. Before him, a massive hand swiftly opened, fingers gripping the masked bugman's head and forcefully slamming it down. Boom. The ground was smashed into a 1-meter deep circular pit, the surrounding earth cracking under the pressure, dust rising into the air. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the bugmen, the perfect level cockroach bugman, Sanhu. Damn, you're one of us. Why did you kill our kin? Speak. With his head buried in the dirt and his mouth firmly covered by sand, the masked bugman squirmed in a futile struggle. I want to speak. Just let go of my mouth first. Sanhu yanked his head out suddenly and ripped off his mask, revealing a grotesquely deformed face beneath. Ugly beyond compare, as if stitched together from countless experiments. What the hell? How ugly? Your appearance reflects your heart. How depraved must you be? Was he guilty of some grave sin? The masked bugman, however, remained silent, his eyes glinting with malice, seemingly well acquainted with Sanhu. Cough. Cough. Perfect level bugman, Sanhu, we know you, and we know your weaknesses. To speak frankly, we do not wish to engage in conflict with you. We have only come to shatter the calamity. Upon hearing this, Sanhu's eyes narrowed. Had his identity been exposed? When did this happen? Was it yesterday's Shaoli? Or Xiaohong? Xiaozhuang? Xiaoqing? Xiaoyi? Xiao? Impossible, they were loyal to me. Could it be that among the recently recruited bugmen, there was a traitor? His only vulnerabilities lay in his family, and 23 children, 11 of whom were illegitimate. If they knew his codename, they would surely be able to locate his family as well. Yet allowing them to pass would be tantamount to betraying his lord. Now it seemed he had to choose between his lord and his family. A moral dilemma. When a train runs over the tracks, 5 people lie on one track, while one lies on the other. Continuing forward would kill 5, but switching tracks would only kill 1. Which track do you lie on? What to do? Both were of utmost importance. Even a formidable figure like Sanhu felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead as the century-old dilemma loomed before him. His lord's strength did not require his protection, but abandoning his lord to save his family would be akin to treachery. Given his lord's character, should he discover Sanhu's betrayal, he envisioned the aftermath of his lord's wrath. Hiss, this is so difficult. No, I can't solve this problem. Just as Sanhu wrestled with despair, a melodious voice rang from behind. Sanhu, what are you doing here? Did you kill the bugman on the ground? Jean Lina. Excellent, hurry and inform the Lord enemies are approaching. Huh, the Lord. Jean Lina instinctively looked up at the sky. The Lord was still up there. It had been over 10 minutes without any word from the Lord. She had just prepared to find a place to accommodate the impending arrival of 2,000 bugmen and their families. Who knew that in such a short span trouble would arise again? Awaken the Phoenix Eye. Jean Lina, a detection-type bug beast, became a ruler of reconnaissance after acquiring the Phoenix Eye. With one glance, she gathered intel on the enemies. The enemies are approaching from 500 meters away, a total of 11 predicted to include 2 perfect-level bugmen and 9 exceptional-level bugmen. Their genetic growth rates are between 10 and 15. Sanhu's gaze hardened. With one hand, he crushed the head of the masked bugman beneath him, and with his foot, he smashed the opponent's communicator. Kill. Leave none alive. Jean Lina nodded, pulling out her phone to call the rhinoceros beetle. Rhinoceros beetle, enemies are approaching. Bring your forces to assist, and let them witness the might of the Dark Crystal Legion. Got it. They'll be there in a moment. Just as the call ended, the 11 enemies had already reached Jean Lina and Sanhu. Jian 12 has been killed. Let him die. Oh, I've said it before, we don't need useless waste. There are 2 perfect-level bugmen ahead. Who among us will take the lead? Let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. He sounds good. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey. Observing the group of masked men who regarded them with utter disdain, Sanhu felt indignation bubbling within, but refrained from acting rashly. The strength of these 11 opponents should not be underestimated, and with their numbers overwhelming his own, engaging now would be unwise. It was better to wait for the rhinoceros beetle and the main force to arrive before striking. Before long, 2 of the 11 emerged victorious, Jian 5 and Jian 11. A man who appeared to be their leader stepped forward. Sanhu, since you chose to stand against the Empire, there's no need for you to live. Jian 5, Jian 11, go. Eliminate them. Understood. 2. After the battle at Binching Academy, everyone absorbed a significant amount of insect beast gene energy. Sanhu's perfect gene growth reached 8, with his insect human form possessing a strength of 12. 8 tons. Jean Lina's growth reached 7, with a strength of 11. 2 tons in her insect human form. Their opponents dispatched were 2 exceptional grade insect humans with a growth of 15, both equipped with high-tech armaments. Sanhu cautioned, be wary of their handguns, their power is immense. Understood. Jean Lina nodded gravely. The fact that their adversaries dared to confront the disaster-level Anjing Emperor Ant indicated they surely possessed means to deal with such threats. They could not allow these foes to approach their master, and they also had to be cautious of any secret weapons. The 2 insect humans launched their attack, simultaneously initiating the battle. Sanhu faced Jian Wu while Jean Lina took on Jian Shi. The distinction between a perfect grade and an exceptional grade insect human was that the perfect grade could precisely control its muscles, delivering greater attacks with the same strength while sustaining less damage. Jianwu, a lean man, unleashed astonishing power with each strike. However, Sanhu evaded them all with his remarkable reflexes. When a punch landed on Sanhu, it felt surprisingly soft, as though the force had been absorbed entirely, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. Jianwu wore an exceedingly arrogant expression. Huh? Are you stunned? We have exceptional grade meat insect armor. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against us. Exceptional grade armament, you say? Sanhu suddenly recalled the gear his master had rewarded him, which he had yet to utilize. Armament Phoenix Claw Orange. This is your end. Sanhu's entire hand was enveloped by a layer of bone-like sharp claws adorned with purple patterns. Although Jianwu was surprised that his opponent also possessed gene armament, he dismissed it, assuming its quality was not very high. Hey, we have the Empire's backing. Do you think brandishing a pair of chicken claws can intimidate me? Go ahead and attack. You still won't breach my defenses. Yet upon seeing Sanhu's armament, Jianwu refrained from close combat, opting instead for a specialized firearm to engage from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a specially crafted large-caliber revolver, its power akin to that of a small cannon. Clang, clang, clang. All 6 bullets were deflected by Sanhu's claws, leaving not even a mark. After blocking the bullets, Sanhu was perplexed. A special insect human squad. You dare to challenge our master with such limited abilities? He found it hard to comprehend. Had the Empire's higher-ups lost their minds, sending this caliber of fighters to their doom? What audacity did they have to attempt an assassination against their master? It seemed his words enraged Jianwu, who furrowed his brow and looked at their leader Jianyi. Jianyi nodded, seemingly agreeing to lift some restrictions. How dare a mere cockroach make such bold claims? Since you seek death, let me demonstrate the Empire's might. With that, Jianwu injected a green liquid into his neck, causing his body to contort grotesquely, with sharp bone spurs sprouting from his spine. His form rapidly expanded into a towering green monster over 4 meters tall, resembling a grotesque version of the Hulk, with a terrifying visage filled with jagged teeth. I must say your transformation is rather disgusting. Roar. The green-spiked beast glared at Sanhu, emitting a furious roar before charging, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground beneath. Thud, thud, thud. It barreled forward like a tank. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended from the sky. It struck precisely at the green-spiked beast, which widened its eyes in shock as if it had encountered a fright. Boom. After the violent explosion, a massive crater, nearly 10 meters in diameter, appeared, surrounded by a pool of green rotting flesh. Sanhu sighed. It seems this agent maximizes attack while neglecting defense. From the crater, a figure rose. Qin Yuan's formidable subordinate, an exceptional grade rhinoceros beetle with a gene development of 21. Its combat prowess even surpassed Sanhu's, second only to the withered leaf mantis. Sanhu, Jean Lina, my apologies for the delay in assembling the team. At that moment, Jean Lina had also subdued Jian Shi, who lay limp on the ground, unable to utilize the agent as if poisoned. Rustle. In the surrounding jungle, countless insect-human minions emerged, numbering in the hundreds, surrounding the remaining 9 Special Forces soldiers. Now it's your turn to be encircled, Jianyi declared with a contemptuous smile. Do you think these minions can take us on? Well, first eliminate you before going after your precious master. Use the agents. Understood, came the simultaneous response from 9 voices. All the special insect humans injected a blue agent into their necks, their bodies beginning to enlarge into monstrous forms over 4 meters tall. The most terrifying were the 2 perfect grade insect humans, who transformed into towering beasts over 6 meters, their strength surging exponentially. Sanhu's veins bulged as he shouted, "Brothers, attack! Kill!" Hundreds of insect humans launched their assault on the 9 special forces, with Sanhu, Jean Lina, the rhinoceros beetle, and the black serpent each confronting their respective opponents. What they failed to notice was a withered leaf mantis lurking in the shadows, its piercing gaze sweeping over the necks of everyone present. Should it strike, it would be a certain kill. The unicorn beetle engaged in combat with a remarkable insectoid creature, both of similar stature. Initially, their exchanges were evenly matched until it became evident that the adversary had awakened the genes of a slug. With mere punches proving ineffective, the creature remained unperturbed by such blunt attacks. In light of this, the unicorn beetle flapped its wings and ascended into the air. It began to utilize the orange armor gifted by Qin Yuan, known as the Scorching Lung. Taking a deep breath, it filled its chest with air until it swelled, then forcefully expelled the air from its lungs, transforming it into flames. Scorching Phoenix Flame. An orange-earth fire erupted, expanding into a fiery sea several dozen meters wide, generating terrifying temperatures in the thousands of degrees sufficient to melt stone and metal alike. The special insectoid could only let out a wretched scream before being reduced to a pool of blood, which subsequently vaporized, leaving behind a single insect crystal. Thus it became the first insectoid to fall victim to the unicorn beetle's fiery breath. Jinlu. Nearby, Jian Qi yearned to provide assistance, but was held back by Sanhu. Sanhu directed a surge of genetic energy into two skeletal phoenix claws, which began to glow with a radiant white light. Palms facing upwards, he pressed down slightly to his lower back before suddenly crossing his arms in an upward thrust. Flying blade phoenix strike. 8 shaped blades shot forth, piercing through the body of the special insectoid, cleaving it into several pieces. Sanhu did not linger and continued his assault on the next enlarged insectoid soldier. Jean Lina perceived the speed of the insectoid soldier as slow, or perhaps her own dynamic power had quickened. Her eyes could discern every attack from the insectoid, even allowing her to anticipate its next move based on its previous actions. In a deft maneuver, she located the creature's fatal weak point, her hand transforming into an insect blade slicing through the central nerve connection at the back of its neck. The entire insect collapsed onto the ground, incapacitated for the moment. On the other hand, He Jiao was encountering difficulties. After biting the opponent, it waited in vain for the poison to take effect. Only upon observing the multitude of pinpricks on the creature's body did it deduce that the foe possessed an exceptionally high resistance to toxins. Thus it resolved to employ its latest venom. Hiss. Once more it sank its teeth into the opponent, this time injecting emotional poison, the poison of jealousy. As expected, Jianzhou, afflicted by the toxin, charged recklessly toward Jian Air. Why? Why do you get to be the vice captain? I want to be the vice captain too. Bastard. He'll kill you. With a single punch, Jian Air obliterated Jianzhou's head. What is wrong with Jianzhou? In just half an hour, the insectoids had already lost over 100 of their ranks, while the others began to waver, reluctant to advance. Sanhu understood that if they did not act soon, the captain and vice captain of the special insectoids would face their demise along with the remaining insectoid soldiers. Unicorn Beetle, capture the leader first. Do you dare confront their boss? Sanhu, don't be stubborn. We can't defeat them. Sanhu gazed at Jian Yi, who was frantically slaughtering his own subordinates, involuntarily digging his nails into his flesh. At present, even joining forces with the unicorn beetle did not seem like a viable option. Find Xiao He Shibut's venom should be capable of taking down a monster. The two immediately rushed to He Jiao's side, seeking to form an alliance against their foes. Regrettably, He Jiao expressed that the opponent's toxin resistance was astonishing, rendering it incapable of poisoning the two massive perfect-grade insectoids. At this moment, all present deeply missed their invincible Lord Qin Yuan. If only their lord were here, a mere wave of his hand could vanquish them all. Elsewhere, in the depths of the mountains, a white light plummeted from 10,000 meters high, crashing into a valley. It was witnessed by a girl gathering herbs. Liao Hongdou pointed toward the distant valley. Brother, it seems there's a meteorite falling over there. Liao's eyes lit up immediately. Is it the same as the one we found last time? I couldn't see clearly, it just flew past with a whoosh. Let's go. We must check it out. With that, Liao spread his wings, transforming into a massive white crane with his sister riding on his back as they soared toward the place where the white light had fallen. Many insect beasts lurked within the forest, observing the pair from above, with some venomous insects even launching attacks against them. Liao Hongdou merely shot a glare at the insects, causing them all to retreat in fear. With Liao carrying Hongdou, they quickly arrived at the valley where Qin Yuan had fallen. It was a vast chasm hundreds of meters wide, shrouded in swirling mist. Shadows flitted through the thick fog. Within the dense mist, something terrible seemed to be concealed. Dark, deep, unknown. Hongdou, I sense great danger inside. Perhaps we should retreat. No way. Brother, we must find the meteorite to save Mom and Dad. Sigh. Well, I'll go along with your madness this time. Hold on tight. The truth was their parents were already dead. There was no way to bring them back to life. The meteorite was nothing but a lie. The white crane's gaze sharpened and became resolute, akin to a blade piercing through the valley's mist. Upon entering it, immediately sensed something was amiss. The fog here was exceedingly thick, reducing visibility to less than a meter, while also rapidly diminishing its senses. A putrid stench of decay permeated the air. Brother, be careful. Zing. A venomous centipede lunged down from above, and the white crane lifted its gaze, clearly seeing its serrated fangs and smelling the foul odor of rotten blood. Smack! Just as it was about to bite the white crane, Hongdou extended her sharp claws and swatted it away forcefully. Brother, This place feels cursed. We need to find the meteorite and leave at once. All right, let's go. No sooner had she spoken. The girl's hair turned white, her eyes transformed into silver, vertical pupils, cat ears sprouted atop her head, and a white tail emerged along with her hands, becoming furry white claws. Roar! She let out a thunderous tiger's roar toward the valley. In the thick mist, a rustling sound echoed. A massive dark shadow drew near rapidly.